naked, short-term ambition of the people who already have power, keeping the status quo that provides them said power. It's not about hope, and it's definitely not about actually leading and helping the people who they're supposed to be governing. It's about a broken system where power begets power. Does it get fed? Or hope beyond hope, does it change? The characters that have been erstwhile supporters of their respective causes, like Daemon and Rhaenyra's council on one side, and Criston Cole and the official small council on the other, had seemed to be supportive, if not somewhat questionable in their devotion. By the midway point of Season 2, it's clear that almost everyone in both assemblages don't actually support the rule of their respective queen, but their own ends. Criston and Daemon both pledged loyalty. Even the heads of different great households officially knelt in loyalty. It's pretty jarring to see that didn't actually mean anything, much like the white capes of the Kingsguard, that the hope Alicent and Rhaenyra had would be blotted out by pervasive, relentless belief that women would always be inherently inferior and men always suited to lead, despite little evidence to prove this. Or worse, a system that actively causes these disadvantages.
If I had been a son, a sword thrust into my hand the moment I could walk. Instead, I was given my father's cup.
How many times have we heard that before? It's more than a lament, it's proven true. For Rhaenyra, she faces this problem most places she looks. Her council of advisors, the portion of the kingdom that genuinely supports Aegon, and upsettingly, her husband, uncle. The people who seem to actually believe in her are few among the Platinum Blonde set, especially with Rhaenys Targaryen, the one person who could really empathize with her and truthfully confront her with the awful stakes against her, gone.
Soon they will not even remember what it was that began the war in the first place.
Rhaenys is one of the real highlights of how this show handles tragedy, and her existence and demise epitomize how real, unjust, and awful the stakes and way of life in this world really are. The Queen Who Never Was is a pretty cruel title and an omen hanging over Rhaenyra's head. Rhaenys should have been queen. In a fair world, she would have been. Honestly, if the monarchy of Westeros weren't so hell-bent on keeping a woman off the throne, none of this would have ever been an issue. She proved her judiciousness and shrewdness over and over in the show, in counsel to others, and in casual conversation. She was incredibly loving and supportive as a mother and grandmother, and showed she was the anti-Catelyn Stark by embracing someone who was clearly Corlys' son with another woman. She balanced wisdom with strength and love. Bottom line, Rhaenys would have been better for it than Viserys. She had the head for it, she was a strong dragon rider, her kids were super Valyrian. If there was any sense in how this was all actually decided, she would have been queen. Laenor would have been heir, Viserys would have had a happy life with Aemma, who would be alive, by the way, because she wouldn't have died trying to make a male heir, and Alicent and Rhaenyra would have lived perfectly happy lives without the bounds of queenly duty and prophecy tying them to whatever nightmarish existences they have now. Otto may have tried to marry Alicent off to Laenor, but aside from constant infidelity, life wouldn't have been that bad for her. That's for sure. Rhaenys lived a really tortured existence. On top of losing out on a job she was the best candidate to hold, this stupid persistent line of succession obsession is indirectly responsible for haunting and ruining big parts of her life, like her children being dead or presumed dead. It's what her husband is obsessed and consumed by, why her brother-in-law was sliced up hamburger style.
But have your tongue for that.
And the high-stakes danger her granddaughters are destined to face. Throughout the show, Rhaenys really swung back and forth on whether she would actively dissuade Rhaenyra from pushing forward on her claim or fight with her life to protect. You have to wonder, did she see Rhaenyra as her avatar, as either the hope for a new generation or perhaps an example of the reductive lot in life women like her are doomed to face no matter what? Is that why she swooped back over Rook's Rest when she actually didn't have to? It's sad to think she knew exactly what would happen in that moment and did it anyway because of the sum of disappointments and having been let down again and again in her lifetime.
Experience is valuable, yes, but the Dowager Queen is a woman.
As it turns out, a slate with women aren't fit to be leaders as a guiding light will apparently not allow you to lead if you are in fact a woman. Episode 5, Season 2 of House of the Dragon was exemplary in that it really answered a lot of lingering questions and intellectual quandaries in the show. Does Daemon genuinely want Rhaenyra to rule Westeros? No! He wants to rule Westeros. Can Alicent keep Team Green in line and stop them from being ridiculously inept in King's Landing? Also no, they shut her down when they were done using her for their own ends, effectively. No, it doesn't matter that in 2 cases, she's their mother, in 1 case, she's their lover, and in all cases, she has had the most experience and level-headedness to fill in as acting regent. The game was always rigged to keep her from rising to the top, and no amount of diplomacy can top that. And finally, she knows that.
You played your part admirably in a time of peace, Your Grace, but circumstances have changed.
And here I had forgotten.
It had always been a question through Season 1 and 2. What does Daemon want? Does he connive for the throne? Are all his actions because he was slighted? Does he love Rhaenyra and Viserys, or does he resent them? Does he support his wife as ruler, or is she a mere tool in his belt? He finally answers for himself.
When I take King's Landing, Rhaenyra is welcome to join me there and take her place by my side. King and Queen, ruling together.
It pains me to say this, but Otto Hightower was right and the shippers were wrong. Daemon's love for Rhaenyra is so thoroughly clouded in love for himself, in ambition, that you really can't be sure of what he felt for her, if anything, beyond a means to an end he feels he deserves. Muddled with his Harrenhal visions of young Rhaenyra cradling a baby, her beheading by him, and the dream scene with his mother, it paints a pretty clear and incestuous vision of what is in Daemon's heart. He believes in Targaryens, yes, but mostly in himself.
It is a matter of showing them whom it behooves them to follow.
Speaking of mommy issues, what can be said of Prince Aemond, Regent King? These two are truly 2 sides of one coin. Both the yearning younger brother who thinks they could and should be king, both hardened warriors because of that probably, both real weirdos about Targaryen blood, and both obsessed with fashioning themselves as king. And how'd that go? Well, Aemond trapped all of the starving people of King's Landing within the gates, which is bound to win hearts and minds.
By order of Aemond Targaryen!
While Daemon caused some pretty messed up acts of violence to happen under his, or Rhaenyra's, name. So, turns out running a usurper campaign under the banner of I'm the Targaryenest Targaryen doesn't make for good actual leadership, but can you blame Daemon and Aemond? I mean it. These dudes were raised to believe, 1, they have special blood that makes them special. 2, acting exemplary of that ideal makes them even more special. 3, their special breed of special entitles them to power at large and the throne. But then when you act like the throne is just a symbol of how awesome you are and forget that there are actual people who are hungry, who need medicine and resources and to be heard, who have obvious long-standing problems with each other, well, that's not something you're really equipped to handle. But when there's a problem that involves sweet armor and a badass flying dragon, well, that's your department. The fact of the matter is, the institution of the monarchy, of Targaryen rule, of only men within that very insular group being suited to rule, is a big problem, and a prison in which all the women in the show are essentially trapped. And the non-titled people are even more trapped and essentially an afterthought.
Your Grace, what you cannot do, let others do for you.
House of the Dragon is all about the slow burn, and upon realizing the system Westeros is built on is meant to trample even the women at the top of society, like Alicent, Rhaenyra, and Rhaenys, what hope is there for others trying to find a place, like the Dianas of the world? What about someone who actually cares even a little bit about the regular working and lower classes of people who populate Westeros? Enter Mysaria, a lowborn woman sold as a slave. Mysaria knows better than most not only the depths of depravity and humiliation those without title must endure, but how to work within the cogs of society. The White Worm gets what she needs by exploiting different factions and going unnoticed through a network of invisible people. Even as viewers, we're trained not to think too much about the little people of the show, but they're who this is all really concerning. Probably no one cares more about the actual small folk than Mysaria, and she is certainly the most successful character without an ounce of noble blood in the world of the show. By showing an ounce of humanity, Rhaenyra pulled Mysaria to her cause, and she's lucky to have her. With her unique point of view, she was able to teach Rhaenyra to reign in her own errant council by using his own proven lack of respect for women to get him to go take care of her Daemon problem in Harrenhal, and consequently, get his ass out of the war room. If the Westerosi way favors men from great houses, why not use that to one's own advantage and weaponize the nobleman's ambitions and tendencies for your own gain? Honestly, Mysaria's way of navigating Westerosi society's brokenness is probably the most successful, and Rhaenyra is lucky to have her. But there's always the nuclear version of operating on the edges.
War is a terrible thing.
This is not war. These are crimes against the innocent.
When all else in society fails you, be a witch. That's my motto for life, and I'm currently killing it. Alice Rivers is interesting because she introduces both the concept of magic and the concept of being totally 100% correct. She points out to Daemon that people, Bracken people, are suffering unjustly because of his decree, because of his lack of care of what happens to the innocent people uninvolved with the royal power struggle. He's not fit to rule in large part because he doesn't care.
And once again, in the name of power, it's the weak and the women who must endure.
She's in his head, she knows he's acting without Rhaenyra's command, and best of all, she sees exactly what and who he is. Absolutely selfish. So, if you can't enact national justice via diplomacy, succession, nobility, or whispers, just be a terrifying magic-using witch on the edge of society. Alice is important because she helps to underscore a point. It's not just Daemon who is unfit to lead the people, it's anyone who thinks like him and cares only for glory and conquest and legacy, and regards the people as cattle. By that logic, Aegon, Aemond, and even Viserys were also unfit to rule. Maybe even the noble women near power aren't fit either, though if the prerequisite for ruling is caring about the people, Rhaenyra is probably the closest to that among the candidates, with Alicent similarly wishing to avoid all-out nuclear dragon war.
Who's better suited to it, the High Towers with their scheming, or Viserys' first true heir?
When we look at the marketing materials for House of the Dragon, like the mini posters of Alicent and Rhaenyra facing each other in steely resolve, it isn't that we were meant to pick a team and see which of these women would prevail in their cause, it's that both these characters are in a ridiculous tragedy, prisoners of the system they are forced to toil against, maybe pointlessly. This was never a battle of who would come out on top, but the different ways the two main leads would be used and dragged by even the ones they love into smothering obscurity. This show is about a rigged system that isn't built to award merit and isn't built to be fair. Westeros is built on systemic, crushing injustice, and the show is brilliant for that.
Shall I fight for my birthright, or shall I wait here until we are all destroyed?
The book House of the Dragon is based on Fire and Blood, never talked about interiority for Alicent and Rhaenyra, never let us see their anguish and genuine attempts to do right. While their characters are extremely different from how they were originally written, they also lack the show's characters' dimensions. They were written as easy to understand characters butting heads, craving blood, and cravenly sucker punching each other. This is not who Olivia Cook and Emma Darcy are playing. Their characters are much more complex. Those who want power and feel entitled to it are the worst suited to have actual power to rule the people. Those who perhaps deserve power more may never get it based on who they were born. The whole system is built on exclusion, and absolutely no one is helping the actual people who live in Westeros. Everyone is just divided on squabbles that ultimately don't serve them. In some ways, the many problems of monarchical succession are better exemplified in House of the Dragon than it ever was in Game of Thrones. While Game of Thrones included many shocking moments, oftentimes they were designed only to shock. All injustice, all the time, no matter what. House of the Dragon, in a slow burn, reveals to us along with the main characters that they live in a rigged system that is designed to keep them from prevailing, and that it's very likely all they've worked for will be for nothing. The realization that this, the grinding wheel, as Daenerys might say, is the real enemy and the real narrative is so absolutely crushing. I have to give the show props for designing itself this way. I'm devastated. I absolutely love it. Thanks for watching. I'm Kim Horcher, and for more House of the Dragon, you're already in the best place, ign.com.
I'm the Messiah. I am Marvel Jesus.
First trailer for Deadpool 3 has arrived, and now we know the actual title of this long-awaited sequel, Deadpool and Wolverine. That's right, the two biggest moneymakers in Fox's X-Men universe are finally joining forces for their own superhero buddy team-up movie, though you wouldn't necessarily know that from watching the trailer, as we see very little of Hugh Jackman's Logan. So, what did we learn from this first Deadpool 3 footage? What is the movie actually about? Why is Deadpool being kidnapped by the TVA? How does Wolverine fit in? Let's break down what we do and don't know right now, and take a closer look at a few key cameos sprinkled throughout the trailer.
Your little cinematic universe is about to change forever.
The trailer opens by showing us what Ryan Reynolds' hero has been up to since 2018's Deadpool 2. He seems to have retired to enjoy a quiet life with Morena Baccarin's Vanessa and their friends. We see most of the old Deadpool crew in this scene, including Dopinder, Blind Al, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and Colossus. We even see some of Wade's old X-Force crew here, like Rob Delaney's Peter and Shatterstar. You might remember that X-Force was slaughtered during the course of Deadpool 2, so we're guessing Wade mucked about with time to bring them back after saving Vanessa at the end of the movie.
We're X-Force, right?
With all the time travel shenanigans that went on at the end of Deadpool 2, it's not necessarily surprising to see the TVA banging on Wade's door. These time cops were first introduced in the Loki series on Disney+. At first, their mission was to safeguard the one sacred timeline, carrying out the mandate of the Kang variant He Who Remains. But as of the end of Loki Season 2, He Who Remains is dead. Loki himself sits on the throne of time, and the multiverse is flourishing again. Again, we're not surprised to see the TVA coming after Deadpool, but what is surprising is that they don't seem to be trying to arrest him for time crimes. Matthew McFadden's character, a TVA agent named Paradox, actually seems interested in recruiting Deadpool to help the TVA. Something ails the MCU, and only the self-proclaimed Marvel Jesus can set things right. This sequel is definitely shaping up to be the most meta Deadpool movie yet. What exactly has the TVA spooked so badly they'd turn to a wild card like Deadpool for help? We'll get to that in a minute, but first, let's turn to the adamantium-clawed elephant in the room. The movie may be titled Deadpool and Wolverine, but we don't actually see much Wolverine in the teaser. In fact, we only get two quick shots of Wolverine from behind. We first glimpse Logan midway through the trailer as Deadpool approaches him at what looks to be a casino. Here, Logan is wearing the white tuxedo that's synonymous with his cover identity, Patch. This scene could be taking place in Madripoor, the seedy island nation that's one of Wolverine's favorite stomping grounds in the comics. We already saw the MCU version of Madripoor in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but Wolverine was nowhere to be found there. The trailer ends with another shot of Wolverine from behind, this time wearing the iconic blue and yellow costume from the comics. It's a little strange the trailer doesn't show us a frontal view of Logan here, given that we've already seen plenty of this costume thanks to the many set photos that have leaked. Regardless, this quick shot makes it clear that Logan and Wade don't exactly get along in the movie. Not that we ever expected them to. The biggest question right now is which version of Wolverine we're seeing. Reynolds and Jackman previously confirmed that Deadpool 3 won't be undoing the events of 2017's Logan, but is this a slightly younger version of that doomed Wolverine? Is this the same Logan from the mainline X-Men movies, or a brand new variant from a different timeline? The MCU has already established a trend of introducing new, more comic book inspired versions of the Fox X-Men cast. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness gave us a new Professor X in the yellow hover chair, and the Marvels ended with a post-credits cameo of Kelsey Grammer's Beast. Given that this Wolverine is wearing the yellow spandex that Cyclops so famously mocked back in 2000's X-Men,
we go outside in these things. What would you prefer? Yellow spandex?
we may be looking at a brand new version of Jackman's iconic hero. For that matter, are the two shots of Wolverine in the teaser the same character? Or is Patch a Wolverine variant from a different branch of the multiverse? Maybe the film should be called Deadpool and Wolverines, plural. So, who exactly is the villain of Deadpool and Wolverine? Which Marvel baddie is foolish enough to take on these two deadly killers? The trailer doesn't necessarily answer that question, though it does provide a few tantalizing clues. All we know for sure is that The Crown's Emma Corrin has been cast as a major villain in the film, but which one? The answer may be lurking in this quick shot, where we see a bald figure seated from behind. This character looks a lot like Professor X, though they look too young to be Patrick Stewart's Charles Xavier. Maybe James McAvoy is returning as the younger Professor X? That's possible, but a different theory is currently making the rounds. This may be Corinne's character we're seeing. What if she's playing Cassandra Nova? Cassandra Nova is Xavier's twin sister. Sort of. She's actually a parasitic psychic life form known as the Mamudrai. She copied Xavier's body in the womb and became the dark antithesis of everything he represents. She even tried to strangle Chuck with his own umbilical cord. These days, Cassandra Nova is dedicated to destroying everything her brother holds dear. She even built a super sentinel she used to massacre the people of the island nation of Genosha, drastically reducing the world's mutant population in the process. In short, Cassandra Nova is a real nasty piece of work, and someone we could easily see being the main villain of Deadpool and Wolverine. But does this mean we'll see Stewart or McAvoy play Professor X again? We'll have to wait and see. There's another interesting theory behind Deadpool 3's villain. Some fans think Dr. Doom may be making his MCU debut, as we see a cloaked, masked figure in this shot who bears more than a passing resemblance to the iconic Marvel villain. Could this be Doom or one of his Doom bots? There's actually even more reason to believe Doom has some connection to the plot of Deadpool and Wolverine, but we'll get to that in a minute. Finally, we also know that some familiar villains from the classic X-Men movie are making their return in the sequel. We see Aaron Stanford's Pyro in one shot, and leaked set photos have spoiled some of the other returning characters. Whether Cassandra Nova or Doom is the main villain here, they appear to have assembled a team to take on Wade and Logan.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that supposed to be scary?
Deadpool and Wolverine is the latest Marvel movie to delve into the concept of the multiverse. We've got iconic X-Men characters making the jump to the MCU, and the TVA is back to police the timeline. All of this adds up to a movie that looks to have a major impact on the ongoing multiverse saga. In fact, Deadpool and Wolverine may be more important to the build-up to Avengers Secret Wars than anyone guessed. The trailer actually features a small but crucial Secret Wars Easter egg. At the end, when we see Wade lying on the ground, there's a battered comic book half buried in the sand next to him. That comic, as best we can tell, is 2015's Secret Wars number 5, featuring an image of Dr. Doom as the God Emperor of Battleworld. Maybe the idea of Doom actually appearing in a Deadpool movie isn't so far-fetched. How can a Deadpool movie set up the epic climax of the multiverse saga? It may all tie into why the TVA needs Wade's help in the first place. We know that the Merc with a mouth has some experience hopping through time and changing the past. The TVA may need that particular set of skills to stave off a larger threat to the multiverse. When reality itself is under threat, it probably helps to have a free agent who breaks the fourth wall and knows he's inside a superhero movie. Deadpool 3 could be dabbling with the concept of incursions, as explored in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Incursions happen when the barrier between two universes is breached, threatening both with complete annihilation. In the trailer, we see Wade fighting in front of what appears to be a giant 20th Century Fox logo. Is this a clue that Fox's X-Men universe is the latest to be threatened with destruction? Is that where Corinne's Cassandra Nova comes in? As the villains of the X-Men universe make one last desperate attempt to survive the destruction of their reality. This would certainly give Deadpool something worth fighting for in the new movie. He's finally achieved peace and happiness, only to find his entire world coming to an end thanks to an impending cosmic disaster. Can he and Logan save their universe? Will they leave their world behind and permanently cross over into the MCU? The conflict in Deadpool 3 may be a prelude of things to come later in the multiverse saga. The multiverse is coming apart at the seams, and the TVA needs help containing the fallout. The Secret Wars comic is a reminder that all of this ends with the multiverse collapsing and Battleworld emerging from the ruins. When that happens, the Avengers may need Deadpool's help to set things right again. That might just make Deadpool and Wolverine the most important movie of Phase 5. Who would have guessed?
Nope, I'm actually okay. Thank you very much.
What caught your eye in the first Deadpool and Wolverine trailer? Do you think Cassandra Nova is about to make her MCU debut, or is another villain at play here? Let us know your theories and make sure you keep it locked to IGN for all your MCU needs.
I was high-fiving the air, like I was, punching to knee, going, this is amazing. Zero Dark 30, the first film that I had shot on digital. We tested film, we tested 16 mil, we tested a whole series of different options for that movie. And that was the first time I'd used a digital camera for a film. So I tested quite a few things. Now, with a digital camera, just to get into the technicals, pretty much any digital camera shoots beautiful images if you expose the image properly and if you shoot it properly. What I knew on Zero Dark 30 was that we were going to be facing challenges that we were never going to have the opportunities to shoot things properly all the time. We were going to need a camera that was going to be able to kind of be in situations that weren't bulletproof. And my favorite shot in that film is actually one of the hardest technically to achieve. And it's the one that I tested my cameras on. And that's the scene where Jessica Chastain's character is coming into the first interrogation. You've got Retta, our actor, on the floor, strung up with ropes. And we're over Retta and the door opens. So it goes from almost pitch blackness to blown out highlight behind Jessica as she comes through that door. I mean, the shot in itself, I think, sums up a lot of things about the film as well, talking about kind of the horrors. But technically, what I love about that is that I used that shot or that setup for that shot. Obviously, I couldn't test that shot when I was testing in Hollywood because that was in Jordan, but I knew we were going to shoot that. And I knew because we'd scouted it. So I did these tests where I would be shooting the darkest interior in a test bay and the brightest Los Angeles sun outside. And I would see which cameras perform the best. And, the Arri Alexa just head and shoulders above any other comparable camera at that time. So it was because during those times that I broke the camera effectively that it performed well. But that wasn't why I love the shot. I love the shot for other reasons, but I think it's interesting that became my technical sort of flag in the sand. Star Wars Rogue One. My most favorite shot in that film is the Darth Vader lightsaber coming on at the end of Rogue One. To me, I don't know, I still kind of get the chills when I watch that. And, the magic's kind of lost a little bit with me being on set, creating a lot of these things because, it's me who remembers how much effort we went to figure out a way to make him backlit, even though the lightsaber's front lighting him, to make the lightsaber not light too much of Darth Vader because Darth Vader front lit doesn't look as good as Darth Vader backlit. Like there's a whole series of tests that we did to really figure out how to make that scene work, how to make that introduction work. It's funny, the first time Gareth talked to me about that scene, because that scene occurred as a pickup scene. The film was going to end a slightly different way, not fundamentally, but just the kind of the way they got to the end. We'd shot a really great scene. And, for all I was aware, that was in the film. Gareth called me and said, we've got an idea. Vader's in the ship. He's going to go gangbusters. And I went, okay, cool. I mean, always, anytime Vader's on set, it's always a good day, right? So you kind of, you're like, all right, great. Get to shoot Vader again, me buddy Darth. But I was a bit perplexed because we'd shot something really good. And I sort of expressed that to Gareth and said, okay, well, sure. Of course. I don't quite understand why, but, fair enough. He explained the scene and I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool scene. But the main thing was it was a chance to really create an iconic Vader moment, as iconic as Vader walking through the smoke in the door of A New Hope, that scene, this black figure in this white space. I mean, you can't get any more iconic than that. And it was our chance to kind of try and create something that was iconic also. I wouldn't say as iconic because nothing would be. That's really, we hold that up as our gold standard. But, as our chance to kind of create a Vader scene that had that level of sort of iconicness that people hopefully will watch years down the track and go, I want our thing to look like that. Lion, I shot the same year that I shot Rogue One. So for me, those two movies are kind of completely linked, and they're all, I wouldn't say they're almost the same movie, but for me, they have some very similar attributes that I sort of felt like I was able to kind of draw upon one to give to the other and vice versa. One of the things in Lion that we were toying with and playing with was scale, was Saru's scale when it comes to big things. And if you watch any Star Wars film, that's what it's all about. It's, knowing how big a human is going into this massive Millennium Falcon. You know how big the Millennium Falcon is going to this massive Death Star. Like, it's scale upon scale upon scale. And doing something like Lion, Saru, we play Saru's story very much at his level. Like, we treat Saru as a full-sized character, as a kind of, we don't look down at him, we don't look up at him we just sit at his level. And that was a conscious, deliberate choice that Garth and I made to make sure that every time we saw Saru, for the most part, we were at his eye level. And it helps create a bond with the audience. Like, the audience doesn't necessarily see this character as a child all the time, but when we want them to, then it helps, because then we can see him as a child, him surrounded by tall adults at a train station. We can see his helplessness. But one of my most favorite scenes in that entire movie is where Saru is running across the Howrah Bridge, and he hears some dogs and stops in the middle of the Howrah Bridge. What I love about that, and what I love about that character's journey at that point in time, is the bridge is obviously symbolic, right? It's crossing over. It's him moving from one to another. But I think what's really important for the audience to realize at that point in time is just how vulnerable this guy is. This young kid is kind of tiny amongst this massive, empty, desolate bridge. And it's empty, which, anybody that's been to India realizes that rarely, if ever, happens. So the kind of the small child, desolate bridge, it says so much about the film and says so much about the character at that point in time. So Dune Part 1, favorite shot. There's a few, but I'm gonna specify the shot that sums up that entire film for me. And that's when Paul first receives Face Full of Spice. I love the way Timothy looks in that, and I love Timothy's performance in that, and I love the way that Joe and Denis have cut that in a way that it ages Paul. He seems to grow a few years. Like, he seems to age a few years at that exact moment. And, I don't know if it's a combination of sort of being a little more weathered because of the sand on his face, but he feels like he's just kind of matured.
Denis' pick was from that same sequence, is sort of the
feet.
Man on the Moon kind of first steps.
I remember that scene because when we shot that, we were trying really hard to keep that camera nice and steady because it was lots of wind and stuff. It was a really hard one, because obviously when you do footsteps, you can't go again easily because there are footsteps in the way. So you've got to clean the sand, you've got to really prepare it. And it was one of those scenes that, we didn't get many shots at, so everything had to work, the wind, the focus, the footsteps, the movement. So fun sequence to shoot. The Batman is a film I shot over the course of 3 years, with COVID. So, for me, who normally does a film sort of 6-7 months and then moves on, I can kind of compartmentalize a film and kind of move on from it and change the style or change the look so that the next film's very different. The Batman I was living with for 3 years. The Batman was in my brain, in my visual cortex for 3 years. There's a couple I love in that film. The first introduction of our main character putting on his eye makeup. But I think my most favorite is the end of the movie. The Riddler has effectively realized that he has not succeeded in his journey. He's standing in prison. He's staring out the window, wondering what's going on. And then a little voice comes in and has a chat to him.
Hey. Don't be sad. You did so well. And Gotham loves a comeback story.
I love the mood of that scene, and I love the fact that it sets up such an interesting arc for those characters, and it ends in a really sort of abstract way where we don't get to see those characters too clearly. It ends up being light, flare, darkness. It feels to me like a little bit like being underwater, except being in prison. It was a low sun, and because of that, it allowed us the flexibility to be able to kind of create light and flare. We'd been in the prison a few times before. We'd been in interrogation cell, and this needed to be a lot more unusual. So the concept effectively was to try and create something that was a little more heavenly, something that was a little bit harder to kind of put a pin in and harder to read. Dune Part 2 was a tough one because I lived and breathed like all of our collaborators on that movie, every single shot, every single day. But I think the one that really got my blood going in the cinema was during Paul's worm riding. I saw Denis' favorite shot on this, and it was really funny. I was like watching his interview like a fanboy. And it's funny because Denis' favorite shot is where Paul stands up. It's the shot behind him as he kind of gets his knee off the worm and then starts to stand up. My favorite shot was the one exactly after that, where he's standing up and it's on a long lens. It's shaking and moving really quickly. I remember seeing that in the cinema for the first time I saw the film with Denis, with full sound and everything. And I was high-fiving the air. Like I was, punching Denis going, this is amazing. With Han's score and with everything, that was my favorite shot for that whole sequence. And, it's still, every time I see it, even from when we shot it, I remember seeing it, on the monitor being shot, and I had the same reaction. So it hasn't lost any of its impact on me. That sequence was one of those labors of love that we, as an entire film, spent our days working really hard on, because that was probably the longest sequence in the entire film. We started that before we started filming, and I think probably the last shot in the sequence we did maybe a week before we wrapped. It took that long. And you know why? Because it's complicated. We had nothing to draw on as reference. Like we had no other worm riding sequences that we could draw upon to figure out how to film this. And getting it right, we were meticulous with. Like it was, if the stunt didn't quite work, or if the camera shake wasn't quite right, because everything when you make a movie is false. We are making things up. Like to move the camera like that, we have to shake it in a way that's not natural. We didn't have a machine in the desert traveling at 150 miles an hour with a worm. We had to make it up. So it's a really fine balance between it looking false and feeling real. And it was one of those things that we knew we were going to have to work hard on, and we did. And yeah, I'm really proud of that shot. I just love it. I just love that shot. Every time it comes up, I'm like a kid again. I'm a massive fan of the film Magnolia, Paul Thomas Anderson. Like there's a few films that I could sit here and kind of go on, talk about changing my life, opening my eyes to cinema, because I was a photographer. If you know anything about me, I used to be a photographer, and I used to know all the photographers, but I didn't really understand film. I never studied it. I never trained myself to know what made cinema. And as I was learning cinema, as I realized I wanted to transition to become a cinematographer, there was a number of films that became my go-to films that I could probably recount every single shot in those movies. I just watched Magnolia again recently, probably for the 75th time or something. And my new favorite shot in that film, every other shot's my favorite shot, by the way, but my new favorite shot as of today is the final shot in Magnolia. The track in, as John C. Reilly comes to sit down and talk to her, and it pushes in. It's a 2 or 3 minute shot. It's a fantastic 2 or 3 minute shot. The culmination of the entire movie is summed up in that entire shot with that character. And the cinematography and the lighting is incredible. I watched it again, and just direction-wise, it's insane. Acting-wise, it's insane. Lighting-wise, it's insane. I mean, Robert Elswit, the master. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how much I've been inspired by that film.
For more directors picking some favourite shots from their movies, check out our videos with Denis Villeneuve and Ridley Scott.
It's a big moment for Marvel fans everywhere. The Merc with a Mouth is finally making the jump into the Marvel Cinematic Universe with Deadpool and Wolverine.
Let's go. I know, right?
As the only MCU film releasing in theaters this year, the first proper crossover between the two characters, no, we're not counting Weapon 11,
hey, it's me,
is practically guaranteed to make a big splash at the box office.
Let's go!
Between record-breaking pre-ticket sales and the many multiversal cameos, the movie is set to be a major shot in the arm for the MCU.
I'm touching myself tonight.
However, there is a concern that's still hanging over the movie as we head into its release.
Don't worry, I'm totally on top of this.
Marvel is clearly banking hard on the return of Hugh Jackman's Wolverine being a big draw for audiences.
Come again.
Ryan Reynolds has even made the point of saying on the press tour that
no one can do it except him.
In regards to Jackman portraying the character. But if Deadpool and Wolverine uses the multiverse to bring over even more of the Fox X-Men versions of characters into the mainline MCU, they'll be missing a huge opportunity to relaunch the X-Men series with their own interpretation. Let's look at why. For the good of the franchise's future, it would be far better if the return of Jackman's Wolverine and other Fox Marvel characters was a one-time deal.
You really are God's perfect idiot, aren't you?
The answer is yes.
And that guy over there came in looking for you. Real Grim Reaper type. I don't know, might further the plot.
It's no surprise that out of all of the Marvel film franchises Disney inherited from 20th Century Fox, Deadpool was the one Marvel Studios decided to directly incorporate into the MCU. Not only were the first two films both critically and commercially successful, but Deadpool has always been an outlier among Marvel's pantheon of characters.
Man, that does it! Put your hands behind your knees and get down on your head now!
His fourth wall breaking antics and manic personality mean Deadpool doesn't require much of any explanation or foundational character work to get people to accept his inclusion in a given story.
I promise this gets worse for you, big boy!
This is embarrassing.
Fans and audiences would likely have been fine with him just popping up in the MCU.
Holy mommy shit!
Even without any multiversal justification.
These timelines are so confusing.
But a multiversal justification we are receiving with the film's inciting incident, which, at least according to the trailers, involves Deadpool getting swept up in the machinations of the Time Variance Authority. The time-space bureaucracy from the Loki series is represented in the film by Matthew McFadden's Agent Paradox, who crashes Wade Wilson's reality to recruit him for an important mission. It's presumably through this plot device that Deadpool meets Jackman's Wolverine and a host of other Marvel characters, with confirmed appearances from the likes of Tyler Mane's Sabretooth and rumored cameos like Jennifer Garner's Elektra.
Remember me?
Given that we can see the destroyed 20th Century Fox logo in what appears to be the void at the end of time, Deadpool and Wolverine seems to be making the Disney Fox purchase and the end of the Fox X-Men universe into metatextual elements of its plot.
People have waited decades for this fight.
This makes perfect sense as part of a Deadpool story, since Wade can address the audience and comment on out-of-universe developments. There are even jokes about Marvel Studios president Kevin Feige in the film's marketing.
Cocaine is the one thing that Feige said is off limits.
What about Bolivian marching powder?
They know all the slang terms. They have a list.
But taking this approach highlights how the Fox universe, Fox-verse,
I'm a fox.
Did we get them all?
And the creative impulses that define it have long since aged out of fashion. Deadpool is the exception because of his atypical circumstances, and Reynolds' take on the role would feel right at home hanging out with Marvel's stable of regular stars.
You're welcome, Canada.
Moving Deadpool into the MCU is likely going to be a big win that the franchise sorely needs right now. But holding on to versions of characters from films made decades ago, many of whom existed before the MCU even began, would be a massive creative roadblock.
What do they call you? Wheels? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
To give credit where it's due, Fox's X-Men franchise was one of the earliest modern comic book movie success stories, predating Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy, Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight films, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, even when they were new, the X-Men movies were indicative of an old-school mentality in Hollywood filmmaking when it came to an established IP. That the source material was something to be embarrassed by, and movies needed to be more grounded so general audience can get invested. Shying away from the colorful soap opera and sci-fi fantasy elements that helped make X-Men comics popular in the first place in favor of director Bryan Singer's sterile, network television aesthetic was the franchise's original sin, one it never quite escaped even 20 years later.
You read these in your spare time? Oh yeah, Charles, we got ourselves an X-Men fan.
That's not to say the movies didn't have their highlights, like Jackman's take on Wolverine, the relationship between Professor X and Magneto, and some memorable action sequences such as Nightcrawler's attack on the White House in X2 or the Sentinel battles in Days of Future Past. But many beloved characters from the comics were shortchanged by the films, either given insignificant roles or altered so much that they barely resemble their comic counterparts. Some of the worst examples include Cyclops having little to do in the original trilogy before being unceremoniously killed off early in X-Men: The Last Stand, Storm never really getting the chance to explore her backstory, Gambit only making a single appearance and never establishing his relationship with Rogue, Kitty Pryde, Colossus, and Jubilee mostly existing in the margins, and Emma Frost, Psylocke, and Apocalypse being reduced to one-dimensional villains.
From the ashes of their world, we'll build a better one!
The wasted potential of the X-Men movies extends to other areas, such as bungling the Dark Phoenix saga twice, having an incredibly confusing continuity, and going out of their way to not use the team's comic book costumes, a tendency that X-Men 97 recently made fun of.
Am I going to war or a circus?
What'd you expect? Black leather?
We bring all this up not to slam the old movies, but to call attention to how incongruous these decisions are with what Marvel Studios has done with their own films.
I knew it.
The creative approach that kept the X-Men franchise feeling like it was permanently stuck in 2003 is completely out of step with where the MCU went in the years since, with a heavy focus on continuity, adapting the looks of their iconic characters, and embracing much of the pop sci-fi weirdness of the comic books. Trying to merge these two franchises on a permanent basis would be a bizarre choice, but it might just be the bizarre choice Marvel Studio, for some reason, wants to make.
Unless you want to take a deep breath through your forehead, I suggest you reconsider.
Hugh Jackman obviously isn't the first actor from the Fox X-Men movies to reprise their role in the MCU. Patrick Stewart's Professor X was in Multiverse of Madness, and Kelsey Grammer's Beast was in the Marvel's post-credits scene. Between these characters and several actors from Sony's Spider-Man films appearing in Spider-Man No Way Home, it seems that Marvel is going all in on the multiverse saga, pulling in versions of characters from non-MCU franchises.
What the hell is going on out there? I keep yelling at you, Peter 2, Peter 2, Peter 2.
I know, but I thought you were Peter 2.
What? I'm not Peter 2. Stop arguing, both of you. Listen to Peter 1.
But at this point, it feels like a case of severe diminishing returns. Yes, No Way Home was a fun movie that made good use of its crossover guest stars and found clever ways to rise above your average legacy sequel, but enough is enough.
Let me out of here! Can you please explain to me what is going on?
Since No Way Home's release, these kinds of stunt cameos have become the most groan-worthy aspects of their respective films, and Wanda had the right idea when she killed them all. The wave of porting over previous versions of Marvel film characters is not just a lazy trend to cash in on nostalgia, but it's also starting to hamper the possibilities for the MCU's future. While it's sort of cool to finally see Jackman don the iconic blue and yellow costume, it's a little too late.
Shut the up. Oh my god. Okay, good luck. I'm a huge fan.
With all love to his contributions to the role, Jackman is 55 years old, and expecting him to keep playing Wolverine after this film is bordering on absurd. He also already received one big farewell in Logan, which came out all the way back in 2017.
Eventually, you're gonna hang up the claws, and it's gonna make a lot of people very sad.
Huh?
But one day, your old pal Wade's gonna ask you to get back in the saddle again.
Marvel will only have one chance to reintroduce their own version of the X-Men in the MCU, and fixating on older actors instead of being open to fresh possibilities would be a mistake. We know an X-Men reboot is currently in development at Marvel Studios, with Deadline reporting that Michael Leslie is writing the script, but the prospect will be far less exciting if we've already met all of its stars.
This Wolverine let down his entire world.
What makes all of this weirder is that we are getting a brand new take on the Fantastic Four in the MCU. Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Joseph Quinn, and Ebon Moss-Bachrach will be taking on the roles of Marvel's first family, and the concept art we've already seen hints at the movie going in a 1960s retrofuturism direction. If the F4 can get this kind of treatment, why not the X-Men? What is the purpose of being beholden to the questionable creative decisions of decades-old movies for the sake of showing audiences something they've already seen before? The MCU has made its share of missteps too, especially more recently, but there's still plenty of room for them to turn things around. We know Marvel Studios is capable of putting out high-quality X-Men media with X-Men 97. there's no excuse for whatever they do with the X-Men in live action being anything less than stellar, and that will be most assuredly necessitate a clean slate to work with. Of course, it's possible that these fears are unfounded. Perhaps Deadpool and Wolverine will surprise us and find a way around the concerns we've expressed. But as Marvel delves further into the multiverse saga, hopefully they start to see the value in allowing new versions of their iconic characters to take the spotlight. And seriously, please let someone new play Wolverine.
You're still here. It's over. Go home.
When I was a kid, there was a gangster, real old school type, Rex Calabrese. He was a big deal. He helped people. He saw you on the street, he'd call out to you. When I'm 14 or something, he has a heart attack and dies. Still holding a cigar. In my neighborhood, they throw a parade in his honor. A freaking parade. I mean, it wasn't fancy, but it was a gesture. A show of love, of what he meant. Can you imagine to be remembered like that?
Wilson.
Thanks for coming in. Well, thank you for the invite, sir. I have to admit, I'm still getting used to the new look.
They said lose the mustache or lose the election. You and I haven't always agreed in the past, but I want to make another run at making Captain America an official military position.
And if we disagree on how to manage this situation, then what happens?
Work with me, Sam. We'll show the world a better way forward.
Sir, your inner circle has been compromised. Either you can't see that, or you don't want to.
What if it's a trap?
Global power is shifting. You're just a pawn.
You may be Captain America, but you're not Steve Rogers.
You're right. I'm not.
This
immortal.
Hello?
Years before the birth of Paul Atreides, before the universe would know us as the Bene Gesserit, we founded a sisterhood. Assigned to the great houses to help them sift truth from lies. We created a network of influence throughout the Imperium. But power comes with a price.
A sister on the throne. Nothing is more important. And this is the marriage that makes it possible. This is us playing God, and we will be judged for it. Value Harkonnen.
Sisterhood above all.
Miss Croft, danger is your friend. How much longer can you persevere?
by Damon and Kim.
Hi.
Hey.
What's up, everybody? Chances are you can probably figure out what's going on, but if you're new here, SDCC is the biggest pop culture event of the year, and if you couldn't be here in person, IGN's bringing the show to you.
That's right. For the next few hours, IGN is live all day long at San Diego Comic-Con, a massive celebration of movies, video games, collectibles, and more, and we're bringing it all right to you at home. Today's live show includes Batman Cape Crusader, Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, Like a Dragon Yakuza, Futurama, The Legend of Vox Machina, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, and live coverage of the Marvel Cinematic Universe panel. This is what Comic-Con is all about. IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con starts right now. Yes, what is up, everybody? Welcome once again to IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con 2024. And I'm Akeem, joined by Damon and Kim.
Hi.
Hey.
What's up, everybody? Chances are you can probably figure out what's going on, but if you're new here, SDCC is the biggest pop culture event of the year, and if you couldn't be here in person, IGN's bringing the show to you.
That's right. For the next few hours, we've got all the biggest names and faces in movies, TV, streaming, games, comics, collectibles, and more. If you don't believe me, well, hey, I don't know what to tell you.
Coming up very soon, the stars of The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power will speak friend and enter our studio to discuss what's ahead for their huge new season. Then the crew of Star Trek Strange New Worlds is going to boldly go where they haven't gone since last year's Comic-Con, which is right here on this stage. We've also got a sit-down with the cast of the terrifying new horror movie Speak No Evil, and after that, if you're a fan of speculative fiction involving circular things, we've got the cast of Apple TV Plus's cylindrical dystopia, Silo.
And that's not all, folks. We've got so much lined up. We couldn't fit it all on one stage. Brian, what's going on out there in the balcony?
Oh, hey, everybody, this is Brian Altano reporting to you from the 2024 IGN balcony, where we've got some wild developments. Earlier, I saw a huge seagull followed by a smaller seagull. Then a minute ago, a regular-sized train went by. Comic-Con is truly out of control. Okay, so maybe that's just ordinary San Diego stuff, but I do promise we'll be doing some awesome Comic-Con related stuff right out here. Coming up, we've got the folks behind the animated antics of Harley Quinn, as well as Kite Man, Hell Yeah. That Hell Yeah part is actually part of the name of the show, but hell yeah, I'm excited for it. They're joining us, and a bit later, we've got a regular rogues gallery of charismatic criminals with everyone's favorite serial killer, Dexter, to tell us all about his early years in Dexter Original Sin. And if you think criminals are a cowardly and superstitious lot, don't worry, because we'll also be taking a look at the Dark Knight's animated return in Batman Cape Crusader. We're also sitting down with the developers of the upcoming fantasy RPG, Dragon Age: The Veilguard. That's just a small taste of what's happening right here on the balcony, but maybe you're wondering what's going on behind me in that giant convention center where Comic-Con's actually being held. Well, let's take a look.
What's up, guys? I've made it here to the show floor, to the Funkoville International Airport. That's right, Funko always has a giant presence here at Comic-Con, and this year is no different. But one thing that really stands out is that Funko has for a while you've been able to create yourself. You'd be able to pop yourself, but now you can do it here at the show floor. And what's new is you can actually cosplay as your favorite characters. Here they're actually showing off too. You can cosplay as Wolverine or Deadpool as your own Funko. You can do it at the Pop Yourself booth right here on the floor, as well as come and check out Mondo and Loungefly and all the other Funko exclusives right behind me.
The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power's first season put all the pieces on the battlefield, and our impending return to Middle-earth looks to send them all to war. Here to shed some light on the conflict ahead are Morvid Clark, Charlie Vickers, Sophia Nomvete, Sam Hazeldine, and Daniel Wayman. Hi, guys. Welcome. We're so excited to have you guys. And obviously, we just released a huge trailer for season 2. It's so long. There's so much meat to it. But the biggest key to all of it is that while it illustrates the darkness, that's all on you. That's your fault. While it illustrates all of the darkness, it also really digs into the hope that we have in this upcoming season. So 2 key questions for all of you here. How does it feel to finally have that out in the world? And what do you hope fans take from it?
Oh, it's so wonderful to have it out in the world. I mean, I didn't realize it would be such a rush the second time as well, but like being in Hall H and getting that moment where everybody sees what you've been working on, it's just incredible. And I think what I hope that people take from it is that you should always continue to have hope for a better kind of world. I mean, that's what I just love about Middle Earth, that even against kind of the most terrifying, though very well-dressed, evil Dark Lord, there's a push that the world can be better.
You've got a complicated answer here, because like in character, out of character, what do you hope for?
No, I hope people don't, follow Sauron's life path in the real world. But I think the thing that Tolkien did so beautifully was write a story and write so many different stories that people can relate to throughout any time period of the world. So stories of hope and of love and adventure, and I hope that people find an escape when they watch this show. Yeah. It's such an amazing privilege to be a part of the show. And Mordveth was just talking about Hall H yesterday. They do something with the volume in there that when you're watching the trailer, it kind of vibrates throughout your whole body. Yeah.
I made the mistake of sitting down, because we were all peering up at it, so I went to sit down at the front of the stage yesterday to watch it, a bit more distance, and I didn't realise I was sitting next to the bass speaker. And when it came to the bass kicking in, I was literally lifted off the floor. It was amazing, incredible.
Sophia, how about you?
Well, Hall H was incredible yesterday. It was just as much excitement, but in such a different way, because naturally last 2 years ago, Hall H, the show wasn't out yet, so we'd just seen the trailer. So, the reception from the fans, now they know us and they know our characters and they know our world, just felt so much more warm and wholesome. And I guess from this season, I would hope that they take as much love as we've had the first time round, but also that there's so many versions and cause and effect and the choices that we make. And I guess it's just about us all following our instincts. I think there's so much of us following our instincts, some for the better, some for the worse. And just kind of trusting that fire in your belly, I would say.
Yeah. Sam, you have such a unique experience because this is your first ride with it. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. Obviously, yesterday was my first Comic-Con. This is my first Comic-Con. Yesterday was my first Hall H, and it was amazing to be there. Quite overwhelming when you kind of look out past the lights at how many people are in the room. It was amazing, yeah.
Nice to get the entrance.
Yeah, what an entrance. When an orc brings you on.
Yeah.
Anything to add, Daniel?
I'm just loving being here. So, because we were here 2 years ago and COVID was just finishing and there were lots of face masks and people were a little circumspect about it, but this one is just so relaxed and people really just enjoying being in the streets at the convention center, and it's great to be in that. I feel like everybody's here for the same reason: storytelling, entertainment. It's really exciting.
Yeah. So, Morvid, we have to talk about Galadriel here because I have a beef. And it's not with Galadriel, unlike everybody else on this show, because in season 1, Galadriel is running around warning anybody with ears, hey, danger's coming. And no one listened to her, so when she had another secret, she didn't go to them with this secret. And then now we're looking at this trailer for season 2, and everybody seems mad at her all over again. What's up with that? What's the deal?
I know. I think she does get a tough time. I think also why I loved playing her in season 1, and also it's kind of followed into this season, is that she's a bit of like, she's in her kind of own horror film in a way. Like she's screaming that there's a monster and everyone's ignoring her. So that was really fun to do it. And I think also, powerful women, they make people cross, and I feel blessed to play her and to make Sauron cross, yeah.
Very angry.
Yeah. If you're making Sauron cross, it means that you're like doing your job in Middle Earth. Like you crushed it. So Charlie, we're now in a space where you're out and about. You had to hide all the first season, both off camera and on camera. How did it change your approach now that Sauron's out in the world?
I think it didn't actually change my approach that much. It's more just like audience perspective that's changed. I think one of the cool things in the way I like to think about it is in the first season when Halbrand was having his creepy Sauron moments, the camera wasn't with him, right? He kind of turned away and would have the moment to himself, and we would stay with Galadriel or whoever else. This season, we're in on it with him. So it's the audience perspective.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
It was just so freaky in that final episode where he did turn, because you've never done that in any of the rehearsals.
Yeah, and that's the first time that you see sort of the window into who he really is. So from my perspective, I just tried to link it. He's the same character as Halbrand. He just looks different and walks different and talks different. But he's the same guy.
Yeah, the energy
He's completely different. But yeah, I think it's a matter of audience perspective as well.
So, speaking of perspective, you know, Daniel, everybody wants to know who you are, but you don't know who you are. So, what has it been like just discovering the stranger in real time with the audience?
Yeah, I think it's been it's really, really fun. I've been looking back on the idea of, you know, landing in Middle-earth with nothing, with no history, effectively. He couldn't remember anything. And building each scene was a different sort of layer of his character and experience, and the audience has gone on that journey with him. So actually, in a funny sort of way, the audience know him as well as they know any character. You know, Galadriel's got thousands of years behind her that we haven't seen yet. But with the stranger, he landed, there's nothing before it, really, that he remembers. And everything that's happened after, they've been present. So I like to think everybody knows the stranger as well as they know any character in the piece. And that's been a really fun journey for me, yeah.
I love it. You know, it's so unique because we see him learning as everybody else is, but it's, you know, with the Harfoots, everything's so chaotic with them. And the contrast there is Disa. Not necessarily everybody around Disa, but you are probably the most put together character in this show. Yeah. How is Disa going to be challenged in season 2?
I think Disa for so long has really used her gift of resonating to carry her through, to inform her. She's warm, she's strong, her ears are to the ground, and she, just like Galadriel, she senses things. She loses that gift in this season. So I guess it's finding, that's what I meant earlier by kind of like reigniting that fire in your belly. You know, we lose sense, we're going off of external fear. As we do in our world, I think we're spending too much time being informed by what's happening externally, and we're losing that kind of sense of self and turning the mirror back. And I think she has got to find that one way or another to save her kingdom. And it's a really, really exciting journey. But as good and as strong as she is, any evil can always shake the ground. And so I think it's been so wonderful to be able to play her just falling off the beaten track a little bit, and that constant pull. But she still keeps her feet to the ground, and she means business for sure.
Thank you all so much for being here with us today. The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power Season 2 delivers itself to you on Prime Video August 29th. Don't go away. We have plenty more to come from San Diego Comic-Con in just a little bit.
The Rings of Power returns to Prime Video on August 29th. Here to set the stage for Season 2 are showrunners J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay. Welcome both.
Thanks, Kim. Good to be with you.
How you doing?
We're so happy that you're here talking to us about what's to come. Now, we know that there's going to be a darkness spreading across Middle-earth in this season. Which character do you think will be most challenged by this growing threat?
Good question. Well, we got a lot of characters in the Rings of Power, as anyone who's watched the show may know. This season's really about Sauron, and sort of the focus of Sauron's strategy to conquer Middle-earth is gaslighting, manipulating, and deceiving Celebrimbor, the Elven Smith, played by the amazingly talented Charles Edwards.
I think he's probably got the most rough emotional season in terms of what he's got to go through.
He's got a tough row to hoe.
Anyone who's got to hang out with the Dark Lord for a while and try to make something together is going to experience some real problems because Sauron needs Celebrimbor. And the scary thing about Sauron is that while a lot of villains will exploit your weaknesses, Sauron sees your strengths and exploits those to try to get his evil ends done.
I can just see myself screaming at the screen, no, don't listen, but we
if
have
that happens,
ideas.
We've done our job.
As you mentioned, Sauron is no longer in hiding. How will we see him evolve out in the open now?
Do you want to?
Sure. Well, we're going to see Sauron actually, and this may be a spoiler here, but that is not played by Charlie Vickers.
Oh.
Interestingly enough. We will also see Sauron that is not even in human form, and that is in sort of creature form.
Creature form, not played by Charlie Vickers. Is that as much as you're going to give me on that?
Well, there's a bit of a slimy monster in a trailer. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. We got some clues here.
The puddle blob, Sauron.
All right, I'm looking forward to that in his new form. But
then,
speaking,
obviously also Anatar. We're going to see him with, as we see in trailers now, we're going to see Sauron as Anatar, who is the Lord of Gifts. As he presents himself to Celebrimbor as a sort of a messenger of the gods, who is coming to bring him crucial knowledge that he needs to create his masterworks, the rings.
But before long, his true colors come out, and he's just playing Sauron. Charlie Vickers has an amazing season. We're really excited for people to see his work.
And you got to watch as his costumes evolve over the season also. They go from sort of almost biblical prophet, sort of light white robes, down to these sort of dark, feathered, more evil-looking getups.
oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to look forward to that. I'm going to follow the costume changes as we move along throughout the season. But speaking of the trailer, it did give us new looks at new creatures for the series. We saw Ents, what appeared to be a troll. Can we talk a little bit more about their particular importance in this season?
Well, that troll we should tell you a little more about. That's Damrod the Hill Troll. And anyone in Middle-earth knows he's a famous warrior and has been searching for glory for hundreds of years and has killed dragons and ate their bones and all kinds of other horrible things. He also talks, and he's voiced by the amazingly talented Ben Walker, who also plays the High King of the Elves.
Oh!
We did like a phone a friend, and he came in.
And Ben Walker, and who may eventually fight the troll. So actually, for superfans, I could see Ben Walker fighting himself.
You're introducing the elf, Keir Dunn, a very wise character from Tolkien's Legendarium. What can you tell us about his role this season?
Well, Keir Dunn is one of the oldest, wisest elves in Middle-earth, and he's someone that you go to when things are not going well for advice. Because elves are all old and have been around for thousands of years, but he's among them revered as someone who's especially wise. So we're going to see Elrond actually crossing paths with Keir Dunn and going to him, trying to figure out what to do with these 3 new elven rings that have now kind of come to Lindon, and especially to the Grey Havens, where Keir Dunn is the master shipwright. He builds ships that sort of go back and forth between Middle-earth and Valinor. And so Elrond is going to go to him trying to seek inspiration for what he should do next.
And we should say Keir Dunn is played by the incredible Ben Daniels, that we're super lucky to bring into the cast this season. He's so awesome.
Excellent. Well, I did see that Elrond seemed very opposed to using the rings in the trailer. Is that what's going on?
A little bit. There's we have to remember that these elves don't know yet what the rings will become, and so they're discovering it all sort of live. And the challenge about the 3 elven rings is that while Sauron never touched them, he was around in the sort of conceptual phase when the rings were being designed, and sort of the secrets of ring magic were being figured out. And so Elrond says, "Look, Sauron's hand was in this. We can't trust the rings." And his fellow elves are saying, "Well, we need to use the rings, or our people are going to fade and have to leave Middle-earth." So it's sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I'm going to be screaming no so much this season.
Again, that's the goal.
Okay, well, I got to ask, though, Tom Bombadil. We know he's coming this season. JD, you've previously called him an anti-drama character. So with that in mind, how is he involved with what's going on? Or is he off doing his own things and maybe singing his own things?
Yes, there will be some singing from the wonderful Rory.
I was going to say, it's both yes and yes.
Yes and yes?
Tom's a force for good, but he's very ambivalent, and he's sort of like above the world sometimes. And he's there to hopefully give the stranger a nudge in the right direction, but he's never going to push too hard. You got to listen very carefully to what he says and what he sings to figure out which way to go.
Okay, that's a clue for everyone watching, but you do. So Tom Bombadil and the stranger have a friendship?
They have a meeting, and they have an interaction. Tom is so old and sort of mercurial and strange that it might be hard to call him a friend because he's been around for thousands of years. But they definitely get to meet each other. And if I could be a fly on the wall for any pairing in Middle-earth, I would be there to watch the stranger hang out with Tom Bombadil.
And we should say Tom Bombadil's played by Rory Kinnear, who, again, amazing, awesome. We're so lucky we found him.
All right. Well, I think fans are going to be really keeping their eye on that and his involvement as a popular figure amongst fans, I'll say. The stranger is widely believed to be Gandalf. I have a quote, "If in doubt, always follow your nose," and all that. Is there any comment on that, or any hint to how the character will develop?
I can say there are 2 teams. There's Team Gandon and Team Gandalf.
Oh.
So you have to decide which team you're on. But no. So really for us, this isn't one of these, sort of things where we're trying to purposely be concealing something or where there's some big rug pull coming. And really, the journey that we want fans to go on is the same journey that the Stranger himself is going on, which is one of self-discovery. He's landed in Middle-earth. He doesn't exactly know who he is, what his powers are, how to control his powers, and he has to figure all those things out, and we want fans to go on that journey with him. But we can say that, yes, the name will be revealed by the end of Season 2.
Okay. Trying to watch your faces for my new clues on that, but maybe I'll just have to wait.
You got to play poker with us for a while to get our tells.
Oh, boy. Okay.
I don't play poker, by the way.
We're going to introduce a new segment, IGN Poker. Let's go. The Harfoots in the Rings of Power are notably a nomadic people who don't have the extremely relaxed quality of life you might remember from The Hobbits, but it did seem like through the actress who plays Nori, Markella Kavanagh, she said that she thinks Nori is trying to find a place for the Harfoots, maybe a place to settle down, maybe a place Shire-esque, shall we say. Are we leading her to the Shire?
We like to think with the show you're always putting people on, long-form arcs. And the idea that nomadic people who are sort of always on the run have to keep their heads down, it's hard out there for a Harfoot, that maybe one day they might find a home where they're safe and they can actually chill out. Like, that feels maybe kind of like the correct progression, but we don't want to spoil it any more than that.
Well, and especially, we always talk about like Titanic, where, in the end that the boat is going to sink, where the story is going, but it's all about how and how we get there. And so, yes, we know that halflings will eventually end up in the Shire, but for the journey that is ahead for our Harfoots, it's about what are going to be the challenges along the way they have to overcome. Well,
we are so excited to be returning to Middle-earth on August 29th. Thank you both so much for stopping by, and for more from SDCC 24, stay tuned to IGN.
Oh my God, thank you.
Thank you.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
This guy was driving way over the speed limit. Look at the damage. This guy was going a lot over the speed limit. Look at the damage. This guy was going a little over the speed limit. Look at the damage. Are you sure you want to do this?
This is our only ticket out of here. Should be in and out in 30 minutes. On August 16th. This place gives me the creeps.
Fear is bigger.
That who's hunting us?
In IMAX.
Impact in 3, 2, 1.
Alien Romulus. Rated R. Only in theaters. Get tickets now.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. Dragon Age: The Veilguard is the huge new action RPG heading your way soon, and I cannot wait for it. Here to tell me all about it are creative director John Epler, creative performance director Ashley Barlow, and the voice of Lace Harding, Allie Hillis. Welcome all. We love Dragon Age here. I am very excited for this. Ashley, you're the creative performance director of The Veilguard. Can you tell us a bit about what that means?
To be the creative performance director means that I'm in charge of taking all the amazing writing from John and the writing team at BioWare and making sure it's cast appropriately with leadership and making sure that the voices of these characters are brought to life in the booth for as long as it takes to get it right.
What is the hardest part about bringing characters to life in a series like Dragon Age, where they're just so important to the people who play?
I think taking our time, working with the changes that happen. You know, game creation is a collaboration and an iterative process. It takes time, and we need to be able to play, get things wrong, change on the fly, and be really agile with the game creation. So it's a testament to the actors to be so agile.
I'm excited for it. I believe in you. John, we're going to Tevinter for the first time, and we know we'll be seeing lots of familiar faces. Can you tease who we might see again? Will it be my best friend Dorian? What about what about that?
Well, we want to make sure that fans, when they play the game, we want people to play the game, get surprised a little bit, see the new characters. I will say again, obviously Varric and Solus are returning. Mm-hmm. There are other characters who are returning as well, but I think that's one where we're going to wait till people to play the game, because part of the excitement of bringing back previous characters is also how they come back, what role they play in the story. So
certainly
entry.
That's right.
Well, I have to know how my choices affected the world too, but. What about, I have to ask, familiar faces from the comics? Let's say like Mayveris?
I mean, yeah, again, if you've read the comics, you'll see some characters coming back we've already talked about. So Evcon Antoine from the Grey Wardens are coming back. Strife and Irulan are back as well. But beyond that, we want to make sure people get the surprise and excitement of seeing these faces for the first time where they show up. So
I'm already surprised, and I haven't seen their faces yet. Allie, the Inquisitor, famously could get pretty flirty with Harding, but Harding was never an official romance option. So how excited were you to find out she's romanceable this time around?
I was so excited to be back in the game. I had no idea that she was coming back, but the fan response was so incredible and so warm. When I went out there in the world to conventions, people were asking all the time, do you have a photo to sign for Scout Harding? I didn't realize she had made such an impact. Apparently her flirt worked.
Oh, it did. I mean, people were upset that they could not romance Harding, and now it's possible. And I mean, she's the first dwarf we can fully romance, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, this is all new. This is also new for us. But obviously, you already discussed Varric and Solus are back, because I don't know how this would work without them. John and Ashley, what was it that made you decide Scout Harding, or no longer Scout, would be another character to bring back in a big way?
I mean, honestly, a lot of it came down to fan reaction. So when we released Dragon Age Inquisition, obviously people loved her, people engaged with her, they did the light romance, but for us it's always a matter of what role are these characters going to play in the story, and we wanted to make sure we had some character who could provide a connection between the events of Inquisition and the events of Veilguard. So Scout Harding felt like a natural, someone who had not been a major character to the same degree as someone like Varric or Solus, but someone who we wanted to explore more of their story. So
yeah, Harding really brings like this veteran energy to the ensemble of the new companions, like this grounding voice of seeing something, over the course of time, and like a big weight to the team.
That's going to be a lot to carry, but I believe you can do it. It does seem like, I'm going to talk a little bit about romance, because I can't not. It seems like everybody has already sort of decided who they might want to romance based on a teaser we've seen or two. What's it like to see the fan reaction? Some may say thirst to the companions we'll meet in the Veilguard.
I think it's surprising in some cases. I mean, I'd say surprising. Obviously, our fans are always so passionate and excited about romance and characters, but just seeing, for example, how many people were very excited to see Emmerich show up and, have already declared their intention to romance him. But I think what's interesting is people have already decided, but once they get to know these characters, maybe that'll change. I thought I knew who I was going to romance when I did my playthrough. It changed over the course of the game, so.
Who is it now?
Right now, probably Lucanus, so.
You and I are going after the same type of person.
They're all lovable.
Attractive. So from what we saw in the gameplay, Tevinter appears much more technologically / magically advanced than places like Ferelden and Orlais. Is the culture shock going to be as bad for us as it was for Dorian, who again is my best friend?
Well, I think what's interesting about Dorian is it's actually the reverse. There's a line in Inquisition where you go to the Winter Palace and Dorian's looking around this amazing gilded hall, this spectacular palace, and he's like, oh, that's kind of cute. And then when you go to Tevinter, and we showed this in the trailer, you see this is a place that has taken magic and taken it to a degree that nowhere else in Thedas has. I don't know if there's going to be so much of a culture shock, but I mean, they view mages very differently. Obviously, in the south, there are circles, mages are persecuted. In the north, especially in Tevinter, mages are the ones on top of the pyramid. They've got the magic, they're willing to use it. And I think it'll be interesting to see how players engage with the world, which is very different from anywhere else they've been in Thedas.
Yeah, it's going to be so eye-opening for us to get to look at that. And I'm just going to ask finally flat out, is Dorian going to be in the game?
I think you're going to have to play and find out.
All right. I have tried thrice, but that is all we've got. I'm still not sure if Dorian is in the game, but it's all good. I'm still loving everything we do know about the Veilguard. For all of you at home, keep your eyes peeled for Veil Jumpers and stay tuned for even more Comic-Con here at IGN.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Alien Romulus. Experience it in IMAX in theaters everywhere August 16th.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN Maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
What's up, clowns? Here with me now are Lake Bell and James Adomian to talk all things Harley Quinn and Kite Man. Guys, it is so great to have y'all here at Comic-Con with me.
I am so happy to be here.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about Harley Quinn, and we're going to talk about Kite Man and Bane, who I'm assuming is getting his own show soon enough, you know?
I'm in. They don't tell me. I show up in the booth, and I'm like, oh, another show? Fine.
Yeah, just give me the lines, and I'll do it, you know?
Give me the lines, see?
Yeah. But before we get into all that, I want to get into Harley Quinn Season 4 and where we left off.
Yeah.
So at the end of Season 4, I mean, spoilers, I guess, Ivy left the Legion of Doom.
Can we just talk about your eyes right now?
You know, we could. I didn't do them myself. Shout out to our makeup artist,
No,
but thank you.
but
shout out to your dress, Poison Ivy, okay?
What?
There's a dichromatic
I like
theme.
green.
I see.
Yeah,
Blue and
listen, we
red.
go all out here at IGN. We're professionals.
I see.
But thank you for the compliment. So yes,
Back to business.
Back to business. Okay. So you've left Legion of Doom. The gang's back together.
Yeah.
Is season 5 the Gotham City Siren season?
Well, okay, so we can't reveal too much about season 5.
Fair enough.
Because it would be dangerous for you. You know?
Even letting you know that there is a 5th season that's named season 5, already letting too much out of the bag.
I'm concerned for your well-being, your safety. Now listen, I'm here, so we're going to be okay.
I feel so safe.
To your life.
Don't you understand?
You guys are the people here to be with me, though. To be clear.
That's right. I don't see a lot of plants in the neighborhood, but that's all right. We'll figure something out.
Foiled again.
Second story.
I got
It's the
some
only thing
weed in
keeping
my
us
back
safe.
pocket. We're going to be okay.
Always come prepared. And of course, Kite Man getting his own spinoff, and Ivy and Kite Man have a history.
Guys, we have a history.
We have a history.
Yeah, it's been. Look, he's my ex.
He's your ex. What's it like to see your ex get his own show?
Honestly, it's been. I've gone to therapy a couple times this week just to continue kind of what I'm feeling about it. Don't laugh. This is serious.
This was serious.
No, I'm really going to therapy.
About the fictional.
Yes, because
dude, we're on a couch.
Very, very serious.
I don't really connect with
You're
my
not
character that deeply at all. No.
Well, he's.
I don't know if I would admit that.
To me, it's very superficial.
You know, we're on live television to the entire nation.
Everyone's going to be talking about this, James.
The whole nation knows now.
Well, I think it's time that they understand that some people care
As
to
you can
keep an
see,
artistic
I'm very
difference.
dedicated to my character. I'm even wearing the color. Are you
She wears
wearing the color of Bane?
So you're not a method actor, is what you're telling us.
No, I don't need fluids to breathe and keep myself strong.
You see how upset I am? I've had to flip my hair onto the other side now.
That's the sign. That's the signal.
I'm just up in arms about it.
Yeah.
Truly.
We have this thing. The two of us are obsessed with doing voices. Let's be honest. Can we be honest?
We've been doing it all day here. and
We just can't get enough of it.
We really looped around.
We really have. And the thing is that on our show, Harley Quinn et al. And Kite Man, hell yeah. We're just in a constant, we have this beautiful privilege of being able to do a lot of different, they ask us to do all kinds of fun characters, not just the characters that we play, a la Bane and Poison Ivy, but other things too, like bonus, So sometimes when there's these little tertiary characters, we relish and enjoy that very much.
Wait, who's been your favorite to do your tertiary?
Cheryl. Well, I'm Cheryl. She's earnest. Heart of gold.
Oh.
And you love?
I love this character that I found out today was actually named James because he gets shot in the first episode, but he survives. And then every time you see him, of Kite Man, every time you see him, he has some terrible bodily injury, usually to his torso, and he just takes it and keeps going. And he has this white ponytail. He looks like the dad of your friend that you'd run into at a Rolling Stones concert, And every time he gets shot or something, it's like, God damn it! And I love doing the voice. I love the guy. I love imagining his life.
I imagine he has a whole backstory that we have to learn about.
He does.
Yeah. But,
there it is.
Oh, you're showing some good stuff. I almost got married to.
I know. Well,
I almost got married to Kite Man.
I know. What a trip that was.
Right?
Yeah, but you guys have worked it out.
No, we have. We really worked it out.
Well, on that note, so much of both of these shows, it's so much of it is about love and relationships.
It is about love. I agree. I see this as a love story.
Yeah, and Poison Ivy has Harley, Kite Man has the Golden Glider, Bane still single and mingling. What does Bane got to do to get his other half?
There is a love. Bane has crushes, and sometimes sometimes it's a great love of his life that he has to travel to the great ends of the earth and the depths of time to find. And sometimes, like in the Valentine's Day Harley Quinn special, it's just the architectural structures of Gotham City that he's,
He does naughty things too.
Am I allowed to say the bad words here?
What level of bad word are we allowed?
We'll bleep it out.
You bleep it out. It's not live.
Fine.
In the Valentine's Day special, remember, Bane a bunch of buildings.
So I don't know if that's a part partner. Yeah.
Because that's how horny
That felt more pent up to me, personally. That felt like a release.
It's not love, it's just getting it out.
Yeah, exactly,
Right.
exactly. I mean, should Bane get on the apps, I wonder? Like, what would Bane's profile
I
look like?
I do like that.
I think I'm just giving out free ideas here.
Well, I think
I will swipe in darkness.
Oh, Bane. Baney babes.
And we're still in the beginning of Kite Man. We've only had like 2 episodes.
Yeah, just what?
2 episodes, maybe 3 by the time this airs.
Yeah.
But will the events of Kite Man tie into Harley Quinn season 5? Are we allowed to say that?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
The cinematic universe, of course.
You say.
I say yes. There is a delicate weave. There are plots and stories from the Harley Quinn universe that inform the events of Kite Man, but it's not a unidirectional influence. Also, the events of the Kite Man series will weave back into
There's a weaving.
the Harley Quinn story.
The kites weave, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, you could call it a taking off and a return.
Yeah.
Taking off and a return. I like it.
That's a very good
Thank you.
episode title.
Thank you. A taking off and a return.
Or like the name of your autobiography.
Or a New Yorker arc.
Yeah, exactly.
Or your expose.
Yeah. Could be really
Taking
bad.
off and a return.
Well, that was so much fun, you guys. That's all the time we've got. Unfortunately, I know we haven't therapized enough. We still have so much to talk about. Yeah. Unfortunately, we've got a whole show. No, I got to do the outro. No, I have one last thing. I have one last thing. Okay, not done yet.
All
right. I want to see if you can send us off in honor of Kite Man.
Yes.
On your best hell yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I'll count you down. All right, on 3. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Hell yeah!
Perfect. Stick around for more Comic-Con right here at IGN.
Bravo.
I love it.
That was great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dogs.
Thank you so much.
What's up, everybody? I'm Allison Tabitha, an artist and cosplayer from Orlando, Florida, and I'm here at San Diego Comic-Con, the epicenter of all things fandom. San Diego Comic-Con spans over 4 days, and there's a lot to do, and a lot you might miss out on if you try to speed through everything. I've been going to Comic-Con for over 10 years now, and I'm ready to share what I know with you. Let's go!
Presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
Now, before you head out for the day, I always like to pack a few things. A good pair of comfy shoes, snacks, water, a portable battery, and some sunscreen. And if you decide to cosplay, which of course I love, make sure you bring safety pins, super glue, and a needle and thread, just in case you have a little cosplay emergency. And don't feel pressure to do multiple cosplays in one day, because you really want to enjoy your time here. That reminds me, I gotta go get my badge. We finally made it in, and look who I found. If you can go with a friend, you'll always have a good time. Let's check it out. So detailed. This is beautiful. My gosh, we have to check this out. It's the Lego booth. Oh my gosh, guys, look at the Dungeons and Dragons Red Dragon's Tail. This is so incredible with so many details. And there's a Mario, the Bowser's Express train. This is so cool. As you can see, there is a ton of stuff to look at. So when planning your day, don't overbook your schedule. Give yourself some time for the unexpected and really savor everything. We enjoyed taking our time while driving here, so we'll do the same as we explore. When you're cosplaying at a con this big, it can be very overwhelming, so make sure you stay hydrated, and it's okay to say no to photos. You're here to enjoy the event just like everybody else. I am such a huge Doctor Who fan. I have watched all the seasons. This is just incredible set, so I'm really excited to get a video here. One tip I can give you is to take pictures next to windows or booths because lighting on the floor isn't great. Also, it's a great excuse to take a little break and slow down for a bit. There are so many amazing booths to look at, so many figures, so many shirts, so much stuff to look at San Diego Comic-Con. It's a little overwhelming, but I know you're gonna have an amazing time. Just try not to spend too much money. A budget helps. So there you have it, folks. We explored inside the convention, and there's so much more to explore outside the convention. Either way, I think you're ready to take on San Diego Comic-Con. Remember not to rush through your time here. Take your time driving to San Diego and give yourself the chance to fully explore and immerse yourself in everything you see. For more Comic-Con coverage, keep it locked right here on IGN.
Batman Caped Crusader is a striking animated take on the Dark Knight's early days, protecting a very noir-inspired Gotham. But hold on to your pearls. Caped Crusader also remixes the Batman mythology and presents iconic characters as never before. And here to tell us more are Hamish Linklater, Jamie Chung, and Minnie Driver. Welcome, folks. Thanks a lot for joining us at Comic-Con.
Thank you.
What do you think of the view?
I'm vibing.
Pretty cool,
this
right?
This is really sweet.
This is the way
yeah.
to do it. You guys had your panel today. Very exciting. I want to start, though, by talking about one of the creative leads of this show, which is Bruce Timm. He's one of the most trusted creative stewards of this character. Did having him involved free you up to take more risks in your performances?
No, it was terrifying, right? I mean, he is the legend. I was terrified and frightened, but then also the description, like the voice description of the character, they gave us nothing. So you just I had to come prepared for a full range. But, you know, once he was like, no, I don't like what you did with that, and trying new things, that kind of gave us the freedom.
I love that he's still so passionate
Yeah.
about this amazing, iconic character and the world around it and Gotham, and is clearly so devoted to it that you feel safe when someone has that kind of love and commitment for, and is the creative guide. I felt safe and happy.
Me, initially terrified, yes, and then very quickly comfortable. Maybe a year later. Never will be comfortable.
I've seen the first few episodes, and you very much all feel very comfortable in the roles. I want to start, Hamish, with you. Every actor that plays Batman has to make a choice about how they're going to differentiate Batman from Bruce Wayne. Can you talk about your process for doing that here?
Well, Bruce Timm said this great thing at the very beginning, which is Batman is Batman. Bruce Wayne is the invention. Bruce Wayne is the mask. So that sort of freed me up. With the Bruce part of it. I mean, it was a wonderful challenge to create this sort of 1940s playboy, this Lothario. But also, what would a guy who lives in a mask in a cave imagine a 1940s Lothario would sound like? So that's the sort of mental gymnastics I asked myself to do.
And that kind of continues on, Minnie, to your character, which you revealed at the panel today, is Oswalda Cobblepot. You are playing the Penguin, the first ever female Penguin.
Yes,
that's so exciting.
Yes.
How about, what were your inspirations for this role, that sort of 40s vibe?
Well, I like what you said.
We were talking about this backstage.
You said something so brilliant that was so, I'd never thought about it, and you were absolutely correct, that you said, because what did it inspire?
The Penguin has Big Mama Fratelli vibes in this show, okay? Because not only is she this kind of large, imposing figure, very powerful, she's also got these two idiot sons played by Paul Scheer, who's just crushing that role, that dual role. But yeah, it's such an exciting vision of that character.
And you're absolutely right. Like she is a proper 40s gangster. Imagine the fact that she has this offshore gambling nightclub ship, the Iceberg, which is so heavenly, and so I never think about the river in Gotham, even though there it is, and there she has her wonderful cabaret. A cabaret singing gangster, gnarly. She's a gnarly penguin. Like, she does terrible things. I mean, I know the penguin traditionally has done terrible things, but I feel like these might be the most terrible things that any penguin has ever done.
I would agree, actually.
It's pretty Shakespearean.
Yeah. I did a big wait, what?
When I read it, I was like, wait, I'm sorry, okay.
I think we can safely say the Penguin introduces herself in quite a intimidating fashion.
Definitely.
Yeah.
As a cannibal?
No, we can't say that. Jamie, another big surprise to this show so far. I haven't seen all of it, but I've seen a little bit. And what I know so far is that we're spending a lot more time with Harleen Quinzel than Harley Quinn in the early part of the season. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, very similar to how he flipped the script for Batman. Bruce wanted Harleen to be very bubbly and welcoming and like disarming, as a psychiatrist. But as Harley Quinn, he wanted slower and more menacing, and so that was kind of a fun little trip because the original Harley is just psychotic.
Yeah. Well, we're in a bit of a Harley renaissance too right now. The character's kind of never been more popular than now. How did you approach it to like put your own spin on it? What was the thing that you really the mark you wanted to leave on that role?
God. I think the mark was to reinvent her in a new way. Arlene Sorkin did such an incredible job, and it's timeless. Her work is legendary. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so distracted. There's so much shit going on.
It's slightly sensory overload back
here.
here.
It's like being in the Coliseum. I'm having
there's a little one right there.
I'm having flashbacks.
Well, I want to get back to the way that you guys record this show. I know when they were making Batman the animated series, they would often record together the cast.
Did they?
Did you get the opportunity to do that at all here?
This is our first time meeting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, do you wish you had that experience, or do you like to focus in the room on kind of nailing your performance?
The day's young, but they seem nice.
Like you might be able to do a couple more of these together and not kill each other?
I would really, like when I hear it, I can hear that you're not, I can feel that you're not there, and I wonder what would have happened if we'd been together.
Yeah, if we had been in the room and you could have been like,
I would have loved to see, like, to explore what that looked like. But when you're doing voiceovers, you're so rarely with the other actors. Like I did the whole of Tarzan without ever meeting a single person. It's obviously that's part of the art of it, but I think it's a huge luxury if you can be with another actor. I would love to do that one day. It'd be great.
Do you have any personal characters from the Batman universe that you think would make a really good fit for this sort of 40s noir setting that the show is taking place in?
Well, who's not already in it? I'm trying to think.
FDR.
Hey, there you go.
Hey!
Yeah, there are references to the real world.
Clever. It's because you're obsessed with being an American president.
I know.
It's because you are secretly.
Lincoln. We got a Lincoln vibe. We could put a Lincoln hat on top of that.
He's referenced more than anything ever. You've referenced at least 5 U.S. presidents, and it's only 11:30 in the morning.
It was an old junket material. That's all I've got.
The day is young.
But it's actually an amazing idea. That's so great. If he was a friend of Commissioner Gordon.
Well, isn't it so awesome in Annie when FDR shows up in Annie? Maybe Annie could be in the show.
Annie and FDR confirmed.
Also, maybe Hoover could be a villain.
Oh, there you go. That could be as well.
Maybe Hoover could be mates with one of the
rogue league of presidents.
Wait, it could be the Penguin's first husband.
Much mystery ahead of us.
Kids are so dumb.
That's why the kid. By the way, it writes itself.
We have a lot to look forward to from the show, so we can't get too ahead of ourselves. I do want to end with one thing. Hamish, it is a rite of passage for any Batman to say 2 very specific words. And I was wondering for the folks here at Comic-Con if you might speak those words into that microphone right there.
I'm Batman.
Oh my God, thank you. Oh man, I almost said Batman. That is how good that was.
Are you okay, Hamish?
Ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye out for Batman Caped Crusader. I'm emotional too. Oh my God, that was incredible. Keep an eye out for Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime this August. We have plenty more from Comic-Con coming. Stick around.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
You're watching IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con. In just a bit, we're hanging with the cast of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. After that, the stars of Dexter Original Sin will be here to tell us about their murderous new prequel series. Then we're gonna keep the nightmares going with a nice friendly chat with the cast of Speak No Evil, the upcoming horror movie from Universal Pictures. And a bit later on, we're getting locked in with the stars of Silo, the revolutionary Apple TV series. But right now, I'm going to be myself off of this stage and into the world to check out the biggest new surprises coming to Star Trek Fleet Command. What's up, everybody? We are here at San Diego Comic-Con celebrating a massive collaboration between two beloved sci-fi universes. On August 6th, Star Trek Fleet Command is launching the ultimate crossover with the Galaxy Quest Invasion, celebrating 25 years of Galaxy Quest. So get ready, Commanders. An epic crossover event is here in Star Trek Fleet Command. The legendary NSEA Protector from Galaxy Quest has joined the fleet. Battle Galaxy Quest-themed enemies and join forces in a server-wide showdown against Saris and the Klingons. Meet new officers Jason Nesmith, Gwen DeMarco, and LotR from Galaxy Quest, each bringing unique skills to your strategy. Scan this QR code right here and you can redeem some great in-game rewards. And that's not the only thing people can redeem, because we're going to be giving away prizes to anyone who can answer the all-important question: is it Star Trek or is it Galaxy Quest? So, win or lose, never give up, never surrender, and always live long and prosper. Presented by Star Trek Fleet Command. The Star Trek Fleet Command Challenge. All right, is it Star Trek or is it Galaxy Quest? Something about you strikes confidence in me. Where is the NSEA Protector from?
Galaxy Quest.
How about a character, Jason Nesmith?
Galaxy Quest.
Which universe does Tawny Madison belong in?
Oh my god, that's a little bit tough for me. I think it's gonna be Galaxy Quest.
Correct.
Yay!
Romulans. What are they from?
Star Trek.
Where is Captain Jean-Luc Picard from?
Star Trek.
There's a quote. Can you answer where it's from? There's coffee in that nebula.
Star Trek.
That's right! Never give up, never surrender.
Galaxy Quest.
Tuvok.
Star Trek.
Galaxy Quest.
I'm sorry, that's Star Trek. Riddle me this. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Star Trek.
I don't think the crew can take much more of this.
Star Trek.
It's Galaxy Quest. But I can see where you're coming from. By Grabthaw's hammer, you shall be avenged.
Galaxy Quest?
Galaxy Quest.
That's right. All right, I have a quote. It's really hard, guys. It's make it so.
Star Trek.
Where are the Thermians from?
Thermians are Galaxy Quest.
Correct. Fred Kwan.
Fred Kwan is from Galaxy Quest.
Yeah. Which universe do the Borg come from?
That's Star Trek. That's
absolutely.
Yeah, that's definitely Star Trek. I know that one. Thank you, Mom.
Where's Captain Kirk from?
Star Trek.
Iowa.
That's even more precise. What universe is Quark from?
Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
What does he famously own?
Platinum.
Yeah, I would say a lot of gold.
All right, that's the bonus question, and you got it. Where is the Omega-13 from?
Oh, the Omega-13 is from Galaxy Quest. It's the it's that little spirally thing.
We're not gonna stump the Riddler. Where's Quellic from?
Galaxy Quest.
That is correct, sir. Space, the final frontier.
Ooh, I think I'm going to have to go Star Wars.
Did you say Star Wars?
Yes, it's Star Trek.
We're joking. We know. All right, we put these people to the test, but how about you? How did you do? Did you get them all right? I think you did. If you want to continue the fun, then check out Star Trek Fleet Command, an open-world intergalactic strategy game that is set to include the ship and characters from Galaxy Quest. The Galaxy Quest takeover happens this August. Scan this QR code right here and you can redeem some great in-game rewards. Which ship will you fly? The USS Enterprise, the Romulan Warbird, or the NSEA Protector? Let us know in the comments. Oh, hold on. Sorry, this is really unprofessional, but I have a call.
Hey, Kim. Sorry to interrupt, but you're needed back on set for your next shoot.
Well, beam me up.
Right now?
Yes, now.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to IGN's coverage of San Diego Comic-Con 2024. I'm Kim Horcher, and joining me today are the cast of Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Rebecca Romaine and Ethan Peck, along with executive producers and co-showrunners Akiva Goldsman and Henry Alonzo Myers. Welcome. We love Trek here. We're so happy to have you. I do want to talk about one of my favorite episodes of season 2. It went to interesting places, strange new worlds, if you will. And Akiva and Henry, since you have your eyes on the bigger picture, could we be seeing a sequel of sorts, maybe to Subspace Rhapsody? Because I spoke to the writers of the episode, Dana Horgan and Bill Walkoff, and they said they'd be into it. Yeah, I'm just going to run in hot with that one.
I can't promise that we're not going to revisit it someday, but we are going to hold off a little bit before we come back to it. We want to. If you come back for a second episode of something, you really want to make it special and different and bigger and crazier. And we're special and different and bigger and crazier in our next season in a lot of other ways. So that's about the most I'm going to say.
What other ways?
Any way you can imagine, mostly in ways that we had to imagine financially.
Well, Ethan, I was told in that same conversation that you were initially hesitant to sing, but then when we got to the final product of the episode, your singing was great. How did we get here?
Oh, that's nice to hear. I'm not sure that I was hesitant. I was going to do it either way. I was maybe not as enthusiastic as some of the other cast members.
I would
Rebecca,
say some of the cast were really excited for the musical, and there were a couple of cast members that weren't quite as enthusiastic. You were definitely in that category.
But that being said, it was really enjoyable, really fun to do in the end. So.
You know, we shot that, it's like episode 9 out of 10. It's right when everybody's so tired, you kind of want to wrap it up and go home. And we came in on Saturdays and Sundays to learn all the dance choreography and going into the studio to record those songs. It was really fun.
That sounds like really different from how you might.
It gave us like a lot of vigor that we needed at that moment in the season.
Oh, what better than a song to inject energy into any moment? But a musical isn't the only non-traditional episode we got in season 2. There was also a crossover with Star Trek Lower Decks, an animated series. What was it like planning that and making it make sense and move the plot forward?
Well, what's unique and surprising is that we thought the animated crossover would be relatively easy and the musical would be relatively challenging. And it was actually the opposite. Because our cast, as you saw, are insanely talented. And so they have this ability to kind of rise to any challenge that we throw at them, which makes us continue to try to stump them, like some weird postmodern science fiction game show. But when it comes to animation, what Mike McMahon had done with Lower Decks is both unique and singular. The tone of an animated show is different than a tone of a live action show. So when you try to combine the two, it's a little less wieldy than you might imagine. Having said that, they both were really fun to have done.
It was fun to watch too. I was curious, do all of you have maybe a dream-themed episode you'd like to maybe tackle going forward at some point?
Great question.
A genre that you like?
RoboCop themed?
Okay, sure.
Right?
Get that license.
What do you got?
I already pitched it. I want to do an inner space, like somebody gets injected into somebody else's body, like miniaturized.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Christmas?
I mean, the one I really want to do, I can't talk about right now, but it will come in season 4.
Because it's in the
Because it's going to happen.
it's in the
do I know about
process
it?
right now.
Tell us.
I can't talk about
You
it.
gotta tell your cast
Right here.
right here while I'm
There's
here
enough
looking.
surprises in season 3 that I think we can look forward to.
Okay. Well, speaking of season 3, it was just announced at today's panel that Dr. Roger Corby is joining the cast in a recurring role. He is a legacy original series character. He was only present for one episode of then, but what can we expect for him in Strange New Worlds?
Well, what's fun about having TOS in front of us is it allows us to do inductive storytelling. We can see where somebody ended up and then try to imagine how they got there. So all we can say is that the Roger Corby you see on Strange New Worlds is going to travel a long path before he gets to be the Roger Corby that you see on the original series.
I know he has some involvement with Chapel. Let's talk about that.
Well,
try to imagine this from the perspective of Chapel is, she's smart, she's talented, she probably makes smart and interesting decisions in her life. What's the kind of person that she would be drawn to? Who would she want to learn something from, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is something to look forward to dealing with as well.
We were off camera, but I pointed directly at Ethan when he said, who would Chapel like? So, okay, that might be a challenge moving forward for your character. Maybe.
Might get messy, might get a little messy.
We are love stories in spades.
Not confirmed or denied, but for Rebecca, where do you see Una's character arc going? She's one of the top 2 most competent, put-together people on the ship. You're the other one. But where do you see her growing forward?
Well, I think now that she has she's been shrouded in shame with this secret of being an Illyrian and, breaking the rules of Starfleet. And now that gets to get rid of that shame, she's going to be it's a lighter version of her.
Okay.
So you're going to have a little more fun with her.
I'm looking forward to that.
I think I would also say that we see a side of her that we have not seen before this season. We see a completely different side of her that Rebecca gets to play, which I am excited for people to see.
So does Spock.
Yeah?
Maybe.
Well, I like how you're like, yeah, me too. Or do I? That's our favorite thing. Human Spock. Nope. I was watching your face for my new reactions. That was a little bit of a trick. Didn't work. But for the showrunners, season 2 ended on a pretty big cliffhanger with the Gorn. The final frame of that episode was Pike seemingly frozen in indecision, maybe fear, which is not very characteristic of him. He already knows what his ultimate fate is. What truly scares Captain Christopher Pike, aside from, galaxy-wide hair gel shortage?
Well, I mean, the hair thing is significant, obviously.
Yeah,
Besides that, I think what scares Chris Pike the most is the loss of the people he loves. He's come to terms with his own death, but less so the thought of being responsible for his crew, which is really ironic because everybody dies in the beginning of the season, which everybody dies in part 2 of the finale, and then it's just reruns.
The season's just one episode.
I was like,
what? No, I'm supporting you.
Okay, good. So, and then we're just going to have do we have puppet? What are we doing? Puppets, right?
Yeah.
The puppets.
For the rest of the season.
Animated puppets.
We have a
Zamboni?
Claymation.
I would love a claymation.
Is that
Yeah.
I felt like a Zamboni.
That sounds really good.
Yeah. Well, I would love it if you would all shoot in the style of the original series with those uniforms, with those cameras. But that's just me. I do have questions for all of you, though. What is your favorite Star Trek series and captain? And you may not include the one that you are in.
I'm going to go with The Wrath of Khan was my favorite movie when I was a kid.
Okay.
And I'm going to go with Picard.
Nice.
Yeah, Next Gen Picard.
Jen and Picard, very popular.
TOS Kirk.
Ooh.
Somebody had to do it.
I know it's hard not to just say because I'm really with you on that. But I was a big fan of Deep Space Nine. Is the one that I would always come back to.
Oh, nice.
Because I think it's they did an incredible job thinking about these long arc stories and how to tell interesting character and stories that were both funny but dark, and like that's something that we try to really bring into the show.
Very nice. Well, speaking of funny but dark, we already know this won't be the last time Starfleet will encounter the Gorn. Looks like we have a clip coming from an upcoming season of Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
Invulnerable.
Yeah. No.
This is really tough.
That's
yes.
Yeah.
He's playing the weight of the rook.
That's a heavy.
I'm actually.
Oh my gosh.
Rebecca's Captain Kirk.
You. No, that was close.
Yeah.
Okay, technically that's true because that hasn't happened yet.
That's right.
We're doing already we're doing this season. They did.
You guys revealed that.
That's episode 3 of this.
Yeah, I'm sorry I revealed your big finale.
Serena part 1 and 2.
Yeah, we had budget cuts, so we just run episodes of TOS. But I think people are going to like it.
I love it.
Yeah.
The new look for the Gorn.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's, it was hard for us to evolve that, but we feel like we. You're welcome.
Thank you. Well, thank you all so much for joining us today. Go catch up on Star Trek Strange New Worlds right now, ahead of the new season next year. We've got tons more Comic-Con ahead right here on IGN, so stick around.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Alien Romulus. Experience it in IMAX in theaters everywhere August 16th.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
3 years after the series wrapped with Dexter New Blood, we're going back in time to witness the rise of everyone's favorite serial killer with a penchant for justice. Dexter Original Sin follows a younger Dexter, just getting his feet wet in the killing game. Joining me are the stars of Dexter Original Sin, Christian Slater, Molly Brown, and Patrick Gibson. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thanks for having us. Hi.
So, Original Sin, where are we in Dexter's timeline here? How does it tie into the original series?
We're in the 90s?
Yes.
Yeah.
1991?
1991.
Wow, good year.
Yeah, so we're going back.
Yeah, right before Dexter has acted on his urges. He's at a pivotal time in his life when those urges are coming to a point where he can't ignore them anymore. And that's in episode 1. And then the rest is history.
Were there any particular gaps in Dexter's story that you're interested in filling in?
Yeah, I mean, I loved the show originally, and Harry Morgan I thought was a wonderful character and a guy that I wanted to understand a little bit more. And the way Clyde Phillips has written these scripts, it's really given a great insight into that guy. And it's challenging and it's fun, and they're tough shoes to fill, but it's just been a great experience.
Well, you're playing Dexter's sister. That's right.
Yeah.
What more will we learn about her?
Well, so actually, I was going to say one of the gaps that I think is really exciting, and not to speak for you, but
Please do. You'll be better.
I think something that's really great is that, like, being a good brother, I wouldn't say comes naturally to a sociopath.
Yeah.
And so I think one of the things that's really fun about our show is watching the bond between Dexter and Deborah grow, and how he learns to give Deb what she needs as a sister.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really fun.
And we've kind of covered some of that already.
Yeah.
We're only 2 episodes down, but it has been to see where those seeds are planted, and because their relationship is kind of beautiful in the show in its own unique and complicated way.
Yeah, when you meet them in the original, like, he's got it. Like, he knows how to support, but this one messes it up all the time.
It's a process.
Yeah.
Mistakes are made.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
So in the original series, it's very VO driven, and it was just announced at your Comic-Con panel that Michael C. Hall is returning to narrate the inner voice of young Dexter. What has that process been like? It's sort of like the crossover between the 2 shows.
I mean, so cool. Like, that was kind of the thing that hooked me into wanting to do the show, and I think finally be able to share that with the world and tell people that that's going to be the case, because that has been my dark secret for a long time now. And I just think he is Dexter, and in that DNA, and having him there in my head throughout the show is all the permission I need.
Well, I mean, speaking of Michael C. Hall, he'll be returning for a present-day Dexter with Dexter Resurrection series. Is there room for any sort of crossover events between the 2 shows?
Whoa.
Hey. Somewhere down the road,
Yeah.
possibly. You know? Yeah, that would be great.
We'll call Clyde.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it. So when we meet Dexter in the original series, he lives by Harry's code. He's very surgical with his proclivities. Is this where we're going to see Harry teach him that code?
Certainly. I mean, there are elements of the code being introduced, and sometimes the lines get crossed a little bit, and they need to be pulled back in. So all of those aspects will be investigated.
Yeah, I think Dexter describes himself as an idea manifest into life in season 2, and that's like, definitely in Original Sin you see that idea being like formed and edited and refined, and Harry is kind of there the whole time with Dexter creating that idea.
So this being a period piece, 1991, are there any fun like pop culture references of the era that are in there?
I mean, I don't know if this is too much of a spoiler, but Dexter, rather savagely, but with good reason, beats someone up to REO Speedway. Can't fight his feeling.
There's a lot of
Like,
good
Speedwagon
songs in it.
Good needle drops in there.
Yeah.
Cool. Are there any tie-ins to the original novel? Because I believe in the book, the Dark Passenger is an actual demon.
So I don't think we are, but I don't know.
Let's just say there are aspects of the book, of course.
Well, he's certainly still named Dexter.
Yeah,
that's right.
Of course. Well,
I mean, Dexter's
there's that at least.
Right. And there are demons.
Yeah.
Of course, he's wrestling and battling with,
Sure.
just not actualized or materialized.
But it certainly doesn't clash with anything in the original Dexter
Mhm.
series. It only elaborates on and expands. And although there were the flashbacks, like, there's so much to be filled
We
in
got
there
even
that-
more.
Yeah.
So what did you want to bring to the table as you took over these roles from previous actors?
Well, like I said, I mean, I was always a huge fan of James Remar, amazing actor, and I thought he did a beautiful job, but it was always a character that I felt, could be explored more. Finding out about his background, I thought would be very, very interesting. And that dynamic and relationship with this family. You never really got to see how Harry interacted with the family in this particular way, and how they all bonded and grew up together and learned so much from each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think the unique thing about Deb now is you're going to meet her as a 17-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much time you spend with 17-year-olds, but they have a lot of big emotions. So it's,
A lot of feelings.
A lot of
feelings.
A lot of slam
Yeah.
doors.
Yes.
And it's fun to watch how that is going to then become into the Deb that we meet in the original.
And then Patrick, how about you taking over the title character?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar. We meet Dexter at a much earlier stage in his life. You said it so well that he's, he's very surgical and precise when we meet him in the OG. And in this one, he's got so many mistakes to make. And I think getting the chance to play a character who's so well, but then you get to see them in their less fully formed version is so much fun. And there's a lot of room for Dexter to be in very hot water.
It's great to be getting more Dexter. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Dexter Original Sin is heading your way soon. Be sure to watch it. We've got tons more Comic-Con ahead right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
In just 5 years, All Elite Wrestling has become one of the fastest growing wrestling promotions of all time. And with All In just around the corner, the sky is the limit for AEW. Joining me on the IGN San Diego Comic-Con balcony are fan favorites and winners of the Adult Swim belt, Orange Cassidy and Willow Nightingale. How's it going, everybody? And congrats on last night's win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Should I pull it out?
Yeah, do it.
The official title is the AEW Adult Swim Battle for the Booty Championship, but for abbreviation, we just call it the Booty Champ.
Booty
We've
Champ.
decided.
Well, because we are the booty champ.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, so not to start things off on a heavy note, but who are the greatest traders in history whose names are not Trent Beretta or Chris Statlander?
Was Aaron Burr famously a trader?
Our final answer is Aaron Burr.
All right, Willow, who is your greatest target right now? Is it Mercedes or is it Stat?
This is a matter of the heart. Like, for me, Chris Statlander was someone I was friends with before there even was an All Elite Wrestling. And so to be betrayed and backstabbed by her, like, I gotta find vengeance. I gotta find a way to move on from this heartbreak, and I think the only way to really do that is just, like, annihilate her to the best of my ability. So Stat, that's my number one.
A few months ago, or maybe it was a few weeks ago at this point, we did get a hint at a mixed tag situation with the two of you against Chris and Stat. Are we ever gonna see that come to fruition?
I think I let my emotions get the best of me recently, and I hit my former best friend Trent Beretta in the back with a pipe wrench. I'm not proud of that, but I did some serious damage to him, and he won't be wrestling for a while, so we might wait for a little bit until he comes back. But I mean, that's why Willow and I had to scratch that itch, so that's why we had to get this booty belt and beat a bunch of Adult Swim characters up.
Orange, if we can break kayfabe for just a moment, how do you keep from breaking when Briscoe gets rolling?
Well, I don't know what kayfabe is, because this is my life. This is the only thing I do. Mark is very inspirational. And when he gets rolling, I'm not looking to laugh as much as a fire. This tiny candle flame that's inside my body gets larger into a large fire because he's talking, he's so motivational. And I don't look at him, I look down, I keep my eyes closed.
That's a very good answer. And they can't tell because you've got the sunglasses on. It's perfect. All right, so fan booking is nothing new, and with All In right around the corner, we thought it would be fun to build out your ultimate AEW pay-per-view with some of your favorite matches over the last 5 years. Let's start with the main event. OC, what is your favorite AEW men's singles match of all time?
Me versus Pac at Revolution 2020, because I was in it.
It's also
That
like,
was the first time I ever had a singles match in AEW.
it was also like kind of objectively the correct answer, just for the record.
And I appreciate that.
Willow, how about you?
I got to sit in the crowd last year and watch Bryan Danielson versus Zack Sabre Jr. at Wrestle Dream, at our inaugural Wrestle Dream event, and that was just like, I was so moved. I was like jumping out of my seat. I was biting on every single thing that they did. I loved that. I love that match, and it highlights our partnerships, because we had Zack Sabre Jr. coming in from New Japan, wrestling in our best, Bryan, and yeah, my favorite.
It was such a good match.
So good, yeah.
So same thing, but this time we're going to talk about women's matches. Willow, let's start with you.
Jamie Hayter versus Toni Storm. I believe it was Full Gear 2022. My jaw was dropped. It was just so good. It was hard hitting. Jamie won. and I was cheering for Jamie. So that was all in all good day to be a wrestling fan.
It was a rewarding match.
Yeah.
Orange, how about you?
Well, this is tough because she stabbed me in the back, but Chris Statlander wrestled Britt Baker, and I think it was All Out 2020 something, and I was ringside for Stat rooting her on, and it was one of those matches where you just knew how special both Brittany and Chris were, so I'm gonna go with that one.
It's fair. It was a pretty steep betrayal, but that was a baller
was a good
match.
one, though.
All right, so AEW is king of the specialty matches. What is your favorite specialty match?
First thing that comes to my mind is Swerve vs. Hangman from last year when they did the Texas Death Match, when Hangman drank the blood from Swerve's forehead and then misted it into the air. I was like, this is the peak of professional wrestling. I love it.
Orange, how about you?
The Mimosa Mayhem match that I wrestled the legendary Chris Jericho in, where I punched him in the face and he fell from the ring into a giant pool of mimosa. That was my favorite match.
Yeah, that's sick.
All right, how about tag matches, y'all?
Well, I'll go first because it's happened very recently. It was me versus the Outrunners in a handicap match on Rampage very, very recently, and I won. 2 of them versus me.
I am going to actually go with a Ring of Honor match, right? It's under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
But FTR.
Controversial.
I know, But FTR wrestled the Briscoes. It was a dog collar match. It was, you heard what I said before. I love a little blood. I love some brutality.
I'm learning so much that you're so bloodthirsty. I didn't realize that about you. We've been hanging around for a lot with the past weeks, and just like now, I'm realizing now that you love blood so much.
I love blood.
All right. You heard it here
happiest
first.
one.
It was a brutal match, and I was like, this is so good.
This is an exclusive.
That's my favorite tag. Yeah.
You heard it here first. All right, so AEW has had so many jaw-dropping debuts in its 5-year tenure. Who has been your favorite?
Let's say our answer at the same time and see if it matches up. I'll count to 3.
I have a feeling I know what yours is going to be.
Well, no, mine's actually not who you think it's going to be.
Oh, okay.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Brian
Sting.
Danielson. Oh!
Both
I said-
so good,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Both so
That is
good,
good,
though.
Sting is, come on.
Were you there for that?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
So, Orange, I feel like you might be especially prepared for this based on your answers so far, but what has been your favorite match in AEW history that you have been a part of?
I think my favorite match that I've been a part of, I can't remember what it was, but also I'm just going to say, just because Will's been so nice to me these past couple of days, I think me versus Will Ospreay was good at Forbidden Door.
It was good.
That was a fun match.
My favorite match that I was in, I'm going to cheat again and go with a Ring of Honor match.
I love it.
Myself versus Athena for the Ring of Honor Women's Championship. I also did not win, but that was the first time women had main evented a Ring of Honor pay-per-view ever, and I think Athena is the perfect foil for the happy-go-lucky, bubbly Willow Nightingale standing in front of you. And
That says a lot about our character. That says a lot about our character. We all pick matches that we didn't win.
Yeah, but you know what? She still brought this primal, hard-hitting kind of fighter out of me that I don't think I've really tapped into since.
I mean, that's some of the funnest thing about both of you is when you get rolling, you get rolling.
Sometimes you got to do it.
It's true. Somebody just got to do it.
And that about wraps it for us. Thanks again, Orange Cassidy and Willow Nightingale. You can catch AEW Dynamite, Collision, and Rampage every week on what networks?
TBS and TNT. Wednesday nights on TBS.
Friday nights and Saturday nights on TNT.
Yeehaw!
Crushed it.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Star Trek Fleet Command. Download the sci-fi strategy game today and look out for the Galaxy Quest update coming soon.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
This September, one of the most nerve-wrackingly uncomfortable foreign films of 2022 is getting a remake, and hopefully this interview is a little less awkward than the interactions in that movie. No promises, though. Here to spread the good word about Speak No Evil, please welcome the stars of the film, James McAvoy and Mackenzie Davis, and writer-director James Watkins. Thank you guys for coming. This movie is a remake of a very well-received Danish film from a few years ago. I want to start by talking about what was most important to leave intact from that version in this version of the movie.
I think probably the theme of the movie, the core of the movie, of sort of the awkwardness of social interaction and how we negotiate it. I mean, obviously the key story of these two couples that meet on holiday and become holiday friends, and then where that leads. But really all the conversations I had in writing and then with these guys was digging into the sort of dramedy of the awkwardness of how we negotiate everyday life.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the original, and I sort of made a pact with myself, just me and myself. It's like, let's us make a pact not to watch the original until we had finished. So really, it wasn't about taking it, for me anyway, it wasn't about taking anything from the original and making sure we held on to it. It was just about creating something from my own response to James's great script. And trusting that he had kept the kind of source key element that maybe makes it all hang together. I don't know, what were you?
I made a pact with James and himself.
Which I didn't know about.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
To also not see. Yeah, it was a secret sub-pact, and I also didn't see the movie. But yeah, I think I was aware of the themes that it was dealing in, and obviously it has a really famous ending. And I thought that just treating James's script as its own sort of text, it dealt with this incredible social awkwardness that was placed on the same level as like life and death, which I think it feels like that sometimes when you make sort of cultural missteps. And I loved that, like relating the two things.
It's kind of like people have a thing with remakes and call it remakes and remakes. And it's like when you do Shakespeare, you don't go, hey, I'm remaking Macbeth. You just go, I'm going to do Macbeth. You don't go, how did they do it before? Do we need to hold on to that? Do we need to get rid of it? You just go like, whatever, I'm doing my version. And it's the same with a remake as well, I think.
Great.
Well, knowing that you didn't necessarily want to watch the original before going into this one, did you bring any personal experience from Bad Vacations into this movie? To your performance? Maybe not as specific as the things that happened.
That couple once.
Come on. It was a really stressful weekend. The kids were really getting on my nerves. No, I don't think so. I mean, I do quite often wear loud Hawaiian shirts when I'm on holiday and leave them open. And no matter how much pasta, pizza, and burgers I've eaten, I'm letting my belly go, which I do in this one. So other than that, no.
Yeah, I think I'm generally sort of uncomfortable when people talk to me, so I try to use that quite a bit.
Yeah. Let's continue the interview. I wanted, James, real quickly talk about your character, Patty, who has a habit of sort of putting people on their back foot very, very easily. With that sort of unpredictability baked into your character, was there ever a time that you held something back that you were going to do in your performance from your castmates to get a more realistic reaction?
I've done this so many times in my career where I've thought, I'm working with a younger person, I'm working with maybe a child, and they're meant to be frightened or whatever, and so I'll be off camera and it'll be it'll be their close-up, and it's not like the character gives them a big fright or anything like that, but we want them to be frightened, and I'll go like, boo, or whatever, and honestly, invariably, I don't think ever in my career has it ever worked, and the kid just looks at me and he's like, right? Just like, okay, I'm the overkeen 45-year-old actor here. But that's probably the only thing I think I held back. I don't think I hid anything.
Yeah, I think it's more like playful and fun because you don't do like one take where you're like, oh, and that's what he's gonna do. Like you just do it over and over, and what's surprising is finding a new way into it each time, and that he would have like a new glint in his eyes, and sometimes it would be more menacing, and sometimes he'd pull that back and it would be pure charisma. So, you know, it really threw us off.
Also, I think because it was having, you know, such a fantastic cast of actors, and we were on location, so they were having lunch, and it was, and because they're so in it and in the moment, and hitting the tennis ball back and forward between each other all the time. It's almost, as a director, it's almost like a documentary. They're there and in the moment, and they're kind of riffing, and that actually developed from the script. You know, obviously there's a solid script, but that play. And sort of always mining it, and that's the pleasure, I think, of something like this, where we can each go, oh, let's just lean a bit more there, or lean a bit more there. Oh, that thing you did, let's dig into that. And so we were all riffing off each other in a fun way, but I think in a really productive way to improve the movie.
Yeah, it sounds like you're creating an environment where you could kind of find these moments as you go.
Because it's so micro-gestural and so, you know, what's just unsaid and half said and in the eyes. And that's
and how can you justify that these people don't run at the first sort of awkward or like scary interaction? Like, how can you... I don't know, and James was so beautiful at that, at like pushing it to a place of like pure self-effacing, like humility, after being so sort of malevolent that you, as a character, you were like, I don't know where to trust.
Well, that aspect is incredibly important to your character, Louise McKenzie. What was it like, sort of having to play your character at this crossroads of knowing in her gut that there's something wrong at this place, but not quite knowing what to do about it?
I think, you know, she's also in a relationship with she's a mother to this child that needs quite a bit of attention, and she's at like a really difficult place with her husband. So she's not just negotiating like safety and instinct and like being a guest. She's also trying to be like, you know, a cool mom who's easy, and like a wife that's listening to her husband, that like, that's what we talked about in therapy, to like not always steamroll him. And so, and I'm a really assertive person, so I know what it's like to be like, don't just like steamroll people's I don't know, you have to stamp down your own instincts and interests in favor of the sort of social good, and I think she was doing that a lot of the time, which ended up being wrong for her safety and the safety of her family, but for the like sanctity of her marriage, the right sort of gesture of peace. So she was in a sticky situation.
Yeah, well, James, I want to talk a little bit about how this movie ends, which is not getting into any sort of spoilers at all, but I will say that there is a lot of it takes place on the farm. It's a very labyrinthine building. Can you talk a little bit about how you used that space to kind of create the tension in the third act there?
Well, I was very focused on wanting to shoot on location. It's good for me, and I think it's good for these guys. It's just when you're in a space, both the outside and the inside space, where you're confined and you can only put the camera in the corner, and you know, look, these guys, they could do green screen, they could do anything. But when you're in that space, it just brings an extra energy, because you're feeding off where you are, you're feeding off the kind of confinement, the room, you know, and all of that, and the sort of claustrophobia, and everybody's feeling it. And, you know, it's got really low ceilings, it's got all these, it's kind of a crabby sort of space. So that actually informed a lot of the sort of claustrophobia of the drama, but also the farm itself. It's sort of the architecture of the farm. The top shot, very deliberately, when they arrive, you realize it's almost like they're entering this kind of almost prison yard. There's a sense of entrapment there. And it's kind of subtly trying to codify. Initially, when you arrive, you're kind of seeing, is this a charmingly shambolic, shabby English country place, or is it just shabby? You know, so when they go upstairs and they pull back the sheets and, oh, it's dirty, and it's like, ugh. You know, and it's, I think, again, tapping into those slightly, you know, Americans generally, I think, are cleaner than Brits.
Oh, really?
And I don't know, or
maybe.
like our homes or our hospitals or whatever. It's just I don't know.
Hospitals, our morgues,
or underwear.
So I don't know. It's that sense of they're looking and then they look. It's like with the sense of humor when they're looking at James, they're going, is this just quirky English humor when he's smiling and laughing, or
the conflict of cultures is just absolutely one of the things that makes this movie so tense at all times. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have to speak.
Unacceptable,
you guys.
More.
Thank you all so much for coming in.
Pleasure.
Catch Speak No Evil when it hits theaters September 13th, and stick around here on IGN for more from San Diego Comic-Con.
Strawberries and anchovies.
I give that 1 out of 4 turtles.
Cowabunga, everyone! It's Allie here at San Diego Comic-Con 2024, and there's so many things to check out here, but honestly, I'm getting a little hungry, so I've asked IGN's resident pizza expert, Brian Altano, to join me, help me find the best New York-style pizza around.
I think we found it. This is Mikey's Pizza Joint here at San Diego Comic-Con. Mikey from the Ninja Turtles finally got his own pizza place. I'm starving. Let's go eat.
Brought to you by the ultra-fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection from Xfinity Internet.
Pizza time! Cowabunga, it's the creator of Super 7, Brian Flynn, my good friend. You madman, it's been a while. You did it. Tell me what happened in here.
It's turtles and pizza. How has there never been a Turtles pizzeria? We should have a chain. It should rival Pizza Hut, Domino's.
So you took over a pizza place here in San Diego. You called it Mikey's Pizza, and with that came a bunch of new exclusives that you built specifically for this pop-up. Tell me about those.
First off, we have the glow-in-the-dark scumbug, because every pizzeria's got a little bit of a infestation of some sort, right? And then Mikey showed up to do the goods. And this is not just any Mikey. This is Pizza Chef Mikey, replete with his apron and hat, ready to serve you piping hot, sewer fresh pizza.
And you did it in the box too, which I love. Can we see the back of this real quick? This is perfect.
We got all the grease stains from the fingers already on here. This is pure plastic.
And then you have a couple of reaction figures you guys did too.
Yeah, we've got Shredder, Bebop, and Rocksteady on their own die-cut weird pizza cards, plus a certain turtle that's undercover trying to figure out what's going on over at Weird Pizza.
If only he had a better disguise than just the hat and the trench coat. But you know what? It works.
It seems to work. No one ever seems to figure it out.
People keep falling for it. And you also did these special cups.
Well, it's a fully functioning pizzeria, so you can get pizza here. And so you gotta have napkins, you gotta have the cups, you gotta have the hat, you gotta have the apron, we gotta have the whole thing.
Speaking of which, I think we should probably check out the best way to get pizza to and from somewhere.
Well, if you're a pizza restaurant, you have to deliver pizza. So if you're gonna have a pizza delivery, why not make it the Turtle Wagon? So we recolored the Turtle Wagon into the TMNT Mikey's Pizza delivery van.
Guys, I'm starving.
Yes.
Oh, we've got plenty of pizza to spare.
Let's do it. Oh, incredible.
I love it. It smells amazing. I'm also terrified. Let's dig in.
Okay, first bite.
I hate that that works as well as it does, because it actually works well. Every Italian bone in my body is shattering. Ninja Turtles, you figured it out.
Let's see how Mikey did with the next slice. Sausage and jelly beans. Okay, that one feels like an adventurous one. Intense and so flavorful. If you're feeling adventurous, you should try this one.
The scale of turtles, 1 to 4. How many turtles do you give this?
It's a 2.
Okay, Michelangelo, you're a little silly for this one, I gotta say. What is this, pickle and pepperoni? That is definitely a pickled pizza. I don't know if it works. It's incredibly weird. I give this one 3 out of 4 turtles. Okay, so this is the one that's going to make my Italian grandmother get on a plane, come to California, and kick my butt. The Ninja Turtles have done a lot of good for New York City and for the world. This is not their best work. I give that 1 out of 4 turtles.
Brian, thank you so much for grabbing lunch with me. This was incredible, question mark?
Maybe with some more traditional pizza toppings, slightly less jelly beans, definitely less strawberries and anchovies, but more turtle power forever.
What kind of pizza would you guys order? Do you think anchovies belong on pizza? Let me know in the comments. And for all things Comic-Con, keep it locked to IGN.
The first season of Silo ended with a reveal that could change everything. With us today to discuss season 2 are Rebecca Ferguson, Common, Steve Zahn, Graham Yost, and author Hugh Howey. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks for having me.
I watched season 1 with my wife. We loved it. Very cool sci-fi mystery show. Steve, I want to start with you. Your character was just announced today, I believe.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about who you're playing in season 2?
I play Solo.
Silo?
Solo in the Silo. I play Solo is in his own world for 35 years without any interaction with anyone. And then there's a knock and Juliet shows up and we act together. But it's weird. We're in this huge silo and you know, we have never.
We barely met.
We barely met, yeah. So,
is there history between the two characters, or is that giving away too much?
Dude, couldn't go there.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can go here. Rebecca, at the end of season 1, Juliet makes. Actually, maybe before we go, I should say spoilers here, in case anyone is watching this somehow and hasn't seen season 1. You want to avoid spoilers? Maybe skip ahead. I think I've done my due diligence there.
Everyone dies.
Yeah. Well, at the end of season 1, Juliet makes it outside the silo, discovers that there are others of these closed-off societies. How will she cope, learning that her entire community has been lied to?
I mean, I could talk about this for hours.
Okay.
I find it so interesting.
You have
I'm not going to.
8.5 minutes.
So we have 8.5 minutes. I'll take 5. No, I think the whole thing that we've played with, which is so brilliantly written, and that I had to sort of find the internal chaos that when your entire world has been shattered, realizing that everything that you have believed is just a big lie. And then not only the lie, but to realize why is there a lie? And all of the hidden agendas behind it. And then also being put into an environment where you just have to survive.
Right.
And then one weirdo shows up and it's all just completely off ajar, right? It's all discombobulated.
What if you're the weirdo, though?
Huh?
You might be the weirdo showing up.
I pointed at Graham.
Let the record show.
So it's you know, it's psychology on a high bloody level, locked in a claustrophobic environment. Oh,
Well,
that was good. Thank you.
Hugh, season 1 is out there, season 2 is coming. How do you think Graham is doing with your work so far? Any notes?
No notes.
No notes.
I've had no notes, right?
You've had no notes. Well, Hugh was in the writer's room to begin with, hanging out, and we would suggest a small change. He said, no, go bigger than that. Let's kill that person off. It's like, calm down.
Yeah, I was always, I want people to bring their creativity to this, and it's been the actors, the writers, the directors, everyone's pouring their energy in, and they have to rein me in because I want to let's see where we can take this. And Graham's like, yeah, the book's okay. We'll try to stick to that.
Well, you originally you self-published the series, so what's it like now to be going into season 2 of a big prestige TV series?
I pinch myself every day. I feel so lucky to have the support, this cast and crew. We just we're living the dream. Like it's the attitude on set, how much fun everybody's having. Just it's not supposed to go this well, and just very grateful. A lot of gratitude. Thank you guys.
The second book.
Thank you.
The second book in the series flashes back to the creation of the silo. Is that something you'll be exploring in season 2?
Well, you put it really nicely, which is it's science fiction, but you said it's a mystery. And that's the thing that hooked me when I read the books was, oh, this is a mystery story. What happened? Why do these people live underground? And then when you get to the big reveal of, oh my God, there's all these other silos. There's new mysteries every season. And that's really fun. And also there's a mystery within the season. The first season, the mystery was what happened to Juliet's boyfriend, George. And she's not a detective, but she wants to find out. And so that became a drive for the season. In the second season, a lot of it is Juliet wants to find out why this guy is behind this weird door and what's going on, what's his story. And that becomes a big part of the season.
Is he helpful or is he a threat?
Yeah.
Which is it?
Well, you'll
The answer is yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Common, your character Sims is a relatively minor character in the books. How'd you go about sort of fleshing out the role for the show?
Well, Graham gave me a great start. Like, I remember our first meeting, he was just like, listen, I need you to dig in there deep. And for me, once I got into the books and then read the scripts, I was like, oh, I got a lot to do. It's a lot. Like, this has been one of the most fulfilling characters I ever had the opportunity to play. And then to be with this collective is like, oh man, iron sharpens iron. It's like every time I'm building in any scenes or with our directors or with Rebecca, I haven't been able to work with Steve yet, but just
it's okay.
It's all right. It's decent. Well, good. Thank God. I ain't worked with Steve yet, but no, it's been good. It's like it gives me the platform in the area to really develop a character, and I'm so grateful. Well, it's not a spoiler that Sims is in the second season.
It's an exclusive. Heard that here first.
Yeah.
So like Silo, other recent works like Furiosa and Fallout explore the psychology behind societies that arise after the end of the world. Why do we think this is so fascinating to people?
I think there's a little bit of a sense of what would it be like to start over? What kind of society would develop? I think in what Hugh came up with was this mystery of what happened that I think hooks the reader, and we hopefully feel it hooks the viewer too, which is they want to find out why. And they want to see that through Juliet's story. And what happens in season 2 is we've got her story, which relates to Solo, but then back in her home silo, there's something going on there, which is the whole fear of a rebellion. What would happen if everyone just decided, we want out, we're going to go out? Well, you go outside, you're all going to die. And so the threat of that is something that drives that story. And that's a big part of what Sims is involved in.
And I do think, like, people sometimes, like, they want to question authority. Like, they want to question what they've been told. I mean, it's in a lot of us that we don't just want to accept everything that we hear. So I think it's very interesting. That was one of the most interesting things I thought about when I was reading it. I was like, man, a lot of people feel this way. They don't always just want to take everything they hear and say, oh, this is the truth. So I think it's a great time for that.
There was that cool thing that someone came up with for the launch of the second book. Was it if the lies don't kill?
If the lies don't kill you, the truth will.
Which we just thought it's such a great thing to hang the show on. Which is, yeah, people do want to know the truth, but the truth can be very dangerous.
Sure.
And so that's a fun thing to play with.
Have you thought a lot about if people today were put into this closed-off society, into a silo, how that would play out? Is that what you're trying to explore here?
You know, it's funny, I wrote this 15 years ago, and then we went through a pandemic where I was in Manhattan, and a lot of us lived in a silo. Like, we were in a high-rise where that became our world. And so it's been wild watching so much of reality kind of make fiction seem less fictional.
But we have games on set where we're like, okay, if Silo happened, what would you bring with you?
That was my next question. Are you reading my cards?
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry, I promise I didn't.
What do you think your roles would be in a silo, if that's where you were?
Oh, and what? Yeah, we've done this, haven't we? Would you be up top or down deep?
Oh, I'd be down deep.
No, but you're by yourself. Sorry. Let's move on to the next person. What would you do?
I would be down deep, and I would actually have some music somewhere, like you know what
Find
I
a
mean?
way.
I'd be with you.
Thank you. Yes.
I have board games.
Oh, I love
and things to read.
Yes.
And then you can do like your rap on that.
Over that.
Yeah. Do you rap?
I can't believe you're doing that. I can't believe you're doing this in front of people.
If you do, I definitely want to hear it.
Oh, absolutely not. It was a joke that got me in so much trouble when Common walked up to me on the set and said, I heard you wrote a rap for me. And for that, Rebecca will be forever damned in my life.
A couple bars, Graham.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Before we run out of time, there's a mysterious door on the show. What can we absolutely confirm is not behind the mysterious door?
Candy.
There's no candy behind there.
No.
No birthday party and birthday cake.
No birthday party,
Nothing behind there.
No balloons.
No cars.
No safety, maybe?
Got it.
I will tell you this. In season 2, we get to the door.
Ooh, well, I can't wait to find out.
Yep.
That is all the time we have, but thank you all for joining us here today. You can check out Silo now on Apple TV+. Everyone stick around for even more live coverage of Comic-Con 2024 right here on IGN.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Alien Romulus. Experience it in IMAX in theaters everywhere August 16th.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
You're watching IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con. We've already had a ton of great guests, brand new trailers, and crazy surprises here on the show today. And guess what? We're just getting started, baby. And hey, while you wait for what's next, why not sign up for IGN Rewards, where we're giving away tons of great prizes like a custom PS5, a custom Steam Deck, or a copy of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth signed by Danny Trejo. Do you want that? Because I want it. Now check out IGN.com/rewards right now and go win some amazing stuff. All right, well, in just a bit, we've got a double dose of Superman on the way with My Adventures with Superman, as well as Superman and Lois. And after that, we're getting a personal concert from the world-famous J-pop sensation, Lisa. And then we'll check in with the cast of the upcoming live-action Like a Dragon Yakuza series. Now, all that and more up ahead right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
As much as I wish that My Adventures with Superman was about my personal adventures with Supes, getting to talk to the stars about their adventures bringing the show to life is the next best thing. Joining me now, the voices of Lois, Jimmy, and Kara, Alice Lee, Ishmael Saheed, and Kiana Madeira. And in addition to that, we also have executive producer Brendan Clawher. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We are so excited to have you and to chat about the show. So first and foremost, I really just want to know how you have felt like you've come into your own with these characters that have such long, storied history.
I think for me, since the beginning, I've just tried to bring my own flavor to it and like trust my intuition in terms of what I think Lois would sound like and what she'd be like. And then finally, now that we're like 2 seasons in and we're starting to record the 3rd season, I feel like I've definitely found her now way more, and I'm like, okay, I feel like I know Lois, but it's been an amazing journey getting to know her. The writers wrote her so amazingly, and it's an honor and privilege to be voicing her, truly.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I came in midway through season 2, so I'm still quite new, but I think it's a testament to the writing. Like, all of the characters, we have such great arcs. So I think it's easier to find ourselves just through kind of doing the work and recording each episode and seeing where the character takes us. I'm excited to see where Kara is headed in season 3 and to get to know her even more. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Jimmy is such a big. He's so different from who I was, so it was a lot easier for me just to like let go and kind of like discover, kind of like if I was a little kid, how would I act in different situations. So been a snowball effect ever since.
With the existence of Vicky Vale in this universe, could we one day see Batman?
No.
Period. You know what? You gave me a straight answer, which is way more than I thought I was going to get, so you crushed it.
We love Batman. If we get way more seasons beyond 3, question mark.
With these characters who have been around for so long, and again, what makes My Adventures with Superman so unique is it feels new and fresh in a story that has been around for 80 plus years at this point. So, in that history, which Superman have you personally related to most?
I mean, I've watched Smallville when I was growing up. That was like the CW days, so I feel like I can relate. I don't know about relating to him, but I've watched him and loved him.
Our
the
generation,
most.
Superman, same.
Yeah.
And you know what? Tom Welling does not get enough love.
I know,
He doesn't!
Well, I really liked the Justice League version of Superman.
Yeah.
I always thought like that was a really good depiction of him.
Christopher Reeves, because he's awkward, but he's kind, and when he needs to spring into action, he does not hesitate to save Lois Lane.
Two of you have been around from the beginning. You've gotten a season in your belt. What has been your favorite scene as your character so far?
I would say the one that's been coming up to mind is the one where Kara gets caught by Clark, and when he finds the photo of Jimmy Flamebird in her like Earth memorabilia, and they have this like classic cousin moment arguing over it, and she's like, "No, give it back," and he's like, "Ooh," like teasing her. I thought that was really like cute and wholesome, and at the first time we really see them in that like cousin dynamic vibe. Yeah.
I think mine is when Lois keeps going back to Krypton to save Superman. And she says this line, which I love is not for cowards. And I just feel like that line is so deep and it's true. And just her hyping Clark back, or like Superman back. Like I just think, yeah, that was one of my faves.
Yeah, her dynamic of just like smacking him upside the head is truly just like very
needed
important to the sense of, like the core of this show.
Yeah, there's a scene where they go on a spaceship. Was it? How do you pronounce it? Mixel?
Oh, Mr. Mixie.
Yes.
Mixie for short?
Yeah, Mixie. And Jimmy sees like all the different versions of Lois Lane, but then he sees like the female version of Jimmy, and like she's kind of just like him in a way. So I thought that was pretty cool. So.
What about you? I know you're not voicing anybody in the show, but like what's been the scene that stood out to you the most?
Honestly, the one Alice likes. Like I will say in my daily life, love is not for cowards now. Because of that scene. It's amazing. And so Jake Wyatt, my other EPs.
So now that we know that season 3 is for sure happening, obviously no spoilers, but what can all of you tease for the upcoming season?
Yeah, what can all of you tease for the upcoming season?
I think we already said it. You can expect Superboy.
There you go.
So,
That's a big one. That's a big one.
And more villains. Can't say who. But more villains.
We do love our big bads.
Yes.
Someone loses their hair.
And more love, potentially.
Yeah.
Will they, won't they?
We'll have to find out. We don't know.
I feel like we have to zoom in on the look that the two of you just shared later.
We also like the 90s comics. Take that for what you will.
Take that as you will. You know, they were classics. We, love how much that ties into all of this, where you get the classic moments, but you get the new stylization. Is there a DC character that any of you think could benefit from this sort of stylized treatment the most? Outside of Soups, obviously.
All of them. Every single one.
Yeah.
Amen.
Guys, do you have one?
I would like to see a Green Arrow and the character that like she screams.
Black Canary?
Black Canary, yes. I would like to see
that. Would be good.
Guys, that is all the time that we have today. Thank you so much for joining us. We cannot wait for My Adventures with Superman Season 3. And for everybody else at home, stick with IGN for more Comic-Con coverage.
This fall, Superman and Lois returns for its 4th season. Here to tease what's in store for everyone's favorite superpower couple, please welcome Superman and Lois themselves, Tyler Hoechlin and Elizabeth Tulloch, along with executive producers and showrunners Todd Helbing and Brent Fletcher. We're really excited about this, so thank you all for coming in to talk to us. You faced Zod, Bizarro, and Mannheim. Lex is out of jail, and now we've got a whole new clip of Clark going head-to-head with Doomsday. So who exactly is this season's big bad?
Oh my God, we have a few. We have a few this year. Yeah, I can't really narrow it down to one.
Yeah, I can. Lex Luthor. There, done.
Leave it to Lois, right?
Yeah, there's another big bad that's pretty significant in the first episode and thereafter, I would say, as well. I think Doomsday kind of makes that list, yeah.
I mean, if you see the clip, which I hope you all have by now, yes. Tyler, how did you find the duality of playing both Superman and Clark Kent? Was there a key moment in the show that you felt truly defines your Superman?
Not necessarily. I think from the beginning, always just having like a very clear take on who I thought the character was and what I thought he represented, and kind of staying committed to that. But I always really tried to play it as they're very much, it's the same person. But I think to that point, I kind of had like 5 different levels of like, okay, how comfortable is he with the people that he's around, knowing that it is Clark. So in that sense, there's times where he's disguising it, but I really didn't want there to be too much of a distinction between, who they were other than like what they were wearing and like trying to live in that. So
just to have that same person shine through.
Yeah, because I always said that Superman is what he can do. It's not who he is, at least for me. I think he represents something to people, but at his core, I don't think anything changes for him, regardless of what he's doing and what people are addressing him as. So I always felt like the consistency was something that I tried to keep involved.
Were you inspired by Christopher Reeve or others who have taken up the mantle?
I'm so glad I was honest about this a long time ago. I've not seen any Superman iterations in the past. And when I got the job, I guess 8 years ago now, I kind of had a decision to make of, do I go back and watch everything that's been done before, or do I just stay completely clear of it and be able to make my own decisions without any pressure of either doing something that someone hasn't done before or feeling like I can't do something that's already been done. So I know how my mind works and I know how I work, and I didn't want to feel like I had any restrictions on what I could and couldn't do. So I did stay away. Now that we've completed our series, I've told them I'm going to go back. I want to watch all the movies, and I can finally watch some of our episodes and see all the great work that everybody's done over the last 4 years. So I'm excited that I can finally do that.
Oh, that'll be fun for you.
Yeah.
Bitsy, Lois has been grappling with her character's cancer diagnosis in the last season. What was it like portraying something so vulnerable for a character who's known for being so strong?
It was definitely challenging. I took it very seriously. Someone introduced me to this oncologist, Dr. Christy Funk, and she set me up with the kind of cancer that I had is called inflammatory breast cancer. It's very aggressive. And she set me up with someone who'd actually survived it. And I spoke to probably about 11 survivors and just their whole stories. And one of them was a young mom who at one point, well into her chemo, was literally crawling up the stairs, army crawling up the stairs to put her kids to bed at night. And it was very emotional and moving speaking to them. And I kind of just took all of that in and went into it thinking like I have to honor their journeys, because the truth is, Tyler and I will do cons sometimes, and there's always people coming up crying and saying, I thought I was going to hate it, but the reality is it was sort of cathartic for me because I lost my mother to cancer, or my girlfriend's going through it, or my sister has it. And, everybody knows somebody, whether it's intimately or just a friend of a friend who's gone through it. And it's such just a horrible, disgusting disease. While I was nervous at first when they first pitched the storyline to me that it would be too heavy for the fans, like overall people were really appreciative and dug it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really heavy, but it's nice to have that on some level of having to confront it and
also
see
what
the
an
truth.
interesting spin to have Superman not be able to heal her. You know, that's where the vulnerability comes in, is like he can't heal her. Like maybe theoretically he could, but then he'd have to heal everybody who had cancer, and that's not who he is. He's fair. But so that dynamic was interesting too, like with Lois being like, no, you can't. No, we're not using any, I've got to go through this the same way anybody else would have to.
That brings another extra dimension to this that I love. So thank you for doing that. Can you tell us about any cameos that fans will maybe get to see in this season, perhaps from other universes?
Yeah, we have a few cameos this season. I can tell you about the ones that I think have leaked already, but we have Douglas Smith, who is Greg Smith, our producing director's brother, is playing Jimmy Olsen, which is super fun. And then fan favorite Tom Cavanaugh shows up in an episode later in the season.
And then there's a surprise cameo in the finale.
Oh.
A couple, yes.
Well.
The Tom Cavanaugh character is somebody you haven't seen him play before, and it's the most Tom Cavanaugh character of all time. It's really fun.
All
We're
right,
excited
fans.
for people to see.
That's our clue.
Yeah.
Our one and only clue. Has James Gunn seen the show? The show is played with the idea of the multiverse. Will the universe of Superman and Lois be a facet of that upcoming universe?
That's a very good question. I don't know. I think Bits, you're the only one that knows James. Yeah.
I haven't talked to him directly about Superman and Lois because I was like, that might be inappropriate. But I do know that he had said publicly that it's a show that everybody likes, and so to go one or two more seasons, I said this today. We are very grateful, as sad as we are that we feel like the show came to an early end. We're grateful that we had advance notice and we were able to kind of go out on our terms. And also just, I sort of know James Gunn and Peter Safran, and they're both brilliant. And I believe really, truly in my heart that James Gunn is such a Superman fan, and everything that they have planned for the DC universe is likely going to be exceptional.
I believe it. One last question. What are you all most excited for us to see in this season? Because there's so much, right?
I'll say, I think that going into this season, when we got the pickup notice last year, some of the news around everything felt a little negative with, a budget cut and some of the regular cast not coming back as regulars. But I will say such a credit to these guys and the rest of the writers' room for finding a way to take those restrictions and I think use it to their advantage. I think that people are going to be extremely pleasantly surprised that the show will not feel any less. I think it'll feel the same quality, if not a touch above. And I think even with those characters, every time they show up in the season, they get like a real big meal each episode that they're in this year, which is nice. And so I feel like these guys just such a great job of turning that around and actually using it to our benefit. So I'm excited for people to see that.
I think the ending is really touching and moving, and it's beautiful. And I think that's what I'm looking forward to. I mean, it'll be sad because that'll be the final, that's it, you're done. But yeah, the way that these two and the rest of the writers wrapped it up was quite lovely.
Yeah, I think there's a couple moments that I really love. One in particular is in an episode we did a moment in the diner, in Vicky Mae's diner from last season, which was really cool. And this season, I think it's a different circumstance, a different scenario, but there's a really cool moment that happens. I can't wait for the fans to see that.
Yeah, and kind of echoing all that, I think the totality of everything, I'm excited for them to see, because it really is a season that builds on itself and it just never lets up. And so there's all these iconic moments. I couldn't pick just one. And then I think the ending pays off everything, and it's about family and it's about what that means. And so I think we go out with something that the fans will really appreciate.
Well, that's great. At the very least, if we must go, sounds like there's not much you can miss this season. So you can catch the season premiere of Superman and Lois October 17th on the CW. But for now, stick around. There's more of IGN's live Comic-Con coverage still to come.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Nitsa. Speeding catches up with you.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
What do Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia, and Sword Art Online all have in common? The illustrious J-pop singer-songwriter Lisa, of course, here to promote her upcoming concert film, Live a Smile Always Lander, is the sensation herself. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, I'm Lisa.
So we rattled off a handful of anime title tracks that you've done. What's the secret to creating a great anime opening song?
いい主題歌を作る秘密の秘伝のタレって何だと思いますか？
その作品をたくさん愛することです。
It's to love whatever anime it is a lot. You need a lot of love.
Oh, that's great. I mean, it shines through. Demon Slayer fans go crazy over Gurenge. What's it like to perform live?
グレンゲをライブで演奏することのその感情というか気持ちってどういう意気込みですか？そういうファンから熱い熱狂があると思いますけど。
はい、グレンゲという楽曲は辛いことがあってもそれをバネにして頑張るぞ、それを戦っていくぞという気持ちを込めた楽曲なのですが。
So Gurenge, what I think about the type of song that it is even if there's a lot of challenges or difficulty, use that challenge as a spring to launch yourself even further.
はい、その悔しい気持ちをエネルギッシュに届けることをすごく意識しています。
So I think a lot about taking that almost kind of frustration or sad feelings and turning it into energy.
Oh, that's so nice. You've got a new song for the Nier Automata series, Black Box. What was it like to compose a song for a series like Nier that is known for its music?
ニアオートマタってすごい音楽に力を入れてるゲームだと思うんですけど、そういったものの音楽を作詞、ないし歌うっていうのはどういうお気持ちですか？
はい、ニーアオートマタという作品もすごく悲しいお話なんですが、すごくリアルでエネルギーのある物語です。
Nier Automata is also a series that it's kind of sad in a lot of times and different moments, but at the same time, I think it has this layer of energy in it as well.
なので私自身も歌を歌うときにその悲しい悲壮感を持ちながらでも エネルギッシュに歌うことを意識しています。
So similarly, I try to think about that kind of melancholy and sad feelings, but also keep that, but make sure we have energy when singing for Nier Automata.
It is a balance.
そういうバランスですよね。
Is there any chance we could maybe hear some of it?
ちょっと聞いちゃってもいいですか？それ。
いいんですか？
Can I?
Yes, please.
Okay.
壊してくれその腕で何度でも名を呼んでフラッシュバックでフラッシュバックでもういっそ何も見えない僕は
Yay! Thank you. Wow, what a treat. Lisa, among your musical inspirations, you listed people like Avril Lavigne and Blink-182. What was it about these artists that connects with you?
そのインスピレーションでそういうアーティストの名前よく出るんですけど、そのアーティストのどういうところがリサさんのインスピレーションになるんですか？
飾らないところ、そして音楽を楽しみながら、彼女たちもそのパンキッシュにエネルギッシュに、今を、楽しみながらでもこう、怒ったり、楽しんだり、すべてのことに、エネルギーを注いで生きているところが好きです。
I feel like they're not overdoing it or overproducing, so to speak. It's not like too flashy or shiny, and I could definitely feel that sort of punk scene's energy, if you will. So they're living very honestly with themselves. A lot of the energy that they have, they're pouring it into places that I think are really important when singing and when dealing with music.
It's hitting the same spots emotionally.
同じ感情的にやっぱりこう感じるものが似ているというか、彼女たちの
そうですね。はい、最初に彼女たちに出会った時に、やっぱりその飾らない姿、その女の子だからこうしなくちゃいけないとか、こう、例えばこう足を開いて座っちゃいけないよとか、こうその正しく生きることをすごく私に問いただしてくれたのが彼女との出会いでした。
Yeah, I think a lot of what she does, especially, is they're not acting in sort of molds or different status quo that are expected, especially because they are female in the industry. Like, you know, the way they sit, you always have to close your legs, etc. There seems to be these unspoken rules which doesn't really affect or apply. And I think that gave me a lot of courage myself.
Oh, very cool. This concert film follows your tour for your 6th album, Lander. What was special to you about this particular tour?
このツアーのどういうところがリサさんにとってこう特別だったのか？
はい、それまで日本では声が出せない期間、ライブのコンサートの中で声が出せない期間が続いていました。はい、はい。
There was a short period while I was touring in Japan where I actually I couldn't vocalize.
でもそのランダーのツアーで、みんながまた再び歌を歌ってくれたり、おいおいってこう自由にライブで遊んでくれる、その大変な世界を経たからこそのその幸せを感じながらライブを行えたのがそのランダーツアーでした。
But during the Lander tour, myself as well as the audience included, everyone can actually vocalize again because I think pandemic and all the different live tours that made it difficult. And that really just hit a spot where I could feel the energy coming back from the audience. That's what makes Lander special for me.
They must have been extra happy to come back then.
よりこうそれこそバネみたいにまた声に出せるからっていう喜びあったんじゃないですかね、観客から。
はい、そうですね。だからこう元々の世界よりもパワーアップした私とそしてオーディエンスの皆さんがその映画の中に入っています。
Yeah, so I think in the movie we really captured both the audience who came back with like they brought it again an extra level, and myself too. I tried to bring it and match their energy, so that's all in Lander.
It should be very clear to us when we see it.
じゃあもう見たらもう明らかですよね、それは。
そうです。もう皆さんのその喜びのもうそのナチュラルな楽しんでいる姿をぜひ楽しんでください。
You can see everyone's just natural and genuine enjoyment and satisfaction from being able to be unleashed in a way.
That's the most important thing. Another question, what's your favorite thing about performing in front of these massive crowds? What do you love most about getting to connect with fans?
すごいこう大人数の前でパフォーマンスをするところで、リサさんどういうところが一番好きなのか、範囲なのかってことですね。
はい。皆さんがそれぞれ自由な反応を返してくれるんですけど、こうやっぱり一緒に歌ってくれる声やその一緒にこうおダンスしてくれるその姿を見て、私もまた返したい、このパワーのエネルギーのぶつかり合いがすごく好きです。
I mean, I think it's very cool to see everyone free in their own expression, but whenever I do something and they sing with me, when I throw the mic to the audience and they sing back, or I'll do a little choreography and they'll do the little choreography back, I can actually feed off of that energy and it makes me want to reciprocate it even more.
That's so nice. It's like having a massive crowd of friends.
すごいなんかいろんな友達がいっぱい一緒にいるっていうような感覚ですかね。
そうですね。はい。何でもないこう日常にこう私が提示したものからみんながたくさん返してくれるので、気がついたらライブの終わりには想像もしていなかったゴールにたどり着いています。
It's very interesting because in these very kind of regular everyday scenarios, all of a sudden I go up on stage, I give the audience something, and they start reacting to it, and then I can feed off of that. So by the time we're at the end of the live concert, it's like we've gone on this journey and we're in a place that we didn't even expect to be at.
Wow, that's such a unique experience. But do you have a favorite memory from this tour?
このツアーで一番印象に残った記憶であったりっていうのはあるんですか？
このツアーっていうのは
This tour meaning San Diego Comic-Con or in general or the movie?
I meant Lander, but
ランダーっていう意味。
But Comic-Con too, sure.
コミコンも全然。
そうですね。やっぱりそのグレンゲという楽曲をその声が出せるようになってから初めてのツアーでしたし、そしてコミコンでも昨日はグレンゲをみんながこうカメラを向けて歌ってくれているのを見て、本当にこういろんな場所で愛される楽曲になったなっていうのを実感しました。
For me, Gurenge, the theme song, was a huge piece of that because, again, it was the first time I was able to perform it live after the pandemic lifted, so we can all be vocal about it again, myself and the audience included. And that same Gurenge, take it to San Diego Comic-Con, and everyone has their cell phones out and they're really getting into it. So I think that is definitely a huge focal point.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be great to be back and feel that love and give that love. Thank you so much for joining us, Lisa. And for those of you watching, you can catch Live is Smile Always Lander in theaters on August 17th.
Easy, fellas. I know it seems bad, but we're not here to cause trouble.
We're not?
Hi guys, I'm Amelia Emberwing and I'm here at San Diego Comic-Con with the incredible team of Vox Machina. Hi guys.
Hey. That's us.
We've still got so much time before season 3 finally hits our screens, so we're gonna start with like a nice easy warm-up. Everybody, how would you describe season 3 in one word?
Traumatizing.
Good one.
That's pretty valid, actually.
Brutal.
Heavy.
Fun.
Yeah.
She's trying to bring up the mood a little bit.
Uplifting.
Ships.
That's the one. Chips? Chips.
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 Definitely chips.
Chips and
Did somebody say chips?
Which is just like the ideal scenario, right? You get a little snack, you get some other little snacks, you know, everybody's happy. So we now know that we're going to get Mighty Nine in animation as well. What did you guys take from the first 3 seasons of Vox Machina into the first season of Mighty Nine? What lessons did you learn?
Oh, wow.
I think the biggest thing was a different approach. We want it to be a separate series, not a continuation of the Vox Machina story. It's certainly in the same world, but those characters are so dear to us for an entirely different list of reasons than Vox Machina. I think the thing that we can say that's not a huge spoiler is that with The Legend of Vox Machina, all the characters started together, and they're immediately, going into the world, starting their adventures. With Mighty Nine, we're going to be starting more from a Session 0 type place, so you'll get to see them as individuals and finding their way together in the world. since we're making it bigger and crazier and all sorts of stuff. But we are taking everything from The Legend of Vox Machina and just turning it up to 10.
We're all very, very excited. Returning to Vox Machina and keeping with the ominous tone, but also talking about ships and chips. I was prepared. We were talking ships. But ships, but also pairings. So we have groups that, sort of go off together and have their own little adventures. So, Laura, I'm going to start with you. The overarching question, how is the pairing challenged? So let's start with Vex and Percy.
How is it challenged?
Challenged. Like, what hurdles are you going to meet?
Listen. There's so much, and I can't give it away. To say the challenges would be to reveal so much, So I'm just gonna say it's hot. Okay.
Speaking of everybody's favorite, slow burn. Let's talk about Kiki and Vex. Vex.
Still
happens to this day.
Every time, I'm like,
So
no.
do we. 10
Let's
years.
talk about Kiki and Vex, darling.
We truly are like the Jim and Pam of our world. It's like, are they going to get together? Are they not? Not this season.
You said it best at the table years ago. Our whole relationship is psychic damage. Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
How are Vex and Vax going to be challenged? I can't screw it up when it's both of them because you don't know which one I meant
You say
first.
that, but I've screwed it up many times.
There's a lot of good twin stuff in
Yeah.
this season coming up.
Oof.
And you can't want to spoil
I know.
it.
I don't want to spoil it, but it is hard, when you have one relationship that's blossoming, and one that is, fighting to find time. So there's tension there.
Ashley, you get paired in two. Let's start with Pike and Scanlan.
Yes. Yeah, a lot. There's things that happen and things that don't.
Let's talk about everybody's favorite besties.
Yes.
Pike and Grog.
The bestest of buddies.
But nobody wants to talk about Grog ships because he's like Joey from Friends.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
just like the only one not hooked up at
It's
the end.
Grog.
I just got to stay a free agent. Too much love to go around.
So, going to you guys as creators versus your specific characters, was there or has there been, or do you think will there be, a scene that hit you even harder when you saw it animated versus when you were recording it for the first time?
I'll let y'all talk.
I mean, there's definitely some scenes in this season where, we were doing our group records and we're like bawling our eyes out.
Yeah.
So there's definitely some scenes, and you always know going in, especially like when you do the table read and you're like, this one's going to be emotional. I'm going to need a nap after this one. But then getting in there and recording it, and it's just like, some heart-wrenching moments.
Also, just seeing the locations that we go to always is so mind-opening. So, I don't want to spoil anything, but we're going places.
I know it's hard without spoiling anything, but yeah, there were definitely scenes in this season that hit very hard, and watching them, I was still emotional. Like every single time, get emotional reliving that moment.
Yeah, and even just beyond like the emotional bits, there are like combat centerpieces and action sequences that I remember playing the game and seeing it in my imagination and being like, man, this is so cool in my head. And then getting to see it fully finished, and it's so much cooler and so much more exciting and than I could have ever hoped for. And that made me emotional.
Thank you guys so much for joining us today. For everybody at home, you can finally catch Season 3 of Vox Machina on October 3rd, and stick with us throughout the rest of the weekend for more San Diego Comic-Con news from IGN.
Katie O'Brien has had one hell of a year between Love Lies Bleeding and Twisters, and upcoming roles in Mission Impossible 8 and the newly announced Zomcom Queens of the Dead. She's taken time out of her whirlwind schedule to visit us here at IGN. Katie, welcome.
Thank you so much, whirlwind schedule.
Did you see what I've got more for you? Just
Hilarious.
hang in there. Yeah, we've got more. So on that note, I saw Twisters last week, and I was blown away, as they say.
Huh. I saw it last night.
Did you?
Yeah, I got to see like an early cut a few months ago, and it was, it was great.
Yeah.
But it was like insert tornado here.
Yeah.
So I got to see the completed thing last night. I was like, if I'm gonna talk about it, I probably should see it. So yeah, it was awesome. Yeah.
I love it. Did you see it in 4DX? Is the question.
No, I haven't yet. I don't know where do you do that?
So there's like select theaters, and do you know what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like you just have to look it up. 4DX. Are you going to see it in 4DX?
Maybe. I get motion sickness, so I was told
maybe
I
not.
shouldn't. But I kind of want to. Maybe I'll just pop a Dramamine, give it a shot.
It would be a good story.
Yeah.
I threw up in Twisters 4DX, and I was in Twisters.
That would be so embarrassing, but so beautiful.
Now, going behind the scenes, what was the craziest thing that happened on set of Twisters?
I mean, I think they said the first day that we got there. This is before we started shooting, and obviously there are a lot of rules and regulations, so you can't shoot during these circumstances. But I believe they said the first day that we got there, they had 11 tornadoes touch down. And so it was just constant interruptions, as one would have shooting a tornado movie in Tornado Alley during tornado season.
Yeah. Now, I have to, not to get controversial, but I have to ask you about the big debate on the internet right now.
Oh.
Have you heard about the kiss debate?
Yes.
So basically, a lot of people think that Tyler and Kate should have kissed.
Right.
At the end of Twisters.
Yeah.
Where do you stand?
I don't care. I heard
that is way too healthy of a response, and we're going to need to retract it.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to have a different ending, I think, it's the predictable ending, and I listened to Isaac's logic as to why, and for it to not be her journey to go get a man, that's great. I think that's a great message. But, also, if you feel it, chase it.
Yeah, if you feel it, and he chased it.
He chased it, but he was like,
yeah. Not
let's go chase
it
the storm.
all the way.
Yeah. It was good though. I would have been happy either way. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, Katie, I feel like Comic-Con is maybe the best place for you. I mean, you've been in The Mandalorian, you've been in Ant-Man, you've had Twisters, you have Mission Impossible 8 coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, what has it been like to juggle all those big tent poles in kind of like quick succession, I would say?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel fortunate. It's been really fun and kind of makes you feel a little simulation-y, a little bit like Ashton Kutcher will pop out and be like, you've been pranked or punked or whatever. I don't know. But at the same time, it's just a blast. And it's really cool to get to work with these people that have top of their game, top of their career. And they're just really nice and cool. And that's really refreshing, actually.
And you mentioned fighting for every role you get. You've talked about in other interviews having to really fight for that role in Love Lies Bleeding.
Oh my gosh.
We actually found a photo on Twitter. Alyssa, my producer's gonna pull it up, but basically it's one of those news stories talking about how they're casting for Love Lies Bleeding.
Yes.
And you just put yourself out there, put a photo of yourself flexing.
Yeah.
Did that actually help you get the role?
No, I do. I get extreme anxiety for anything that I post, which is why I don't like posting. And I was like, this is gonna be so douchey when I post this. And then I just went back and forth, and finally I was like, screw it, and I post it, and I felt like a total lunk, but no, it didn't. I wound up putting a PowerPoint presentation together with my old bodybuilding pictures and stuff like that, and I think that helped me get an audition.
Yeah.
And then I just kept going in, and I finally got it.
Yeah. That's incredible. Since we are at IGN, what's maybe the nerdiest thing about you?
I don't know, pick your poison. I have a collection of Jigglypuffs. I love Jigglypuff.
That's extremely nerdy, yeah.
I have a lot
That's
of,
great.
I enjoy Pokemon quite a bit. I think people would think that I should do Machamp, but no, I just like it. Jigglypuff's my homie.
Yeah.
I used to be in a Dragon Ball Z watching club, and then I just I don't know. Gohan was my favorite, and then they just kind of made him really lame for a long time, and I hear he's making a comeback, but it's too late.
Before we go, I'm gonna ask you a less nerdy thing. Would you be able to teach me how to flex?
Oh yeah, what
flex
do you want?
Properly.
Okay, so the hardest.
So we're not wearing best outfits for it.
We'll do the hardest thing.
Yeah.
Right. Now take your
I'm gonna have
your back.
Yeah. Okay.
And pull your elbows forward.
Okay.
And what that does is it pulls the lat. I know if we can.
It feels weirdly.
It pulls the lat forward, and then you have to let your hands hang loose and try to shoot your arms out. So what that does, it goes from here. Much lower back.
That back one felt really. I feel like I loosened some stuff up there.
It's a stretch.
It's a great stretch.
My first competition, I couldn't quite get it. I couldn't keep it, so it's really lopsided and awkward.
So you got the front one, you got the back one. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's all gonna show.
Yeah.
But I think that was the hardest one for me. And there's always like tweaks that you can do, and it's people really underestimate how much posing does.
Oh my God,
It's
no!
like
You taught me that in Love Lies Bleeding.
Yeah.
Like a good pose is everything.
It's everything.
Yeah.
It changes the game.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, that's all the time we've got, Katie. But thank you so much for dropping by. For those of you watching, stick around for even more Comic-Con here at IGN.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Star Trek Fleet Command. Download the sci-fi strategy game today and look out for the Galaxy Quest update coming soon.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
This fall, yet another beloved video game franchise gets the live-action treatment when Like a Dragon Yakuza brings Sega's operatic crime drama to Prime Video as an all-new original series. It is my honor to be joined by Kento Kaku, who plays Akira Nishikiyama, Kiryu's best friend who would never possibly do anything wrong ever, and Yoma Takeuchi, who plays none other than Kazuma Kiryu. Joining us today to interpret, we have Kohei Obata. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, of course, anytime. So, real quick, I got to ask for both of you. IGN's a big video game outlet, so we need to know, when did you first become aware of the Like a Dragon games, and what is your relationship to them?
ゲームってゲームのメディアなんですけど、ゲームの目線から見て、最初にその竜の解ごとくという知ったのはいつなのかということをどういうふうに知っていたか。
僕が初めに知ったのは多分小学生の時ですね。僕のおじの家のゲームの棚に竜が如くの一番最初のゲームのディスクがありました。
The first time I saw it was in elementary school, actually back in the times when I was visiting my uncle's house. I saw the game on the shelf of my uncle's gaming rack, and that was the first time I saw it.
小学生からすると、桐生がなんかこう睨んでるから、ちょっと怖いゲームなのかなと思ってた。
It was a little intimidating because of the package. It has the Kiryu Kazuma staring at you, terrifying. So it was kind of a intimidating encounter at the first time.
Incredible. And I mean, that kind of begs the question. Like, I think that there is this common misconception with the Like a Dragon games where, you know, this operatic crime drama that looks super serious, but Kazuma Kiryu is one of the kindest men in existence who is full of compassion and sympathy. So what kind of drew you to Kazuma Kiryu in that regard? Like what was the, when you finally got a chance to learn about the character, were you surprised or anything like that?
本当にいいポイントですね。やっぱり龍が如くっていうお話、フランチャイズっていうとすごくこう大河ドラマのように硬派な作品で骨太で暗くてっていう思いがありますけれど、桐生一馬ってすごく優しくて内面も丸いというか、そういったそのこう心優しい側面があるっていう意味で、なんかすごくそういったアプローチってされたんでしょうか？
その通りで、強さとは裏腹にやっぱり優しい心だったり。僕が今回演じた桐生一馬は親がいない設定なので、その幼少期に満たされなかった愛情だったり、そういうものを常に彼はどこかで追い続けている。それが彼の強さのパワーの源でもあると思います。
Exactly. And that's the whole point, I think, is the interesting part of the character of Kiryu Kazuma. He seems to be very masculine and outside. He actually is and strong. But I think in the inside, he's very vulnerable and has some flaws in itself. I think that exploring that element of his character and making sure that we embody the wholesome sort of characteristics of him is, I think, the essence of this drama.
I could not agree more. For Kaku-san, what opportunities does this live-action adaptation allow when fleshing out Nishiki?
今回の作品に関してもやっぱり賀来さんが錦を演じるにあたってどういったところに一番こう注目しましたか？
When I read the script for the first time, I really felt so much with synchrony with him. So actually it was easy to break down the character, but if I had to say, the only challenge was how to bring out the gap within him, like the contrast between this show goes back and forth in two timelines, so the contrast between the past Nishiki and the current Nishiki between two timelines. So that's what I focus on the most.
And in that same vein, like how did you approach that sort of, I'm assuming it's 10 years later, so how did you kind of approach that contrast in the character?
Like for 1995, in the past, I aim for more like emotional and instinctive portrayal, and for 2005, I aim for like stripped down and unreadable expression. Yeah, that's what I do.
That's wonderful. Now, Yoma-san, Kazuma Kiryu has had the same voice actor since 2005. Have you gotten any tips from Kuroda-san for how to portray Kiryu?
桐生一馬の声優さんってもう1作目からずっと一緒なんですけれども、ひょっとして何かこうアドバイスをいただいたりとか、なんか接触がかかったりとかはしたんですか？
僕はお会いできてないし、確かに本当だったらちょっとアドバイスを欲しかったぐらい、まだお会いできてないです。
I actually haven't had the chance to meet him in person, so I did build the character from scratch on his own. It's the whole point of this drama's approach.
僕の声はどうだったか聞いてみたいです。
I do want to ask him how he felt about it, though.
I'm looking forward to hearing that answer in the future. So for both of you, what is the role of Nishiki and Kiryu in the series as part of the Tojo clan? What is their view on the organization as a whole in both 95 and 2005?
堂島会について伺いたいんですけれど、お二人の1995年から2005年と2つのその時間軸の中で、お二人のそれぞれのキャラクターが堂島会に対してどういう思いを持っているのかみたいな視点というか教えていただけますか？
僕ら親がいない設定で、95年から95年に初めてカムロ町にこう飛び込むというか、その中でやっぱり堂島組の会長、日本語で親父ですねがやっぱりこう親のように寛大に愛を持って接してくれたからこそ、やっぱそこに愛情が欲しい僕たちっていうのをめり込んでしまう、だけど実際入ってみるとその裏側っていうのはものすごくダークなものがあったり冷たいものがあったり社会の厳しさを知るというか、だから自分が憧れていたものでもあるし、結果2005年には一番こうそうですね 堂島組というその場所自体がすごく彼らの人生にとってすごくネックになってくる部分になってしまうこともある。
I think the essence of the characters, the baseline is that they belong to an orphanage and they're orphans. They don't have father figures, and that's the sort of the first sort of POV from the two characters. They're looking at Dojima Kai as the sort of they're looking for human connection and seeking for a father figure in the Yakuza organization. But there is a sort of a cruel realization after they get into the Yakuza clan, I think, is that they realize how cruel and savage the knight society is, and that's the conflict that the characters face in the story.
That's awesome. Well, I want to thank you guys all for joining us. I really appreciate it. Well, Like a Dragon Yakuza hits Prime Video October 24th, which leaves you plenty of time to play all 10.5 games in the series. And if you want to get into the show, I personally suggest starting with Yakuza Kiwami and then going back to play the prequel, Yakuza 0. Lots more Comic-Con to come. Stick around.
Berserker is the violent and awesome graphic novel, and I'm here with the creative team behind it. So let's get into it. Hi, guys.
Hi.
It's very nice to meet you.
How's it going?
So this is one of the probably goriest graphic novels I've ever seen, which I love.
No, it's not.
It's up there.
Terrible.
I mean, so
Really?
yeah, I think so. And so, like, I want to get into the sort of creative process of how these actual fights and segments come together in the comic. How do one of you pitch, like, okay, I want B to rip off someone's arm, hit someone else in the face with it, blood flies across 2 or 3 pages in a row? Like, how does that come together? Because it's the thing that stuck out to me first. Outside of the story being awesome, the violence is just insane. So tell me about it.
Was that like reading like issue 1, just seeing it kind of introduced? Yeah, I mean, I guess that has to start with me, but then then it turns into us.
I have vivid memories of you choreographing a lot of the, showing me, how it goes. So I think I'd probably start. I'm going to give you some of the blame for it.
No, there's no blame.
Yeah.
There's something about catharsis and celebration and something else about it. And then Matt and I Matt puts it into a word and a sentence, and then that goes to Mr. Garney here.
And I'm the one who has to sit there and close my eyes.
Right.
You go, ah!
Yeah. You do the hard work, yeah.
But it's, I mean, it's, if you remember Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
Remember how visceral the scene was when they stormed the beaches?
Yep.
So it's kind of like that. I have to close my eyes and really see it. And so I try to make it very cinematic and put in the things they're asking for. There's a scene in The Lost Book of B where he breaks out of this cage, and in doing so, a big piece of metal goes right through his arm, right? And so he, in the moment, decides, well, this is a good thing to put through somebody's eye. And it's written there.
Did we do that?
And so I have to actually sit there and picture it and figure out, how am I going to make this thing work? And that's really it. It's just the visualization, try to see a movie there.
I love it. Yeah, no, it feels incredibly cinematic, and there's just like wonderful energy throughout each panel. The fight scenes feel believable, but in a way that is completely over the top, because
And I was hoping that with that came the stillness after, and then the kind of debrief or what happens after as the dust settles. And I find that you get we have a reluctant hero, someone who's very reluctant in the violence.
Right.
And we have this duality of a curse that he's compelled to violence. So the stillness and the kind of regret, or what are the emotions of that? And we kind of speak about where the different situations or circumstances that brought the character B Unity into violence. And I think you really capture, Ron, the stillness as well, the tableaus that you've created.
Yeah, I'm very aware of that, that's part of the juxtaposition. Is that you need that. So, it's a normal energy in the universe. I mean, it's, there's either calm before the storm, there's calm after the storm, and then there's a break. So, and then it causes you to reflect on the purpose of it, you know, and the purpose for this character. And that's really what the character's thing is his purpose. You know, it is love and all those things, but what is his purpose? That's what he questions all the time. And if you were that being and you went through that, you would be just questioning your purpose all the time. Right. Is this all that I am? And so those quiet moments create that for the reader to make them question that as well.
It just feels like a incredibly tortured character in a very beautiful way, in sort of in a parallel to like a vampire or something, where you're like, all right, this guy's seen it all, he's been through it all. But he's not.
But we didn't
want to.
Right, you always stress there's no self-pity there. Like
right,
he's not.
Right.
It's actually a journey to figure it out. You know, it's not. He's not feeling sorry for himself.
He's not an exhausted immortal.
Yeah,
If anything, the character's holding on to its humanity.
Yeah, the difference is like I used to be a vampire.
Oh, got it.
And so, just so I know the difference.
Congrats on getting out.
Yeah. And I was just a savage, evil person. But Berserker's is not evil. It's not an evil thing. He's a force of nature, but he's a sentient force of nature that questions his existence and why, you know.
I really love how playful you guys get with the time periods. And you can turn the page and all of a sudden you're in a completely different era. You have that blank canvas to go anywhere. Where do you, or how do you decide we're going to drop this character in here? Because he's been through it all. So you can really go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to follow the story.
Yeah.
You know, like what lesson and where do they need to go? Ancient civilizations.
Yeah, I think it's definitely character driven, right? So it's like, where did it come from? Okay, we need to see that. When did it happen? So we see that, and then present day. And I think to your credit, you were like, the present day needs to be as relevant as anything else, you know, because that's where we are right now. And then anytime we jump to the past, it's to inform something that he's going through now, you know, to sort of explain why he's doing what he's doing. Like issue 1 was so over the top with violence, but I think it was the intention was to do that, just to wake you up, get your attention, and then we explore why is he doing that? Where did it come from? You know, and what is. And to me, like the violence is part of his character, where he has like a careless disregard for his body. Even his body has no meaning other than as a tool to use.
And there's a running theme of people sort of weaponizing that tool and being like, how do we? I mean, from day one, how do we take advantage of his powers for evil, to hurt people, that even if they don't deserve it?
Which is, you know, par for the course, really, throughout history. What I think supports all of it is how well researched it is. You know, there's real history in there from real human history. And his name's escaping me. The guy, this archaeological scientist that you went to.
Graham Hancock.
Yes, Graham Hancock. You know, very well researched, and this Lost Book of B is very well researched. And I really got into that. I'm going to talk about this.
And that's Mr. Kent.
What? Yeah, no, we did it. You set up a call with the astrophysicist. Remember this? True, so we did the science part. You had a connection that we were able to explore, and then we ask a bunch of dumb questions and get good explanations.
I love that. Speaking of getting it right, there's a live action adaptation in the works and an animated series in the works. What are the things that have to make it over there besides, I mean, I guess in the live action one, are we going for the Guinness Book of World Records for blood in the first 20 minutes?
No.
So what's the question?
What do you think those things just really need to nail in terms of like the essence of the graphic novel that you want to see across both those adaptations?
Well, I'm interested to see what the other artists who are involved, the director, the writer Mattson Tomlin is involved with the screenplay, and he's also offered to move forward with the anime. So really, there's just some canon, like the lead character has to have that biography, the rules of the curse. So there's some rules and stuff, but otherwise just trying to, see what they come up with.
That rules. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Berserker kicks ass. Please go buy it. Read them all. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For all things Comic-Con, keep watching IGN.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Nitsa. Speeding catches up with you.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
Greetings, true believers! Every year at Comic-Con, fans pack into Hall H for the Marvel Studios panel where Kevin Feige reveals the latest plans for the future of the MCU. And every year, we bring you the most up-to-date coverage that we possibly can. Joining me to help break down everything we might get today, analyze, probably freak out a little bit, and really just have a good time. My Avengers at IGN. Akeem Lewontin, Amelia Emberwing, Tom Jorgensen, and Kim Horcher. Excelsior!
Excelsior!
Okay, so this is going to get crazy. In just a bit, we're going to start getting breaking news from the Marvel panel. We've got our news team inside Hall H updating us with live announcements, tweets, images, leaks, trailers, everything we expect to see, casting announcements, new movies, TV shows, probably a huge wall of logos of films that we're going to experience over the next 7 to 10 decades. What are we expecting to learn about first tonight? The buzz right now feels very Fantastic Four-y. That feels like the big thing to lead with.
When you put a giant 4 into the sky on Thursday night at Comic-Con, people are going to start assuming that maybe Fantastic Four is going to be a big part of the Saturday.
That's right. So they had an entire Marvel-themed drone show here, and which dogs love because they don't make exploding noises. Yeah. And they made Galactus in the sky using hundreds of drones. I don't know how they do that.
That may be the coolest use of drone display that I've ever seen, because Galactus is supposed to come up over the horizon terrifyingly. Look at it. Oh my God.
Wow. Like what? How?
That's not live, right? No, the sun is out. Good.
Okay, so this is our, an official look at Galactus if he was a drone, or several drones, and there's the number 4. Here's what we know about Galactus in Fantastic Four so far. He's being played by Ralph Ineson, who was in The Witch, the father in The Witch, has one of the most deepest, gravelly, just imposing voices. The second I heard this casting, I was like, I am so excited for this. Let's run through the cast real quick of the Fantastic Four. Pedro Pascal the other day revealed the first shot of the 4 of them together.
Yeah, they are.
They seem to be having a good time. Nothing has attacked the planet yet.
Yeah, it just looks like they have a head of Pedro. Where's the rest of him?
I know. I don't know what restaurant that is, but it looks lovely. Yeah, we're scanning this for details. So we have Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards, aka Mr. Fantastic. Vanessa Kirby, Sue Storm, aka Invisible Woman. Joseph Quinn is playing Johnny Storm, aka the Human Torch. We got Eben Moss Bachrach from The Bear is playing the Thing. He did an interview recently, and they said, how have you been getting ready for your role? And he said, I've been looking at a lot of rocks. And that's good. That's the exact, that's the kind of humor I want to see from him. But yeah, this was one of the first images we saw of the movie, which led us to believe that it's a period piece, which it is.
Yes. Yeah, it's a new setting. We haven't seen any Marvel movies fully set back in that exact time period. And we also know we're pretty sure at this point it's not going to be part of the 616 universe, that it may be adjacent. There's been kind of rumors about that. So it's such an exciting way to make this sort of fully new area that the Marvel Cinematic Universe can play in.
And those rumors actually came from, I believe they shared another picture with just the Human Torch, and you could see the landscape look like a retro-futuristic version of New York.
Yeah, and there's a Time magazine photo in that last sort of promotional art that they showed where you can see...
Was it Life?
It's Life magazine, thank you. Yeah, and you can see the cover that points to the exact year in the 60s that the movie is probably going to be taking place.
Yeah, I love the art direction so far. The logo work's been awesome. Do we think that tonight we're going to get the first look of the cast in costume? Do we think we'll get a look at a trailer?
We're going to get some brilliant graphic design.
You think so?
We're just going to love it.
And we're going to eat it all up.
Graphic design is what you think?
I'm hoping for more graphic design.
I would love the 3 non-Thing Fantastic Four members to come out suited, and then Eben to have just a rock on top of his head or something like that.
Or bring back the foam costumes they used in the last several Fantastic Four movies. There's also the chance that we get Doctor Doom. Now, this is a big thing that people MCU fans have wanted Doctor Doom forever. It hasn't happened yet. We've got Doctor Doom appearances in previous Fantastic Four movies that are not necessarily part of all this world anymore. How do we feel about that? I know we all have our picks.
I'm not ready for Doom.
You're not ready for Doom?
No, I think this has got to be Galactus's movie.
What?
All right.
But he's so big and he's up there.
Gratification because it will be better later. And
it's been 20 years.
I know, but we have to focus on Galactus. He's kind of a big deal. That's
literally the biggest deal. Yeah.
He is the biggest deal, but I also worry about a movie that just focuses on him as the villain. When we've had him previously for such a short period of time, we've needed to bring in the Surfer, which obviously we have for this film as well. But he's
played by Julia Garner,
yeah,
which is going to be awesome.
Yeah. And he's such a larger than life scenario that I worry that just doing 2 hours on him is not gonna work out the way they want it to, and delaying Doom even further is gonna frustrate MCU fans even more than they are.
I'm with you. They need some sort of ground level opponent, and then also the big guy in the sky.
And there's nothing that says that we don't have to necessarily meet Doctor Doom immediately. Why not meet Victor Von Doom and get to know that guy a little bit?
Are you sold?
I want to meet Victor. I don't want to meet when he gets his doctorate at dooming.
Yeah, we don't want to go to Doom College.
I think it's too much. It's clutter. They're both very important villains.
I know.
I want to give them each their due time. I don't want to just shoot through them and waste one of them like has happened in previous Marvel films.
Mm-hmm. They don't do that ever. What are you talking about?
Never struggled.
Well, I mean, we've talked about in the past on IGN videos that Marvel sometimes does have a villain problem, and there was the whole situation with Kang. We don't have to get into the specifics of, but it does give them an opportunity to A, either recast that role, or B, bring in Doom as another bigger threat to kind of oppose everybody. What messes it up a little bit is the timeline of this, right? They're moving into a sort of separate universe, different time period, so it's not like he's just going to show up and bother the Avengers, right?
Mm-hmm. Not that the borders of a universe have ever been less important in a Marvel movie than right now. I'm sure there are plenty of methods very sure there are plenty of methods by which these people can kind of move around, but I'm very excited to just focus on a totally different corner.
Right. Now, and it gives them more time too, because obviously the Kang of it all, I still am not convinced that they're just going to drop that story. So if we take a pause and we deal with this either alternate universe or we're earlier in time, we can just take a break from that and all of the baggage that comes with it and move into this other scenario that sets up somebody in the background while the Kang story carries out.
And there's also the opportunity for they can kind of have their cake and eat it too a little bit, because we know that in Fantastic Four, right? Oh man, my train of thought just went totally off the track. Here we go. Let's go.
So in just a few minutes, the panel is actually going to start. Like I said earlier, if you're just joining us, we're going to get live reactions from people inside the room, breaking news. We're going to cover it all from here. People will be sending us tweets and images and all this fun stuff, videos, hopefully.
I also have the mega thread open on the official Marvel Studios Reddit. So there are just fans that are going to be in there. So I'm just going to be refreshing this. We already have fans that are in there. They're saying that they wish that they're talking about, like, look, they need this to hit.
Yes.
Like their expectations, like all their friends. This one person says, all my friends say Marvel is dead and make fun of me for still being locked in. F them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I'm still locked in.
Yeah, same. Yeah. So, I mean, hopefully this panel delivers.
The panel is actually starting right now, and the lights have gone down. The Marvel logo intro is being shown, and Deadpool's voice is singing a Marvel song, and there's a choir singing like a prayer. So they're starting off the panel in a comedic and fun way, which they appreciate that, because this is Deadpool and Wolverine's weekend. This is the time for their victory lap. The movie's crushing it. It's doing amazing numbers. I haven't seen it yet because I've been here, but I've been getting spoiled by all my friends and coworkers daily, so thank you all for that.
We also have a beautiful photo of everyone performing on stage right now by our very own Alex Stedman. We have a picture of the choir that are singing the original Marvel song, Like a Prayer.
Oh, awesome.
That's what Brian said.
There are dancers running down the aisles in red and yellow, apparently, according to Alex.
I got my brain train back on the track, and I want to come back around to that Kang point that we were talking about.
Sure.
One of the things that sort of separate universe allows for is the possibility. We know that Kang has a family connection to the Richards in the comics.
Yeah.
That would give them a pretty easy way to start building out sort of an off-ramp to bringing in a different Kang variant that may be able to sort of keep the originally planned stories more or less on track.
Now, speaking of variants, there are apparently a ton of Deadpool variants on stage right now. Kevin Feige has said that, look at all these Deadpools. I saw a Bob Ross Deadpool. Did anyone see Peter Poole anywhere? No. Okay, so there's Rob Delaney has taken the stage, apparently. Who was apparently cut from this movie, or he shot a cameo and then wasn't actually in it.
In Deadpool and Wolverine?
Yeah.
Oh. I think he is.
Not do spoilers.
Yeah, let's anything's possible in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Brian.
Rob Delaney is moderating the film.
Very good.
Amazing.
Okay.
We love him.
So many Deadpools in the new movie.
Look at that.
It's impossible to sort of count them all, and we can't go into spoilers, but that was one of the most fun parts, and you'll be very excited to see it, Brian. Like, there are so many cool Deadpool variants in this movie.
I can't wait.
I bet there are even some that fans that have seen the movie haven't even caught yet.
Deadpool and Wolverine is officially the biggest R-rated opening weekend of all time. So
hey, let's go.
Yeah. I will be contributing to that tomorrow afternoon.
Beating Punisher Warzone for the record.
And the MCU just crossed 30 billion worldwide, so they have the money over there.
Yeah.
Good work. So we talked a little bit about the Fantastic Four. We're talking about Deadpool. While we wait, do we think that we're going to get an entry point into the sort of X-Men mutant saga tonight? It feels like a good time. We just got Wolverine back on the screen. X-Men 97 was awesome.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm excited for X-Men again.
Yeah.
No, it feels like X-Men is they have to look at it in some way. They have to do something.
What are you looking at, Kim? What's going on over there?
It looks like the cast of Captain America: Brave New World is coming out.
Yeah. So they have 3 movies next year. That's the first of them. That's February.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they're bringing the cast out now, and I'm excited to see where they go with that one. After that, they do have, it's Fantastic Four and then Thunderbolts, right?
I believe.
Yes.
I think Thunderbolts, then Fantastic.
Then there's the nebulous concept of a Blade movie happening
yes.
at some point.
Yeah. Schrodinger's Blade movie.
Yep.
If you're not looking at it, it still exists.
So Tim Blake Nelson, Giancarlo Esposito, and Anthony Mackie and Danny Ramirez are on the stage right now. So
I'm Tim Blake Nelson coming into the MCU. Like, not that
great.
Incredible Hulk is an MCU, it's MCU, but having him come back in sort of a more fuller role is super exciting.
I love it. I love it. And also we're getting Han Solo as the president.
Yeah,
President
Red
Han
Hulk.
Solo.
President Red
The reddest of Hulks.
Is he? I can't wait to hear that gravel like dropped down 8 octaves into Hulk tones.
I can't wait for Harrison Ford to keep up the "What's a Red Hulk" bit throughout the entire press cycle.
Yep.
Be the door to Red She-Hulk.
Yeah.
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 Played by Callista Flockhart.
Oh dear.
I see what you did. I see what you did.
Well, that's actually his daughter, so you've made it weird.
So yeah, we're expecting to see probably something new from Captain America today. Maybe a new trailer, but I don't know because we just got one recently.
We did, yeah.
But they are on the stage right now. They are talking about the film. The cast is there, so maybe they have one surprise in store for us.
Maybe his name is Harrison Ford. He's walking out.
It sounds like they are, and as you can tell, they're trying to do a return to kind of grounded action movies, which makes sense because when they do Fantastic Four, you're going to have a guy who turns into a rock person and goes to space, somebody else that can go invisible and self-ignite, and a guy who has really long arms and a neck. So getting something that's a little more serious, a little more sort of political thriller, I think could be really fun.
Well, and it's where they've excelled so much in the past as well. Like, obviously, Winter Soldier is still one of the best MCU films of all time.
I'm excited myself to move on from Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That was maybe one of my lesser favorite MCU things post Endgame. I really wanted to see something that kind of brought Sam to the Shield a little stronger.
Right.
Yeah.
It was half of an incredible show.
Yeah.
Like, if they had just stuck with the Sam and Bucky, going on the road to becoming Cap of it all, would have been great. But the rest of it struggled.
Yeah. The way they handled the Isaiah Bradley stuff was just very wanting. I think I would have liked a little more focus on that stuff.
And that's something that I really, really need from the Thunderbolts. So, I'm sorry, Captain America. So, obviously, we're really stressed by seeing Isaiah, in Winter Soldier Protocol. But I'm hoping that it's a fake out and that we see, Isaiah finally get his story just the way it's supposed to be instead of all of that.
So yeah, they're still doing Captain America right now, and I'm excited to see that movie comes together. The cast is still on the stage, and we're getting updates on the fly. Like I said, if you're just joining us, this is the Marvel Hall H panel watch-along live stream party. We can't actually film anything in there because that's illegal, but we can get up-to-the-minute breaking news from there and share it with you. So we're really going to get a bunch tonight. I have a good feeling about all this.
Yeah. I'm trying to parse through some of the noise that I'm seeing on the Marvel Studios Reddit thread. Fans are saying that there's a Young Avengers Instagram account that they just found.
What?
That's awesome.
Okay, hold
it's
on.
Instagram.com/Young Avengers.
Somebody hit schedule posts. Wrong.
So yeah, right now 0 posts. Apparently, they just doubled in followers since they discovered this account. I guess leaked about 13 minutes ago.
We have no way to know that's official.
Exactly, curious timing.
No way to
13
know.
minutes ago.
Yeah, I guess go follow the Young Avengers Instagram account and hope
Are
that
you
it's
sure?
for the movie and not for something else.
Yeah.
Let's see.
There's no picture on the one I'm looking at.
No, there's no picture. That's what I'm saying. There's no picture. It's 0 posts.
I don't know about this.
Yeah? You think it's look? It is Reddit, so you never know with Reddit. So, like I said, I'm parsing through it all.
I don't know about you guys. Everything on the internet is true, so don't worry about it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, let's hold on to that though. I'm going through the Reddits. You all have the official sources that we have because we have people that are currently in there right now.
The cast of Captain America is on stage right now. Giancarlo Esposito talking about coming into the MCU. It's a dream come true. Dreams come true. It was fan casting that linked us together and we started to talk. But to be with this cast, especially Anthony Mackie, who brings it every single time. All right, well, we need to take a very quick break. Stick around. IGN's live coverage of the Marvel Studios panel will continue right after this. Don't go anywhere.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Star Trek Fleet Command. Download the sci-fi strategy game today and look out for the Galaxy Quest update coming soon.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
And we are back. The Marvel Studios panel is still going strong in Hall H. Here's what happened during the break. We found out that Giancarlo Esposito is playing Sidewinder, who's a member of the Serpent Society.
Which is hearing the words Serpent Society in Hall H gives me a little nostalgia.
Right?
In and of itself. If everyone remembers, there was a few years back, it must have been 2015, 2014, something like that, where Kevin Feige announced the title of the upcoming third Captain America movie as Serpent Society. Yeah, but it was actually Civil War. He was being a little dingus.
Yep.
And that was a nice little surprise for all of us that Civil War was the real one.
That's awesome that we know who Giancarlo is playing. I know it was speculated that he was going to be G.W. Bridge. We actually did a video about that. So and he came out saying that no one got it right, and he was correct. I don't think anyone would have ever guessed that he would be this character.
No, I don't either.
He did say no one would ever guess that I'm going to be this character. And
that's it, verbatim.
Right.
Verbatim.
Yeah, I remember when we thought he was going to be Professor X. I remember those days. It seems like they are showing a scene from Brave New World right now.
Awesome. Yeah. Sweet. So I guess instead of showing a new trailer, there's a new scene. I don't know if they'll air that anywhere.
Probably not.
Yeah,
no.
probably not, right?
No.
What people putting on Hall H panels love best is when the leaky crooked cell phone videos of a beautiful scene that people worked on for months go on the internet in 240p on some guy's potato flip phone. You know, that's just the best. That's the way to appreciate true art.
We're hearing a little bit about what is going on in this scene, and we've got a pretty cool little piece of information here. I'm not going to read the full quote here, but this is how it ends from Harrison Ford. But the truth is, this new element belongs to all of us. I present to you adamantium.
Yep.
So, as we all know, that
gave me goosebumps.
Yeah,
right there.
Well, the goosebumps are going to be covered in a metal that is indestructible, so you're going to have a hard time getting rid of them.
Reddit is lighting up. Adamantium confirmed. Adamantium. Everyone's just typing that.
Yeah. Adamantium or vibranium? What's everyone's favorite? You an adamantium guy or a
Which
vibranium
metal
guy?
do we like most?
Yeah.
I'm more of an unobtainium guy, actually.
Oh,
no. It's adamantium, of course.
All right. Got the Pandora blues up here.
And my dog's name is Rogers, so obviously I'm a vibranium.
Yeah. I'd probably go adamantium. Yeah.
Looks
Do we think that's coming from the Celestials, though?
Yeah, it seems that this scene is referencing Celestials, and we see in the trailer that the Tiamat, the giant Celestial from the end of Eternals, is going to be the thing that sort of drives the plot forward, or at least kicks it off in this movie. There is a history of Captain America movies being the ones that sort of speak to the real political things going on in our world, and I'm sure there's going to be some sort of resource battle going on, kind of like in Wakanda Forever. There was a little bit of conflict about resources in that one as well.
So what's really curious about that is the Serpent Society actually acts as a supervillain union where they all share their profits together, they all support each other, and that it's
awesome.
Interesting to see Giancarlo in that scenario.
Justin Hammer as part of Serpent Society, please.
Well, it looks like President Harrison Ford.
President Harrison Ford.
Thunderbolt Ross.
Says he wants Sam, Captain America, to help rebuild the Avengers.
Real quick, I wanted to talk about Sidewinder one more time, because I think we do have an image of him we can pull up. Very cool looking character. Obviously, he's not going to look like this in the movie, but I wish he did, because I love that. Look at with the with the.
Confirm that that's how he doesn't
he look exactly like that. I actually almost wore that collar tonight.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's a good one.
They just showed Harrison Ford turning into Red Hulk.
They did?
Yes.
In the middle of a press conference.
Pretty cool.
Did he do it live on stage?
No. He's coming out though. He's here.
He's there.
Yeah,
we're hearing that Harrison Ford has permanently turned into the Red Hulk on stage.
So close to what happened.
He's smashing chairs in the audience. No, that's none of that's true. No, but we did see a clip. They did show a clip of him turning. So I do hope that we get to see that very soon, because that's honestly the thing I'm most excited about in this movie.
I want to ask, so I'm looking at the Reddit. I'm going to just quote what this person says, and just to see what the panel thinks. This is from Peed My Shirt.
Are you sure?
That's a superpower.
No, let's hear him out.
Let's hear him out.
Trying to bend some bars.
Not disappointed with Giancarlo as Sidewinder, but what if it's a pump fake like the Serpent Society Civil War thing?
Ooh. Oh man, a Serpent Society twist inside.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think you can't go back to the same well twice.
Yeah.
We did this already.
You can pee in the same well twice.
You can, indeed. And on the same shirt twice, should you choose.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. I'm okay with Brian, are you okay?
What happened?
We have more to go through, okay?
I never would have predicted that you would say that on the stage today, but you know what? Here we are.
I don't need every MCU villain, though, to be like an A-list Marvel villain, because A, you're going to run out of those eventually, and B, it kind of gives you the chance to get to know new characters.
Yes. There's a picture of Red Hulk.
Look at those legs.
That I believe our producers pulled from WikiFeet.
From WikiFeet.
Star of
the beautiful cherry blossoms around
also, to your point, Esposito makes every character he is feel big. So it's fine that this is a bit super villain, because he's going to make it huge.
Anthony Mackie apparently said, "That's Harrison Ford. Tell Tom Holland I got effing Harrison Ford. Get him, Harrison, get him." I love the little feud the two of them have.
Yeah,
it's
been
so
going
awesome.
for so long.
Now hold on. Now we know most of the Spider-Man movies have an older hero in sort of a mentor role. It would be pretty hilarious if they ever make Spider-Man 4 for Thunderbolt Ross to be his kind of mentor.
No,
now here's
evil
a shot.
mentor.
Here's Harrison Ford in Hall H right before he turned into the Red Hulk in real life.
Yeah.
He's already getting red. Look at him.
He's getting red.
That's why the audience is all red.
Mad because he has to do
out of
it
him.
all.
He's absorbing their red.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Harrison Ford said, "This is a character that's based on a lot of history developed with Bill, who played the character previously, but now I am Thaddeus, and I'm delighted and I'm proud to become a member of the Marvel Universe. I've been watching fantastic actors, some of which are here tonight, have a really good time working in the MCU, and I wanted a piece of the action." The money probably doesn't hurt too, right?
Yeah. It couldn't hurt at all. And just for anyone that may not know this right off the top of their head, the reason that Harrison Ford is joining the MCU as Thunderbolt Ross, character who already exists, this isn't like a variant situation.
Right.
At least we don't think so. But no, it's because actor William Hurt passed away before this movie was shot. And so they've replaced him with Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford apparently also said, "I would have grown a mustache if I had been asked."
They didn't ask.
Should
They
he
didn't
have
ask.
had the mustache?
Callista called somebody and was like, if you make him grow a mustache, he will not do this movie.
Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
okay with the earring. No mustache.
Brave New World cast is leaving the stage. Feige is back on the stage just when I think my nerd life can't get more complete. I hear we're getting the rest of the quotes coming in on the fly. So yeah, what do you guys think is up next? Any last guesses? Thunderbolts time.
Yeah,
it's Thunderbolts time.
Thunderbolts.
The director is on the stage.
Yeah, Jake Schreier.
So the last we heard of Thunderbolts, it was basically Thunderbolts title TBD
Title
question mark
later.
And they said, I believe originally they said that we would find out the title opening weekend, but that seems insane.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling we're going to find out tonight.
Well, they threw an
They just keep it Thunderbolts.
threw an asterisk at the end of there, and boy, I saw one rumor online or one like hope that it was that Venom was the last member, because there are plot threads that are sitting out there for Venom to join the MC.
It's weird, but
what
I
if
like it.
What if the title is Thunderbolts? Venom is here now.
They could literally
We've got
just
Venom
go with that. Yeah,
Venom here?
Thunderbolts, the actual last dance. Yeah, Wyatt Russell.
Okay,
Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Florence.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus is in this movie?
Yeah,
Yes, Valentina.
That's right. Florence Pugh, Sebastian Stan, and Geraldine Viswanathan, and David Harbour.
Blockers. She's excellent in that movie. David Harbour. What
Good cast. So now this is a movie that's been they were shooting this for a while already, right? And we saw some shots. I believe there was like a Florence Pugh filmed herself walking around in costume, and it was like, this is our first. It was like Instagram Live or something like that. I have a feeling we're going to get a trailer for this tonight.
Yeah, that seems.
I think it's
teaser.
Pretty likely.
It's time for something.
A JPEG.
Yeah,
A JPEG.
Let's go teaser trailer.
Bitmap. Even bigger asterisk.
So David Harbour is apparently walking down the aisle in full character right now.
Oh man. Okay.
Ham, or did I say exam?
I mean, I think we all knew at this point.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I love him.
So yeah, any last predictions for Thunderbolts?
We're going to get something.
Title, teaser.
Maybe a really good needle drop in the trailer.
Yeah.
Maybe a little teaser. They are Thunderbolts. They are wonderful. I think we all have the same thoughts. We take care of each other. Imagine like in a Russian accent, though, because I can't do it so well.
Now he's accosting his co-stars for not dressing up.
In character?
We apparently have a picture of a red Harrison Ford coming.
A red Harrison Ford?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hopefully.
There he
Whoa!
is!
Look at him!
Incredible.
Just slap a mustache on him.
Yeah.
Look at that man.
And that's his normal size. He's not like on a screen.
No, he's huge. That's not. Yeah, he's freaking huge.
This picture is brought to you by Marie Sharp's habanero hot sauce. He had about two or three bottles of that, hit the stage, and then just got furious.
You too can Hulk out.
Somebody might want to call a doctor if he's looking that red on stage.
So apparently David Harbour said, oh my God, you guys, you didn't dress up. Guys, I sent that email and we all said we're going to get dressed up because it's Comic-Con. Sebastian, you said when I couldn't rewrite your monologue in that pivotal scene in Act 2 that you would dress up, and nobody dressed up. So I love this already. It's showing the cast has some good chemistry. Yeah. I think this movie is going to be pretty funny. Like, honestly, it's this whole ragtag group of people that I don't know if it would have made sense to give a bunch of them their own movies, but throwing them together, I'm excited to see where that goes.
A lot of really funny actors and performers in that movie. So
there's a shot of the team right there.
Sure.
Very cool.
I just want to. We got to let the audience know though that cameras are not allowed in Hall H.
Yes.
Which is why we are here, kind of just like painting the picture for you through our words, and hopefully like that excitement is coming off, and you guys are just as hype as we are.
Where do you think they are in this picture? It looks like an ice skating rink.
This is Costco, but it's closed down, so it's only the emergency lights on.
Oh,
no, this is Thunderbolts on ice.
Yes. Oh.
Something I'm really curious about is if we're finally going to see, like, in the Thunderbolts film, whether or not they're going to address that she's, like, Madam Hydra. Because...
Valentina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because right now, all these people think they're just, like, working for this fancy person and not, a wicked supervillain.
She's not, like... Yeah. I think we know she's not the best person.
Like, we know... But does we see Oh my God, Florence Pugh's character.
Yelena.
We see Yelena go through this like whole like progression that ends at the end of Hawkeye, and like she's back to not trying to murder our friends, and then like immediately follows oopsie doodle Nazi. Like
So they asked Sebastian Stan what stands out about the Thunderbolts, and he said, "Not David Harbour."
Damn.
So yeah, I love this team already. They're growing on me big time. I feel like they're gonna have some good chemistry and make fun of each other a lot.
It's good banter, and it's good Hall H banter, and I think it's also Marvel always kind of designs these things to give fans a little bit of a sense of what the tone of the movie they're there to promote is going to be, and they're clearly getting in at each other and giving these barbs to get fans ready for some serious digs at each other during the actual.
They're teasing about the asterisks, and that's why I gasped earlier.
Really?
I don't have any. It says, "What's with the asterisk?" I can tell you it means something.
So we still won't know.
Yeah, that's how it works, man. So.
Then we have a picture of Harrison Ford after he became regular Harrison Ford again.
Oh no!
There he is.
And that's
actually hulking out.
There it is. He is actually pretty red.
He's either hulking out or having a heart attack.
Look at him go for it.
He's actually.
I'm really proud of him,
because it's moving so fast, but there's a jump rope that he's doing.
Yeah, the light beams.
Yes, just coming out of the microphone.
A lot of people don't know that Harrison Ford's one of his real life superpowers, lightning fast jump roping.
Yeah. Yep. Lewis Pullman is also in this movie from Top Gun Maverick and Bad Times at the El Royale. Really, really good actor. He replaced Steven Yeun in a role that has not been announced yet.
Right.
A lot of rumors that he could be the Sentry, a hero that we haven't seen in the MCU yet that has a very cool. It's not a character I'm super familiar with, mostly from Marvel Snap. Oh, that's the only way I know it.
Well, he's an interesting character because in comics they kind of retconned him to pretend like, oh, he's a Golden Age character. He's always been around.
Mm-hmm.
They pretended that in real life, but also in the comic that is part of it. Like he's been inserted into all of their histories. Like, oh, obviously we all know who the Sentry is, and I liked how fourth wall that was, and I hope they do that to us in the marketing campaign and just gaslight us on this guy who's always been around, he's friends with Steve Rogers, you know, all that stuff.
Speaking of gaslighting, they did actually ask Julia about what Valentina is after, and her answer was Valentina is after power, control, and I would say just generally she wants to kick ass in the Marvel Universe. Don't come to us with this girl boss. No, ma'am.
I think everybody
we know who you are.
Wyatt Russell getting up there talking about how people are going to react to his return as failed Captain America. Everybody's gonna effing love me.
I don't think that's true.
No, I actually hated him.
I did too, real bad.
Does he not remember?
Yeah. I think it's a joke. I think it's a bit. I think he knows that we can't stand his face. He's such a good actor, and he's so good at making me just like, oh, every time John shows up on like in any scene, I'm like.
And back to the point about like this being a pretty funny cast. Wyatt Russell is known for like he's in the Godzilla series, but if you've ever seen Everybody Wants Some by it's a Richard Linklater movie, he has the sort of Matthew McConaughey all right role, and he is so funny in that movie. I think he's probably going to have a little bit more of a comedic bent this time around. Weird character to make funny, but you know everyone's going to be cracking jokes.
He could be pulling a night swim and
be
like a little. I don't want to spoil that movie, but he's not a good guy.
12 people saw that movie. I think you're fine.
Thank you guys for spoiling Deadpool and Wolverine to me, not spoiling Night Swim.
I got you.
The priorities are definitely in check here today.
The pool is haunted.
I heard. I would simply get out. I would go to the beach instead. So the Thunderbolts are still on stage. This whole segment's being dedicated to them. The actors are sort of taking turns talking to each other inside of Hall H, talking to the crowd, and we're getting breaking news as it comes in.
Yeah. So looking at the Reddit again, this message is from Perky Person. They say, just talking out of my butt right now, but what if they announce 4 movies instead of 3, with the 4th one being Fantastic Four?
Okay.
They've already announced it.
Yeah.
It would. That's Perky Person. That's not me speaking. I'm speaking.
He said he might be talking out of his butt, though, and I think that is confirmed.
I think that he did.
Yeah. That's okay.
I'm just trying to gas him up. That's all.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Sorry, Perky Person.
Oh, nice.
Let's put his comment behind us.
Yeah.
Okay. You know,
You guys are being cheeky. Stop it.
I'm going to leave.
yeah, we're both going to leave. Let's see.
David Harbour said he had one of the greatest experiences of his life, and that all the actors are great, but Florence is his favorite. I dig that.
Well, you got to choose your own child.
Yeah. It's got to be like the tallest guy. Like it's a tall, short thing. It's the greatest height delta. Maybe that's what's causing it.
I will say that so far, our theory of Venom being in this movie, not confirmed yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Maybe
The night is young.
Something tells me the title Venom: The Last Dance it's not going to be The Last Dance. I think
You don't think so?
I think people are a little obsessed with Tom Hardy playing that character.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of characters that we're going to talk about, like, oh, will a beloved actor return to play this one? Is it going to get recast?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to be in a rush to replace Tom Hardy as Venom. There's a real easy way to get him into the main story.
All right, well, Cap may be able to do this all day, but we need to take a break and collect our thoughts. Stick around, more Marvel Studios panel stuff right after this.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Alien Romulus. Experience it in IMAX in theaters everywhere August 16th.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Previously on X-Men. Wait, no, that's the wrong show. I mean, previously on IGN's live coverage of the Marvel Studios Comic-Con panel, we learned some new stuff about Thunderbolts, some new stuff about Captain America, and apparently during the break they showed some footage from Thunderbolts, mostly focusing on stunts. Haven't had any major big news yet. We did get the confirmation that Harrison Ford can turn into Red Hulk in real life.
Yep.
Keep in mind, the way this is working, we're here in the studio. Our team is out on the floor at Hall H, reporting live, getting us news, getting us pictures. No video is allowed in there. So we're getting what we can, sneaking it in, sneaking it out, and giving it to you. So I'm here with my crew, my amazing cast, my X-Men. So let's go.
Yeah.
What do we expect?
We're still expecting to know what the official title of Thunderbolts is.
Yes.
There's the asterisk is still there. they just won't reveal what it.
I refuse to buy a
wants.
movie ticket for a title that isn't complete yet. That's my.
Do you think they're going to spring a weird title that would upset you so much that you would walk out?
Did I walk out of this or I walk out of the movie theater?
Movie theater.
I'm already in. The title pops up and I'm like, nope, gotta go.
Also, titles can change after the movie is released. I mean, we've seen that happen before.
Captain America,
it's
right?
Not great marketing.
With the Harley Quinn movie.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
So yeah, they showed new footage, and I'm hoping that gets released. We'll see.
Lewis, sorry, they're showing the clip. Apparently, there's actually like dialogue in this clip before they get to the stunts here. Just noticing that Lewis Pullman's character comes out and says, "I'm Bob." Fun fact, I don't think this really means anything. Bob was also his character's name in Top Gun Maverick. That was his call sign.
Interesting.
That's the worst.
Top Gun Maverick, part of MCU, confirmed.
Guy just looks like a Bob.
Cruising.
Tom Cruise coming to MCU.
Let's see.
Tom Cruise walking out would be some next level Hall H craziness.
I can't even imagine.
There was like way back in the day. He was like the original pick for Tony Stark. Like
I don't
very
love it.
far back.
No, I don't like that.
I don't think it would have been the best, but we got the most incredible Tony Stark. I would love to see someone kind of unexpected. If we're going to get Tony Stark back in any capacity, someone else.
I think Tom Cruise would have demanded to fight a real Hulk if that was the case.
I think so too.
I need a practical, actual Hulk to fight.
If the Iron Man suit doesn't actually fly, I'm not doing it.
Load Jeremy Renner up with gamma radiation.
Okay, we got our team that's on the ground. They're breaking down the Thunderbolts trailer in our doc. So let's just kind of jump in this and kind of like take a look and see what we got.
Well, it's focused on Yelena and Alexei primarily at first, having a little conversation. It says here that Alexei is a horrible narcissist. Cool.
We know this.
Yes. They have a little conversation. What brings Yelena here? There's something wrong with me, an emptiness. Interesting.
Sounds like there's a scene with a bunch of them in a car arguing and fighting, and there's a lot of comedic vibes. So I think that's something they're definitely going for here.
Good.
There again, there's that logo, and there's that shot of the cast. Still no full title of the movie. That's okay.
But we might be ready to move on here. Feige is taking the stage and saying 1 year. Oh, hold on.
We are releasing Marvel's first family into the MCU.
Okay, so the Thunderbolts are leaving. Fantastic Four segment. It's about to begin. This is a big one.
1 year from today, and they have not started filming yet. Anyone aware of the fact that special effects are really hard to make and take a long time?
Wow.
That is a very, very, very truncated production schedule.
Fantastic Four starts filming Tuesday in the UK, and the director, Matt Shackman, has flown in for this panel. So I don't know if we're going to see a shot of them in costume unless it's like test stuff that they shot behind the scenes, right?
I'm doubting it.
Unless they do walk out in costume and Eben Moss-Bachrach has a rock on his head.
Yes, which, still a great theory. I'm going with that one.
Matt Shackman, by the way, has directed a lot of good TV. My favorite thing that he's ever worked on is It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I think that's actually experience he's going to draw on for Fantastic Four, because that show is all about a gang just absolutely being at each other's throats.
4 jerks, 1 woman, 3 men.
Yep. The thing and Danny DeVito have a lot of crossover.
I honestly I wanted the Always Sunny cast to just be dragged and dropped into Fantastic Four. I'll take this cast because they seem awesome, but that would have been great too. We got a quote from Matt Shackman. He said, "I love the Fantastic Four. We want it to be true to the comics, but we also want it to be true to life and wants it to be true to science." They talked to scientists working on this movie, and the scientists probably told them, "No, that doesn't
Pound
happen."
sand.
Man can't stretch his arm across the whole room.
A man made of rock? Never.
Women cannot turn invisible, and people can't just burst into
I don't know what you're
flames.
talking about.
Well,
We do it all the time.
I'll let you two speak to that.
Oh, I'm sad inside. Okay.
So they're talking about the 60s vibe. Matt said, we're not just doing the 60s, we're doing retro future 60s. It's part of what you know from the 60s, but part of what you've never seen before.
So Tomorrowland at Disneyland vibes.
Yes.
Jetsons-esque.
I'm a fan of the concept of paleo futurism, right? Which was like the idea of like, this is what the past thought the future would be.
Well, paleo isn't that also kind of referencing the fan theory that the Jetsons and the Flintstones actually take place in the same universe
They
at
do
the
visit
same
each
time?
other at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how everyone in the Flintstones doesn't just die of shock, I don't understand. But, that's for a different show. We'll figure that out. IGN will get to the bottom of that someday.
We've got our top minds on it.
I know we briefly touched upon it, but I don't know. I'm still just caught up on the fact that Feige announced that they're filming Fantastic Four on Tuesday, and it's releasing a year.
That's not enough time.
In a year. I feel like that's just not enough time for. I mean, where is this? This is going to be in theaters, right? Yeah. This isn't.
Well, that said, it does depend, I guess, on to what degree they want it to be like a huge. Maybe it's going to be smaller scale than we're anticipating to build out the family.
They're showing some footage in there. It's a retro Fantastic Four intro with a news broadcast. And Matt had said that the film is all about optimism, and the 60s is about optimism. And with the right heart, the right mind, you can do anything. It's about to show something. So Fantastic Science with Mr. Fantastic is actually what they're showing right now,
that's a choice.
We're seeing Pedro, and it's like a Bill Nye type show, which I would just watch that regularly on TV. Just make that show for real.
Greenlight it.
And that could potentially hint at what sort of stature or status Reed is in at this point in the story. Maybe he is sort of a pop scientist, sort of, like
Mr. Wizard type dude. Yeah, I'm into it.
It's interesting that they said it's all about optimism in a time where we know James Gunn's Superman will also be arriving, which is also about optimism.
I
think have a really nice year.
I think in our current timeline, I will allow 2 films about optimism.
Just 2.
That's it.
That's it. Then you hit your peak.
More haunted pools.
They showed footage of a rocket ship and a matchmaking show, which is interesting. Sort of like a, what was it, Love Connection or whatever? There was like dating shows. The
3.
Yeah, this is before my time.
Dating game. Maybe.
But guess who's in it? It's Thing.
Oh. The Thing is on the dating show, and all 4 are at a space station suiting up to go on a rocket ship. They're all posing and whatnot for a news broadcast.
When the Fantastic Four go to space, it never really goes great.
Yeah, historically doesn't go great for them.
Yeah.
This is really interesting. So they've heavily researched the 1960s because it's a period piece. It's a retro future 60s references to Sid Mead, of course, industrial designer, neo-futurist.
And we have an official title here. The Fantastic Four First Steps is the title
First Steps.
of Fantastic Four.
So it does seem like that's an origin.
I would say so.
Right?
Well, here's, okay, hold on. Let's start putting the little things together. They're going to space. This is taking place in the 60s. Space race. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. So maybe
Lost
they're kind of keeping it in there. Yep. Yep.
Blarp.
Space invaders.
Office Space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Space Mountain.
Yep.
Tom was having like a really, really cogent thought, and we just destroyed it.
You only get one of those per live stream, by the way. We're out on it.
It was just free-flowing thought. That's all that was happening.
Everyone is secretly passing like an invisible idiot microphone around.
Yes. Yeah. Nobody's taking it away from me.
I'm just never going to pass up an opportunity to bring up Blarp. I got to be real about that.
And it's like the cast is there taking the stage.
All right, now we're going to figure out
that.
Is Eben Moss-Backrack wearing a rock on his head? Yes or
You really want that rock on his head, don't you?
I want there to be some representation.
Michael Giacchino is doing the score. He did
all the Star Trek movies.
All the Star Trek movies, Lost. A whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, his stuff's awesome.
Yeah, Doctor Strange as well. One of the best scores in the MCU.
The cast is currently taking the stage.
Let's see if that rock
updates.
Fantastic Four First Steps. I really like that because I think that the MCU has sort of a baggage problem at this point in terms of how much homework is there to do? How many shows and movies do I have to watch? There's 30 plus movies and a dozen shows. And so there we go. There's our first look at the logo right
Graphic
there.
design. I told you.
Yes, it looks awesome. But yeah, this tells me that this is going to be sort of like a fresh step for people who maybe, or no pun intended on the fresh step, but an entry point for people who have maybe lapsed on MCU stuff. With the new timeline.
Freshest of steps.
They couldn't have used Fresh Steps because that's a kitty litter and it would have been a conflict.
Would have been upsetting.
Copyrighted.
Looks like you have that idiot baton right now.
I'm telling you, man, I can't get rid of it. I keep trying to throw it to you, and you keep batting it back at me.
So yeah, the Fantastic Four First Steps begins production on Tuesday, only in theaters July 25th. 2025. That
Can somebody do the calendar math for us? Is that happening while we're here next year?
Man, that's a year from this weekend, basically.
Wow.
Is that enough time to make
an aggressive shooting schedule, and on top of that, like post-production.
I know, and they have to go to real space too.
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
Give me that mic.
People are going crazy for Pedro Pascal. No way.
Of course.
Pedro said this is a new family, but nobody knows that Matt and I have known each other for 25 years. They started with the same talent manager, and they were almost roommates in '95.
Wow.
So Pedro and the director have known each other for 25 years.
Well, good that they have a good working relationship.
Unless Pedro stiffed him on rent money 25 years ago, and he's
It'll come out in the press tour. We'll find out all the dirt they have on each other.
I don't think you got your rock hat, just for the record. I feel like that would have been.
Yeah, they would have mentioned that.
I'll get my own.
There we
rock
go.
hat.
Next year on this panel, you come in
I'm
wearing
coming
a
back
rock
with the rock hat.
Vanessa Kirby had said that her and Joseph Quinn are the only Brits on the cast, and that they like to go down to the pub together.
Well,
that's
They have
nice.
plenty of other Brits in the MCU to hang out with.
All right, and looking at the Reddit, the people that are there, they're like, still don't know who's going to be Dr. Doom. And then right after that, someone says, give it a few minutes.
Yeah.
Give it a few minutes.
They know what they're doing.
They're
They've done a
hopeful.
Hall H panel before.
They asked Eben if he got advice from other MCU actors, and apparently he got a text message from Mark Ruffalo, who demystified the process of motion capture, sent a long, generous text about simplifying it. I was a little scared of the technology, and that was real advice. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Hulk and the Thing texting each other.
Aw.
How sweet is that?
Draw that fan art.
That already exists.
The sausage thumb problem must be horrific. How do they?
And Thing just keeps
must be
cracking his
voice to
screen.
text, right? They got to do voice to text.
So they're asking Joseph what it what he hopes to bring to the character, and I just have to say, when I went into A Quiet Place day one, so much of it was literally just all right, do you have the chops, or were you just a fad casting because of your turn on Stranger Things, where he's great, but it's so brief. And I gotta say, I ate every bit of cynicism that I had walking into that. He is remarkable in that film. I cannot wait to see what he brings to Johnny.
We do have an image of Hall H.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Storms.
Yeah.
Storms are coming.
Her top is cute.
Kind of fantastic.
Stop.
Joseph Quinn back to Joseph Quinn in Stranger Things, and kind of seeing why they felt like he was the right fit for the role. Eddie is a character that does have that edge, but also that kind of hard edge, but a real soft center.
Yeah, he's just a squishy
He's
guy.
gonna really make a great Johnny.
Yeah. I'm very, very excited.
Now look, we're hoping for Doom, right? But do we want to start going through our big hopes for Doom?
I think so, yeah. First, I wanted to read this quote from Joseph Quinn. They asked him what he's going to bring to the character, and he's basically harping on it's going to be a family, like the essence of family. They're not going to be there for individuals. It's a team sport. They're going to work hard to bring the spirit of a family to it. I really like that.
Yeah.
I feel like we've gotten moments like that in the MCU, but to have a full family of superheroes working together is going to be really beautiful.
I think that's so exciting too, because as much as I love the Avengers movies, you can only deal with a group of superheroes fighting each other for so long before you're like, okay, I am sick of this formula. And obviously families fight. They are going to bicker like crazy. But I'm glad we don't have to go through the same, I'm mad at you, I'm mad at you, I'm mad at you, and now we all come together.
How do we feel about quips, though?
There will be quips.
There will be quips. Vanessa Kirby said she's never laughed so much in rehearsal, and they're also dedicated. So there's gonna be quips. That means there's good chemistry behind the scenes. It means there's gonna be good chemistry on scenes.
A fantastic car.
There's a fantastic car is coming to take them away. Apparently.
What?
What does it look like? Alex, get us the photo.
We're hearing that Harrison Ford has turned into a car and is escorting the cast off the stage.
Brian, I want to know though, when are we going to get the big thing? Like
the that's big thing.
Like I mean, like all this is awesome and nice, but like I don't think we've gotten that big thing that Marvel
new
fans
reveal. Yeah, like this.
are
You know,
expecting.
everything so far has been sort of like a known quantity, right?
Yeah.
Like it's seeing the cast together of movies that we know exist, getting some brief updates on like when they're shooting and what's happening where and when. But like
I want something that's going to make me break this laptop in half.
That's right. That's right.
Or break this table
You're
in
going
half.
to turn into the Hulk.
Or break you in. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
I'm kidding, Brian. I love you.
Thank you. I love you too, Akeem. No, we haven't gotten like the big announcement, a big reveal yet, a big surprise. And I'm hoping that's coming.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's just them being like, we're still working on these movies. These are these casts. They get along great. Everyone's having a good time. Harrison Ford can turn into various. Is that the car? But other than that, yeah. Look, they did get a car. They sent a flying car in there to escort the cast off to go make the actual film
on Tuesday.
Yeah, on Tuesday.
It's like the end of Grease.
Yeah.
Were they just flying to the
Hopefully, this isn't the big thing, though.
I know. No, in terms
It's a pretty big thing.
It's pretty big.
Come on.
And it is
that is a regular size sedan.
Okay, yeah, here's the thing. Okay, Amelia, I want to ask you. So far, everything that we've seen, awesome, right?
Yeah.
But have you been like? Do you feel that thing that you feel when usually Hall H announcements? It's like how many years ago? It was 2019. We were chanting Blade. Like everyone was just
We've been chanting Blade since then.
Yes.
We're still we're tired.
Blade.
Yeah. I have to point out, like, we're talking about the next big thing, and our reporter in the room typed, "Oh my God," like 5 minutes ago, and has not added anything else since. And I'm just like, what happened?
We're waiting.
What happened?
Hopefully we find out what the next big thing is. Right now, we've got to take a very super quick break, but don't move a muscle because the MCU panel coverage direct from Hall H continues right here on IGN-live at Comic-Con in just a minute. Stick around.
We got a texter.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Nitsa. Speeding catches up with you.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
Welcome back to more live coverage of breaking news from the MCU panel right here in San Diego Comic-Con in Hall H. Cameras aren't allowed in there, but our people are, and they're giving us updates, tweets, pictures, everything. We're doing everything we can. During the break, The Russo brothers, who were half confirmed to be returning for the next Avengers movie, were full on confirmed, took the stage. Joe and Anthony Russo said that they truly thought Endgame was the end for them in the MCU. They put all their everything into it, and they've come to see a road forward with you all. So it's happening. They're back.
Yeah. It's back. Yep. We're back.
This is something that when this was first kind of put out there, I have really, really mixed feelings about this because I think that the Russos did such a fantastic job with their work in the Captain America films and their work in the Avengers films. Endgame speaks for itself. But you know what? Like, it also does mean that going into Avengers 5 and 6, we're going to get less perspective. It's the same perspective.
Yeah,
right?
That's the thing. Their track record is undeniable. Yeah. But in a moment where the MCU needs to be fresh, we're going back to the same well. Again, undeniable track record. They've done great stuff for this franchise, but what this franchise needs is new voices, not more of the same.
It just gives them a bigger hill to climb.
They showed an Avengers Secret Wars logo. They are, in fact, officially directing Secret Wars.
Very cool.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm with you all. I think that they do a really good job of taking all the stuff that's on the table and putting it together in a cohesive way. Can they do that with the last 5 years of the MCU since Endgame? Who knows? I mean, you can always just have magical circles that characters can walk through to fight a big bad, but who knows?
Well, you can see why they chose them. The Endgame is, is it still like the top grossing movie ever? But it also doesn't seem like the most novel move. It kind of feels a little, I don't want to say it, a little desperate. Let's go back to the goodwill.
You know what? It's two people that tried to find love elsewhere and realized they're best off together.
Sure. Yeah.
And Avengers Endgame, by the way, is about 100 million-ish, about 100-something million behind Avatar, which is still the #1 grosser. But I believe that they will re-release that movie and take that.
Tom, we've got a title.
Yeah, there's stuff happening.
Let's go.
We've got a title, and it's Avengers Doomsday. And there's green lighting.
Doombots.
What do you think that means?
Loki's back.
No, Doombots.
Loki never went away.
Yes, he's
Doom,
inside of us all.
But in an Avengers movie, not the Fantastic Four movie.
Doomsday.
I like it. Now I'm back on board.
Doomsday Endgame.
Because I feel like we got exactly what we were talking about, like not leaning into full Galactus, but like getting into the Doctor Doom of it all, and then
I feel like I got what I asked for.
Yeah,
and I'm feeling very good.
The actor playing Doctor Doom is
the official logo for Avengers Secret Wars. It's awesome. It's red, so that means Carnage is the star of the film. That's how it works. I mean,
you're absolutely right. Here comes our Doctor Doom casting.
Harrison Ford actually was able to turn into the logo briefly. So there you can see our first look at Harrison Ford as the Avengers Secret Wars logo. He's incredibly talented.
All right. Any There it is.
What? No.
What? Doom is
Robert Downey Jr.
What?
He's going to be playing
Are you
Dr.
kidding
Doom.
me?
What?
RDJ? Robert is here? Oh my God! He's there!
What? Robert Downey Jr. is playing Doom?
Is this a prank?
Hold on.
Robert Downey Jr. is on stage.
Let me check the Reddit. I gotta make sure.
New mask,
Is this real?
same task. That's what he said. What? Holy
Schnikey!
Oh my goodness.
Shenanigans.
Okay, so we wanted a big announcement. That's the biggest
There
one.
you go. There's your big.
My goodness.
I need to let this wash over me for a second and really parse this because
This feels like a prank.
this is nuts.
It's
This is a little
real.
nuts.
What a gigantic surprise. I
my
genuinely
God.
cannot believe this.
This is the most surprising casting they could have possibly done.
He said, new mask, same task. What can I tell you? I like playing complicated characters. This is crazy.
Goodness.
So the Russos are back. Robert Downey Jr. is back in an Avengers movie as the villain, as Dr. Doom.
So I'm curious. What do y'all think? Is this a Doctor Doom from a different universe, Earth?
I mean, it can't be.
Or maybe Doctor Doom in 616 just looks like.
Won't the Avengers just be like, "Hey, aren't you?"
Hey, wait a minute.
Did they forget object permanence at some point?
Avengers Doomsday coming May 2026.
Okay,
Oh my
so
God.
Doomsday May 2026, Secret Wars May 2027.
Oh my
Are the Russos
God.
directing both of them?
That is,
I believe. I'm not sure. I don't think it's confirmed yet.
Well, Secret Wars is the second one of those two, and so Doomsday coming beforehand. It's not entirely clear.
Okay, wait. Returning back to the Kang of it all.
Why do you have to bring it down?
No, wait. I have a point. I have the idiot stick.
Oh, there it is.
It's mine. So, we have Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. Also, a variant of Kang is Iron Lad. So we could ostensibly just have Robert Downey Jr. playing all villains for the rest of forever, because why not?
Isn't Iron Lad a teen?
Yes, he is, but it's fine. He's a teen in the comics. He can be an old man now.
Yeah, there we go. There's a logo. Avengers Doomsday.
There it is.
Oh my God, this is so crazy.
Is this real life?
So the Hall H panel is officially over. That was the big surprise at the end. The biggest we could have possibly had. I'm still sort of catching my breath from this whole thing and wrapping my brain around it.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about the future of the MCU now? I feel like it seems pretty clear that things are on the right path.
How much swearing are we allowed to do? I am losing my mind.
Okay.
I cannot believe this is happening. I effing love it.
It's
I have not been so surprised in so long from Marvel.
It's some silly, crazy comic book nonsense, and it works.
Yeah.
This was something, another thing that was percolating in recent days as a rumor that I think some of us had heard, and a lot of us were like, no, they're not going to do that, but they are going.
I feel like they asked Kevin a few days ago about bringing back Iron Man, and he was like, we would have to do it. We'd only do it if it was really the right way to do it. And people have been wanting Robert Downey Jr. back, but no one in the world would have guessed that this was his entry point back in.
But here's the thing. Do we think this is stunt casting? And if so, is Robert Downey Jr. playing Dr. Doom good stunt casting? Is that a good call?
Like a John Krasinski.
Exactly, yeah.
Deal. That would actually not to be contrarian here, but in the same way that the Russos coming back as directors for the next few Avengers movies is a bit of a, you're going to have to work a little harder to break new ground here. Robert Downey Jr. is in the same position because Tony Stark is arguably one of the most iconic superhero performances ever. That means that he is going to have to work all the more to establish Dr. Doom as his own person, his own personality. We don't know who knows? Maybe he's going to be Tony Stark.
Like, I fully believe that he is capable of doing that, and I can't believe that I'm going to be the naysayer here on this panel, but I think that this is bad news. I don't like the idea that Downey Jr. is playing Doom. I think, again, it goes back to exactly what we were talking about before. Like, we need to move on and grow. Yeah. We can't keep going back to the same old, we all love Robert Downey Jr. He's a great actor. And I like the idea of him continuing to be involved in the franchise, but in such a major role like this, I'm not into it. I hope to eat my words later, but for now,
No, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, this is either way. That was a absolutely shocking surprise.
Very much.
I don't think anyone could have possibly have predicted. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con 2024 is officially complete. We did it. Yes. Another fantastic year in the books. Give it up for my fantastic 4 co-hosts right here.
You're lovely too, Brian.
From all of us here at IGN and from the bottom of our hearts to each and every IGN fan out there, thank you all so much for watching our live show this weekend. We had so much fun up here. I want to give a very big special thank you to the entire production crew working long days right here on our live show. You are all fantastic at what you do. Give it up for them. Look at these people. I love working with you all so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you missed anything this weekend, and we did so much, head over to IGN, IGN's YouTube, IGN's social channels. Catch up on all the craziness. Next month, we're going to Cologne, Germany for Gamescom, the biggest video game convention on Earth. Look out for us there, wherever you watch IGN. Until then, thank you so much for watching IGN's live coverage of Comic-Con, and we'll see you next year.
Take care, everybody. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I love you, man.
I love you too.
Boom.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Star Trek Fleet Command. Download the sci-fi strategy game today and look out for the Galaxy Quest update coming soon.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.